I know that you have been trying very, very hard to get into this conversation.
For sure.
Although we have asked you many times to please put up your hand, you still have not done it. Okay, you
I don't
keep
know how to
unmuting.
do it. Can you show me how to do it?
Yeah,
I've got
yeah,
no.
exactly. Of course, look at your phone, whether you have an
Yeah.
Android, whether you have an Android or an iPhone. There's a
Yeah.
little heart with a plus sign in the bottom of your screen. You click
Okay.
that, and
Yeah.
then you'll see a hand go up just like that.
Okay. I apologize for that then, guys. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm going to go to you after Rick. So we're going to go to Rick, and then we're going to go to Gray Humanoid because he did his hand so it. Then we're going to go back to Miss Martinez.
Thank you.
So, yeah, of course. So, Rick, please go ahead.
Thanks. So, Gray, I felt incompetent for weeks, not knowing how to raise my hand. So I feel your pain. It's not self-apparent. Just a couple comments to follow up on the earlier conversation. From what I learned from Major, the helicopters must be flying outside of Kherson, around Kherson, which probably means along the south side over the swamps over the Dnipro River. Hopefully the Ukrainian military knows that. That's where the helicopters must be going if they're avoiding the city. The other thing, just a bit of information about the Lend-Lease Act, the bill that was passed by Congress, signed into law, part of U.S. law. So I looked at that last night, and just a couple of tidbits. The Lend-Lease provisions authorizes the president to lend military equipment to Ukraine under expedited rules, but that bill has two exclusions. It excludes two specific pieces of U.S. law that make those pieces of law inapplicable, and those were limitations on presidential power. Specifically, they removed the provision that the Lend-Lease was only good for 5 years. That was one other existing statutory provision. And they removed the provision that the lease or lend had to be at replacement cost, which means that if a piece of equipment is deemed to be going out of service in the U.S., such as the A-10s, which are going out of service within 5 years, that's why I raised the A-10 issue earlier, then you can lend those under Lend-Lease indefinitely at zero cost, zero on the balance sheet to Ukraine. That's why I thought the A-10s were so interesting. I didn't know that there were dozens or hundreds of Su-24s and 25s floating around available for Ukraine. I thought they had used up the supply of available all ancient Soviet equipment. If that's the case, I guess A-10s don't make a big splash. But the other factor about A-10s is you can get 10 A-10s for the price of one F-15 or F-16, at least on book value. They're $15 or $20 million a piece, maybe a little less. And F-16 or if it supports $80 million, the support for an F-15 or F-16 is $19,000 per flying hour, and for an A-10 it's like $4,000 per flying hour. So I don't know the trade-offs with the Su-24, Su-25, but for the other factors for the U.S. to make a decision to give Ukraine military jets, A-10 is almost a no-brainer. The U.S. military didn't want to keep them in service. They're a drain on funds. Congress has been forcing them to keep them available. And so this is like, a match made in heaven, except for the fact you tell me Su-24s are better because Ukrainians knew how to fly them. So, end of story. I wonder if that influences your decisions collectively on whether A-10s are an interesting proposition.
Yeah. Again, I have to go back to cost benefit if I could, right? So and I see where you're going with this, Rick, and I appreciate where you're going with this. Here's the issue with that: how many Ukrainian pilots have active combat training with an A-10 Warthog? The answer is zero, right? It's zero. So
I'm not sure. We don't know because the training would now be secret under the U.S. provision.
Right. I'm describing active combat conditions. Right.
Okay. Zero. Yeah. Zero.
The answer is zero. Right. There are zero Ukrainian pilots that have active combat conditions with an A-10 Warthog. So you would have to say, let's say they start today. Let's say we send over 5 A-10 Warthogs. Right. Those A-10s, first of all, you have to train those pilots to fly an A-10, which means they need to be in the States. So they have to learn, again, I have to remind you of drag coefficients, descent ratios, how many rounds you can fire at so many seconds, before you have to pull up so that you can turn out for air defense and to shoot flares. Those aeronautics are not it's not apples and oranges. They are, again, somewhat similar. But I would say that if you want to really add a punch, if you want to take a hammer and say, let's really stomp our hand onto Russia with air power, Su-25s and Su-24s are the way to go, because there are more pilots that can train more Ukrainian pilots how to operate that system and to integrate it. They speak the same language. The instrumentation is in the same language. The drag coefficients, the descent ratios are the same. The coordination between guns hot, missiles, and everything that you need in terms of ground crews, all of that is just unique. All of that is just the same. But real quick, before I go on, because I'm former air traffic control, I don't want to get too much into the technical drag coefficient, descent ratio, how many rounds you fire, what effect that has on your airspeed versus your pull-up. Let me give it to John Ridge, and then we're going to go to the gray humanoid. Gray humanoid, I did promise you, but let John Ridge add on to the A10 question for Rick, and then I'm going to go to you.
Thank you very much, Craig. I just wanted to briefly add on the Su-25 availability in third-party countries. There's definitely quite a number of them floating around. However, unfortunately, at this moment, based upon what we know about countries that have already delivered their inventories of Su-25s to various means to Ukraine, we've kind of exhausted the supply of easily obtainable Su-25s. There are still others out there that could be obtained, but they're in a lot of countries that would not necessarily be inclined to hand them over for a variety of reasons. A lot of them are Central Asian countries, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, etc. A lot of them are African countries, Sudan, Mali, Ethiopia, the list goes on. So there are a number of them floating around out there, but it would be an uphill battle to get some of them. I believe prior to the invasion, Ukraine had a total inventory of about 70, with about 30 in operational condition. I believe they've received 18 from Northern Macedonia and Bulgaria. And I don't know what kind of losses the Ukrainian Su-25s have suffered. I think they've suffered at least one or two. But looks like they probably have around 40, 45 operational at this point on the high end. So my hope is that we can get them some more there. Also, to briefly touch on the Su-24s, the availability of them is poor all around. I think there might be 10 potentially that could be gotten from Azerbaijan, and that's about it. All the other countries that have those are deeply unfriendly.
Yeah. Hopefully that answers the question for you, Rick. Again, we can get into the training ratios and how many instructors you have, to how many airframes you have, to how many pilots you have, versus taking those pilots from A-10s and keeping them on Su-24s, Su-25s. I think that I think in my mind, just dealing with airframes and logistics, I can tell you that there's a greater payoff by sticking with the Su-25, Su-24 model for the Ukrainians, rather than trying to introduce a new airframe that, quite frankly, if you want me to be honest with you, an American pilot learning jets has to train for at least a year. I was a part of their training process. I'm not going to tell you where that is in the United States, but I was a part of that training process. We have 2 jet training facilities in the United States, one in Tennessee, one in South Texas. Those 2 training facilities, the pilots have to go through a year of single-engine jet training before they even get to go to the F-18s and the naval jets, right? And so there's a learning curve there to learn the airframe, to learn the aeronautics, to integrate that into your portfolio if you were a pilot. And I just feel, again, in my core, again, I'm not in the CIA, I'm not in the Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting, I don't know what's going on, and nor should I be. I lost my top secret clearance a long time ago, over a decade ago. But we have to kind of give it latitude. But Gray Humanoid, you have been waiting very, very patiently. If you have a question, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So first of all, I want to say that I was there. So I've been Camp Liberty in Baghdad. I've flown into Bayab, Baghdad International Airport. I've been stationed at T1 Talil near Kuwait. I've been in Afghanistan. So I've fucking been there, and I've been there serving, and I've been there as a civilian. I just wanted to get that out there. In relation to sort of Talil T1, I guess. I wanted to touch on that first, and that is the oldest sort of structure known to man. It's named in the Bible. That was stationed just the T1. You've got to understand this was American base, but it used to be Chemical Ali's base. You might remember that from fucking Saddam's Air Force. He used to do the chemical weapons experiments and shit there, but the Americans took it over. We were stationed there. It was called T1, and it's near Kuwait. You can look this up. It's fucking fact, and it was massive. It was a massive base. We were stationed there.
Hey, great humanoid. If we could just keep the swearing to a minimum, please. You're good.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You're good. It's okay. As a former serviceman, I sympathize with you, but we are also ranked on Spotify and podcasts and stuff like that. No, you're good. You're good, brother. Go ahead. You're good.
No, man. And thank you for pointing that out. I'm sorry. Thank you for keeping me on track. So, in relation to Earth, this was just. There were day tours that were stuck on by each section, but like we could go out there for pay so many dollars and we can go there. This was like I could see it from the PX. PX, for anybody who hasn't been on, there's anybody who's been on an American military base. There's abbreviations for everything. So DFAC is dining facility. PX is shop. If you want to go and you buy cigarettes or tobacco or energy drinks or flipping Monsters or Mountain Dew or whatever you want, that's the PX. There's lots of sort of abbreviations, but that's kind of what it is. But it's like if you were to, there was sort of a tour which was put on in T1, and there was the whole of T1 where I was. There was a whole, call it the construction end, if you like. So there was construction, there was bricklayers, there was electricians, there was HVAC, there was all this kind of thing, and we were down the bottom end of T1, away from the runway. Like the runway was one part, and there were Apaches, there were all kinds of stuff. Like there was some crazy stuff going on there. Humid as hell, like probably 85-90% humidity. It was crazy. But that's just how it was. And hot as hell, man. Oh my god. I remember 37 degrees centigrade at like 10 to 7 in the morning, 6:50 in the morning. That's how hot. And you can imagine how hot that was at 1 p.m. So it's hot. Local workers working with us. I remember having my neck cracked, eating with my hands under the thing. These guys were amazing. Buying dinar, Iraqi dinar on the black market from a local who brought that kind of stuff in. And at that time, the exchange rate had gone south, and it was about 1,020 for $1. It used to be 2 to 1 before the war, and then the exchange rate went south. And I think I was being paid in dollars, US dollars at the time, so I was buying some dinar, thinking it would revalue, and there was loads of other people doing that stuff in the black market. Loads of black market stuff going on. It's just crazy, and I won't put words on it now because probably this is being recorded and whatever else, but that's kind of how it was. So, near Baghdad, to begin with, then came down to T1, near Kuwait on the Iraqi border. I've then been to Afghanistan. I was located near Tajikistan and China, up in Kunduz. So you'd have to come into Bagram, fly north to Marmal, and then fly north over the mountains to Kunduz. So it was crazy. So I've been there. I've been shot at. I've had rockets going up my ass. But all I would say is I've got nothing but respect for the Americans, my brothers and sisters that were there. I've been fucking interviewed by the FBI and CIA and shit. My retina have been scanned.
Hey, Greg,
Man.
remember, please keep the swearing to a minimum, please.
Sorry, brother. Yeah, I've been interviewed by security. Had my passport gone through with a fine tooth comb. But you know what? I've created memories and friends forever. And like I must say, before I hadn't traveled to America much before I did my tours of Afghanistan and Iraq. But I've got to say, people I've spent time with there, friends of mine, became like brothers, and I would extend that emotional connection to anybody else who I would connect to. So anybody else from America, I consider you my brothers. Your brothers or sisters. You're wonderful. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you very much for everything you've done, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I do appreciate that. And from one service member to another, I can certainly say thank you. I served from 2000. I enlisted in 2004. Was discharged in 2009, late 2009. And so I do appreciate that. From an American to a British cousin, because you are our cousins, you are our brethren. We do certainly appreciate your service there. Did you have anything you wanted to add in relation to Ukraine? If not, I want to move on to other hands that are up in the air, brother.
In relation to Ukraine, fucking hell. So I'm so sorry for swearing, Jesus. That's the military in me. I have to hold that back. Only what I've observed. Like I flew across to visit family for the first time in 2.5 years this summer. Flew into Poland. Went to Krakow. Could see there was a big convoy of Polish armored vehicles heading towards the Ukrainian border. On the back of them were American Connexes, USA on the back, and explosive signs and stuff. And I said to the wife, I said, Jesus Christ, these Connexes are just full of artillery and are full of ammunition. So yeah, it was kind of a bit weird. For all of us, I kind of wish that we would all just get along like sisters and brothers, really. And I know we're all being kind of led by buffoons, but you know, I hope in the new Earth, in Consciousness 2.0, that we all just get along as fellow humans, really.
Thanks so much. Hey, I do appreciate it. And once again, thank you for your service. Again, you are our British Commonwealth cousins and friends. So thank you so much. I do appreciate that. So we do have several people that have been waiting very, very patiently. Ms. Martinez, I see that your hand is up, but we do have some new speakers that have also been waiting in the queue. And it has been a while since I've tried to bring them up and they've had some issues. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to go to Liberal. Then I'm going to go to Miss Martinez. So we're going to go to Liberal and then Miss Martinez and then Lisa. So Liberal, please go ahead first, and then Miss Martinez, and then Lisa, please.
Hey, thanks, Craig. Great job hosting. I had a question regarding the A10. Maybe you or Language can respond, or Major Giroux. The A10 gets a bad rap as, ancient tech. And I, for one, am supportive of arming the Ukrainians with A10s. If we have them and they're sitting in warehouses, why not? I think they're more effective than helicopters. They're tank killers. This is a conventional war. I don't see why we wouldn't do that. Of course they want F-16s. I mean, if I offered you a Hyundai or a Ferrari, you're going to say, yeah, I want the Ferrari. Of course they're going to say that, and I understand that. But the A-10s can be very effective in close air support. This is a conventional war. I mean, look at what's going on in Kherson. And I wish George Statakis was here. He's also a vet, and he could speak to that. I sent him a DM, but he didn't respond. But he's an advocate for the A10 as well. I know I always get pushback, and I'm okay with that. We can disagree. I'm not a military expert. I'm not a field general. But if we have them and it can help Ukraine in their counteroffensive, why wouldn't we offer that? It's easier to train up. They can literally fly off of a highway. I just don't see the pushback on, look at Su-35s, Russian jets getting shot down. Is the pushback on the A-10s that they're low and slow and, man pads? It's just something that riles me up. Thank you.
If I may.
Yeah, please. Language, go ahead.
Yeah. So, let me be clear. It is both a good idea to send every available piece of military equipment that Ukraine can use, especially in the airspace, to positively affect its situation on the ground. So, if we had Ukrainian soldiers who are already trained up on A-10s, or if it was easy for them to get integrated into their Air Force with all of the supply chain and our supply train and the dozens and dozens of people for every aircraft, then yes, I'd say that's great. But it's going to take some time, some considerable time, frankly. And Su-25s, Ukrainian and Russian, which, again, they are more armored, actually. They fly faster, and they fire rockets, right? And there's no close air support really happening that I've seen from either side in some time. Yes, we do have Ukrainian forces launching missiles deeper behind Russian lines, but we're not seeing those gun runs. And to be perfectly blunt, gun runs against, like Tor or SAM systems probably isn't going to happen. As I understand it, by the end of the wars in Afghanistan, we were using them more as missile trucks, which they're very good at. The idea that, okay, here's something that we can put a ton of missiles on, it can fire from a long distance away, and they can use NATO missiles, that's a good use case for them. Absolutely, 100%. You will not get any arguments from me on it.
Yeah, but overall, I just think that Ukraine really doesn't stand a chance, especially with that sort of technology. I think you're kind of off base there.
All right, well,
so let's,
cool.
let's real quick, language, before you go on, let's offer a PSA to our new guests that have joined us. Please do not interrupt those that are speaking. This is not a rabble. We will proceed in regular order. Language has the mic.
I apologize.
Yeah,
it's all good, brother. No worries. Yeah. So, I think I'm going to take this at face value and say it's a positive statement that sending that stuff over, despite the frankly overly optimistic statements made by the Ukrainian Air Force several months ago, they're not getting trained on F-16s or A-10s in 2 to 3 weeks. It's months and months, and the supply chain takes months and months, and so on and so forth. Is that a reason not to start that process? No, but it's not going to be the magic bullet that can get there in 2 weeks and start doing things. You know what is a magic bullet, or as close to ones we're going to get, is more drones, things that they are familiar with. Because besides all of this, the fact that A-10s are more vulnerable to certain things, and frankly, things that we've seen on the battlefield and things the Russians have and have put to good use, like AWACS and whatnot, is the fact that the most valuable part of a fighter aircraft, certainly in this war, is not the metal that you're flying, but it's the pilot, because it takes years, and Craig's touched on this, it takes years to train a fighter pilot. It is an incredibly intensive, expensive training. It is not something you can easily reproduce.
You start out on a propeller. If you are a first-time pilot, you start on a single prop engine, and then you go to dual prop engine, and then you go to single engine jets, and then you go to dual engine jets. That is, sorry, language. I just want to tell you that's the process.
Like, there's a reason that they don't have 4-year contracts if you want to be a pilot in the U.S. Navy. I want to say the minimum is 10 years at this point.
8 years.
8 years. So that's the big thing. And so if we start throwing these guys into aircraft, which they're not properly trained up on, but they're hopping in anyway because they'd rather be in an aircraft than on the ground watching, and they get killed, then you are losing a resource that can be utilized elsewhere, right? That we're just looking at in real sort of cold, hard numbers there. Drones, on the other hand, A, considerably less expensive, B, much easier to use. Admittedly, they are more vulnerable to electronic warfare, and Russia is very good at that, so that does confabulate things. But we're already seeing Bayraktars being used down by Kherson, which is unique in that we weren't really seeing them used for a while because the Russians moved up their electronic warfare capabilities. And I had come to the conclusion of, okay, well, the Russians have adapted and the drone war has, diminished a little bit. But evidently, that's not the case. So the question becomes, would you rather send a $5 million drone with maybe $100,000 of missiles on it, and if it gets shot down, well, you're out, $6 million in, an airframe, or, a multi-million, much more than that jet, a fighter pilot that you spent many years training, and then it gets shot down because it operates, it's large or what have you, right? I'm going to keep beating the drum on drones for a long time, so
So are you the primary speaker for the evening?
Let's remind people, okay? Shopping, okay? Please, 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 okay? We don't want to be rude to people. That's not what this space is about. The space is about being able to speak and being able to engage in conversation, but please do not interrupt. We've had 3 people already who try to interrupt conversations, whether it's me, Major Giroux, John Ridge, language learner. Please, 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 I will get to you. I have an index card. I don't know if you can hear the paper. I literally have an index card of the order of speakers. I promise you I will get to you, okay? I assure you. Language, please go ahead. Shopping, I'm going to raise you up. One more time, please. When I do that, I will ask that you please place yourself on mute. I will write it down on this piece of paper that you hear crumpling. I will write it down, and I will get to you. I promise. Go ahead, language.
Yeah, so in summary, the big issue with the A-10s, they don't necessarily bring anything that the Su-25 can't do, with the glaring exception of being able to use NATO munitions. However, there's already methods to fire those NATO munitions from aircraft the Ukrainians already are trained on, can use, have supply lines for. I keep mentioning that because planes break, even when they're not being shot at. So that's part of the reason why they're saying, hey, if we're going to go for something, we'd like it to be air superiority fighters, because once we have even just generalized air parity, that opens up a huge range of things. And A-10s, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, their whole, close air support doesn't really work well when you have to worry about Russian AWACS craft and SAM systems and all kinds of other doodads wanting to blow them out of the sky. It works really great against Taliban in, Afghanistan, against ISIS in Iraq. They're now rocking around with electronic warfare and, more than capable surface-to-air missile systems. So I'll get off the soapbox now, but that's about where we're at on A-10s. And I understand there's a mystique around them, but it's a good tool, but this is probably not the best use case for them at this specific moment in time. In the future,
I don't remember language, but I don't know if you remember or not, but about 4 months ago, 5 months ago when this started, I don't know about you and me had a discussion regarding the cost-benefit analysis of a drone and what it can do to a mobile howitzer, right? So for the cost of one Hellfire missile and a Bayraktar, right? Drones, because while Ukraine is outnumbered, at least to some extent in some areas numerically, you can make up for that for expertise and technology, right? Think of shooting a musket versus having a sword, right? That's the idea of a drone, is that if you're outnumbered, you can counter that with technology, right? Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, cost effectiveness, Bayraktar is $6 million. The missiles are what, 25 grand a pop or something? And if you blow up a tank that's cost $2 million, from a dollars and cents perspective, you're winning in that contest.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's go to Lisa. After Lisa, we're gonna go to Prince and then we'll go there. So Lisa, thank you for waiting so patiently, ma'am. We do appreciate it. Lisa, then Prince, please.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Hello, everybody. I wanted to talk to Major Giroux. Are you there, sir?
I am indeed.
All righty. I appreciate that, and I'm so glad you're in this space. I want to go back to urban warfare. When they were reading off the numbers of people that were still within the Kherson, is it Kherson or Kherson?
Kherson, the K is silent.
Kherson city, the major city itself. I know they have no idea, but if it was like Mariupol, they were torturing, raping, murdering people. And I don't know if they had those mobile crematoriums. So would it be fair to say that the numbers might not be quite exactly right because there might be so many people that are eliminated, exterminated?
Lisa, I really can't answer the question. I don't because we honestly don't know. I mean, we've been battering around some numbers here this evening. Well, if it's 150,000 or more or less, so I can't really answer the question just because we don't really know the actual numbers.
Okay, and another thing, like, I guess this got some of my old ancestral feelings. I am Native American, and I've heard many stories passed down from when my ancestors experienced the genocide. And I was actually adopted and raised by my mom and dad, who are white. So I could see both sides, but within me, I saw a picture today of a man that was in a shallow grave with his hands tied behind his back, and it just brought back the horrors of the genocide. And I really think that the spirit of the Ukrainians is so strong that they will fight to the death to get as many Russians as possible. If they're able to do so, they will do what they have to. Have you been in places, I know you've been in places where there's the good guys and the bad guys, and then the civilians that are good and bad? I'm sure it kind of gets to be kind of a mix-up, but in your experiences with urban warfare, I think that I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. In the training that was done for the Ukrainians, were there quite a bit of them trained in urban warfare?
From what now I know I have lots of Canadian friends who have served in Ukraine over the past several years, and the training was quite vast. Although I don't know if it focused on urban warfare. Although I can say now that there is the new program that has been initiated by the British military, and now we do have Canadians and I believe Swedish military personnel in the UK, in the United Kingdom, who are now actually training the Ukrainians on urban warfare. So whether they were doing this over the past few years, I don't know. The Canadian contribution to Ukrainian training was called Operation Unifier, and so I did have a few friends go on Operation Unifier, but whether they were teaching urban operations, I don't know. But I think the war now has certainly brought into sharp focus how urban warfare is the warfare of the present and the future. And I see my brother, my urban operations brother, John Spencer, is keenly listening. And so he would agree with me. But I think now people are starting to realize that, especially because of Mariupol and Severodonetsk and the possible urban battle that may be upcoming in Kherson, that this type of warfare is going to be around for quite a long time. And so that's why they've initiated, the British have initiated this urban warfare training program in the UK, and they're bringing Ukrainian soldiers over to the United Kingdom, actually teaching them the basics now, which is good to see. And very fortunately, some of my Canadians are actually over there doing the same things, which is good to see. So whether it happened in the past, I don't know, but it's happening in the present, and that's what counts.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. I hope that answered your question. If you don't mind, what I want to do is I want to do a little bit faster pace because we got about 4 or 5 hands up, and then I got a bunch of people waiting in line. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to go
May
to
I
Prince.
finish, please, Craig, without being interrupted? I just wanted to say one more thing, that I have the utmost respect for you, Major Drew, and Colonel Spencer. I have listened to you and Colonel Spencer, and I'm starting to read his book, and I, like you said, urban warfare will be the future. And I thank you, everyone, for your service in helping Ukraine.
Well, Lisa, that's very kind of you, and thank you for your support, because we couldn't do what we do without fantastic people like you supporting us.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it, and thank you, Major Giroux. Let's go to Prince, and then we're going to go to Duck on a Chair, and then we're going to go to shopping. Oh, excuse me. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. It's Prince and then Miss Martinez. So let's go to Prince and then Miss Martinez, please.
Thank you very much, Craig. And I would also like to thank you for making me feel old tonight, because now I realize that you could be my child. But you're not. Anyway. Like, geez, Craig, I finished school the year you were born. Come on, man, that's just mean. Actually, I came up initially when the A-10s were being talked about, and it made me think of our conversation back when the Saki airfield on Crimea got hit, and we went back and forth a little bit about Schrodinger's pilot, because we didn't know if the pilots were alive or dead at the time, and the importance of the pilot over the aircraft. And I think that Ukraine being Ukraine as a country needs to protect its pilots as much as it can and get them the airframes that they're already experienced on, so that they can utilize the pilots that they have that have the experience in the best way possible for them. I'm all for getting them F-15s and F-16s, and I think if that training can continue to happen while this conflict is happening, that is fabulous. But it's all about protecting those pilots, because the pilots are the most important asset that they have. And then I was just going to try to add a little bit of an aside. I know we've had some people who've come in and tried to interrupt conversations in the last little bit, and just as a co-host, and as for the co-host, I would encourage you, because I sit here and listen to an exchange between you and language going back and forth, and there are times when it does appear that you interrupt language, but it's hard for people to understand that people like you and me and you and language and me and John and those people who speak on here almost daily have the kind of relationship where we can sort of interrupt each other as the conversation flows, because we're having a conversation, we're having an exchange about the same subject. And that's different than interrupting somebody in the middle of what they're saying. So I just wanted to, encourage, as you're encouraging people to raise their hands, to also say, as co-hosts, we sort of have this privilege to be able to maybe interrupt when needed and to have an exchange, because some of these people we know very, very well, and that's what we're doing. We're trying to have an exchange to bring the conversation forward. So those are the couple little things I wanted to come up and say, and thank you very much. You guys are doing a great job tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Prince. I'm going to throw it to John to co-host in just a minute, because I'm actually going to go make myself some food, turkey sandwich with tomato, if you must know. I'm going to go to Miss Martinez, because I'm starving. I spent 3 hours in Houston traffic today, so I'm starving. So let's go to Ms. Martinez, and then after that, John, if you want to call the order, call the roll, if you will. It is at your discretion. Ms. Martinez, please.
Yes, I was listening. It's delivering a weapon to Ukraine soldiers. All about what type of airplanes could be used, helicopters. But thing is, something that they can use right now, like HIMARS. Did I pronounce right? I'm not.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, HIMARS. They make huge difference, but they range now about 70 miles, and if United States will agree to provide 300 miles, it will make huge difference in for Ukraine soldiers. But there is also fear that it hit Russian side of, and everybody's saying provoking a third world war. But thing is, Ukraine, it's not just a fight for Ukraine, it's for Europe, for world. Because if Russia achieve what in this war, what they will not stop in Ukraine. They will go further. I mean, war in Ukraine didn't start just on 6 months ago. 2014, when they annexed Crimea, they've been. It's never enough for them. And what makes me angry that they don't get weapons that they
Air
need.
siren alert update.
To
Mykolaiv,
win
full alert.
this war.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Is a lot politics, whatever it is, but like I said, it's not just Ukraine that's in danger. It's whole Europe, world in general. We will all suffer in different ways. So, from Major John, I'm sorry, your name, Major Johnson?
Major Giroux.
Giroux, yeah. I mean, why is this
Air
so
siren alert update.
hard?
Mykolaiv, full alert. This message has been
for
generated with municipal data.
Those type of weapons being unable to given to Ukraine soldiers that they can use right now, that they train on the.
Okay, Mirza, are you done your question there?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, first of all, we have to try our best. I mean, I go back to the Second World War.
Yeah.
When when the Allies,
Siren alert update.
when Germany and Russia invaded
full
Poland,
alert. This
and then
message has
Germany
been generated with municipal
invaded,
data.
France, and the Allies were certainly not prepared for the war, and it took them, years to build up their military-industrial complex, and eventually, it did not until 1943 when the war started going their way, when they were actually turned away. So we have to think of the same thing. The militaries that we have now, especially in the West, in the United States, Canada, Great Britain, are considerably smaller than the militaries that we had in the Second World War. And while, yes, we had several months of Russia building up on Ukraine's borders, and they eventually invaded on the 24th of February, it takes time to make these weapons systems, to make these weapons platforms, get them onto ships and to transport them over safely, and then to get them from Western Europe over to Poland and other countries that share Ukraine's borders, and get them trained and all that. So we live in a fast food society, a culture where we just expect things to happen very quickly. But when it comes to real world logistics, when it comes to transporting these weapon systems, you're not contacting UPS. There's got to be, it takes time to create the systems, to produce the systems, to package them up, to ship them over across the Atlantic Ocean if they're coming from the United States, to ship them across Europe. So I don't think our militaries are geared for the Third World War. Our militaries are too small. They don't have that kind of equipment, and that's something that's plagued Western militaries for decades. And so, but now here we have, the Russo-Ukrainian war. It's carrying on, and I really do think our senior political and military leaders are trying their best to get the Ukrainians as many weapons as possible. But it can't be done by magic. It's done through a lot of logistical work and a lot of time. And so while it may seem frustrating that we can't get the Ukrainians the weapons they want immediately, it's because we just have to gear up our industrial complex to be able to give them those weapons. So please don't be frustrated, and just keep supporting the Ukrainians, and eventually, hopefully, we'll be able to give them enough weapon systems and weapons platforms and training to eventually tip the balance to their favor, so that they can carry on and remove the Russians from the Russians' illegal invasion of the country. So these things take time, and you just have to be patient when it comes to supplying the Ukrainians. We'll try to give them as much as we can, but just be patient, and we'll get there. But it's going to take a lot of time to do it.
If I may also add on to the Major's point, he touched upon the logistical aspect of it beautifully. But just to add to that, one thing that the White House, the National Security Council, and the Department of Defense here in the United States likes to reiterate whenever they are doing press briefings or speaking about the security assistance that we are currently providing to Ukraine is that within our logistical capacity, within the volume in cubic meters and the mass in kilograms of equipment that we can send over over to Europe and get it into Ukraine in a given time frame, we are sending them equipment that is prioritized based upon the Ukrainian Armed Forces' greatest need as the Ukrainian government communicates to us. So there is an enormously long list of things that the Ukrainians need, and ultimately there's a fundamental physical limit in terms of the cubic meters and kilograms worth of stuff that we can ship across the Atlantic by boat or by plane. And we are cramming as much stuff into these transport vehicles, again, be it by cargo vessel or by C-130, C-17, etc., to get the most important equipment that they need, as determined by their government, over to them. So it's unfortunate that we can't deliver every single thing that they need at once. And unfortunately, the ability to do that just doesn't physically exist. But we are delivering the equipment that they have prioritized and deemed the most important to them. So with that, Mirza, I hope that answers your question. We have a couple hands up, so let's go to Jens first. Jens, please go ahead.
I guess I have a question for Language and Major Giroux. Earlier today or yesterday...
Please go ahead, Jens. I believe someone was hot mic.
Okay. Earlier today, I think Chuck Farah, I can pronounce this. He posted, I don't want to misrepresent it, but maybe a little bit criticism of the blackout in this counteroffensive, that he says that maybe Ukraine have to be a little more informative about it. I was just wondering your thoughts about it. Controlling the narrative versus protecting the operation. Thank you.
Language, please go ahead if you want to respond to that.
So, as I understand it, and Chuck Farrer's forgotten more than I've ever been, right? So let's just start there. He makes an incredibly good point that there is also a PR war, information war going on. And if Russia claims, as they destroyed 1,200 Ukrainians, and Ukraine says, "Oh, we're not talking about it," in the short term, you're going to have people go, "Oh my God, Ukraine's taking massive losses. They're not, telling anything." That's a real risk. Is that risk something you're willing to accept in exchange for the Russians having less of an idea where you are? And to be perfectly blunt, Russia has satellites. Okay? Russia knows where these forces are in contact. They do have radios. You can listen to them right now as they yell at each other. They know where the Ukrainian forces are. However, there's been issues because we live in a world where everybody has a smartphone, where people are literally posting Instagram reels from the battlefield. And that makes things challenging. That's how the Wagner PMC guys got vaporized to a grand effect, because they decided to take a picture and it had the address in the background and nobody ever checked it, right? However, with all that being said, and there's a lot of information that's out there. It's just not in English. It's in Ukrainian, it's in Russian. Telegram groups, people do talk. No matter, frankly, what the Ukrainian government says, people are going to chat about their cousins, nephews, hairdresser who knows this. And so there's a lot of rumor, and the signal-to-noise ratio ain't great. But that's always going to be there. It's not going to change. However, to be honest, the Russians probably aren't scrolling through English language media to figure out stuff that's widely available in Russian language media. So OPSEC, incredibly important, definitely something worthwhile. Just because it's not available or readily available in English language media doesn't mean it's not out there. And I think that frustration has been something that the Ukrainians have been dealing with for quite some time. Especially right now, because they're moving tanks around. That was something that people were saying, "Hey, buddy, don't take a video of yourself on the tank because it looks cool, because we're trying something different here. This isn't Severodonetsk where we use them and we hide them the same day. This is stuff that's out in the field for a while, and we're clearing Russian air power so it can be out in the field for a while. And if you decide to take a picture and send it to your girlfriend and post it on, VK or whatever, then you've just ruined all that." So it's really much more directed towards the soldiers there. There's actually been an order that was passed to say nobody can use Telegram. It's been widely ignored. So it's good and bad. Like everything else in this war, it's all massive shades of gray. Does that kind of answer the question, or just make it more complicated?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't want to call it a morbid curiosity. So I understand. It was more because Chuck Farrer, he's as you say, he has his pedigree. That was so. I thought he had a more poignant. But I lean towards that. This operation has just been 2 or 3 days old, and I think we have to, I think Major Giroux said fast food culture, that we have to allow Ukraine some operational privacy.
Absolutely. Again, it's like they're doing a good job of it. Like at this point, not to toot my own horn, but I know enough people, I know enough resources, I can generally figure out what's going on, where things are. That's much more challenging in the Kherson region, which is a good thing, right? Because, if I can find it, then it means it's reached, by and large, the end of the pipeline. It's available to the public. So by able to narrow that pipeline, it means that, I can live with not knowing something if it means that these things that are more sensitive are known to less people. That's something I'm totally fine with. I imagine we're all fine with. That on the flip side, just because it has become a thing on Twitter a bit, I think sometimes people do take it a little to the extreme. I've had a couple people be like, "Oh my God, you're telling the Russians where the Ukrainians are." Well, considering they're fighting there, and the Ukrainian military is telling people they're fighting there, I don't think if the Russians are learning it from me, then they're a lot worse off. So there's, like everything else, in moderation.
right? If the Ukrainian government is talking about in their press releases, it's probably not a shock.
If I can kind of mix in the A10s, it feels to me a bit like there's a certain infatuation with the A10s. And if we talk about information warfare, so sounds to me like some think of the A10 as a great morale booster because of its spectacular cannon. But I just think that it would be very, very bad if Russia begins to display videos of Russian soldiers dancing on top of burning A10s. So I think it's probably if you really don't, just like with the HIMARS, they are incredibly effective. But imagine if Russia had been able to take them out, it would be very, very bad optics.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jens. Thank you, Language. Liberal, see you've come up. I presume that you wish to talk about the A10.
John, you know me well. Jens, I could see your point, but if we're going to just base our equipment platforms on what can be shot down, we can just look no further than the Su-35s that were shot down by manpads, by Ukrainians. Just a guy in a field with a manpad. I don't think that that's the way that we should look at this. Again, just so that we're clear, of course, F-16s would dwarf the effect of the A-10s. What I said earlier, and I've said this a few times in the space, is the Ukrainians are fielding T-72 tanks. They're not T-90s, and they're happy to do it because you know what? You need armor to retake ground. And if you were a Ukrainian infantryman on the front lines, and I told you, hey, by the way, we have a squadron of A-10s that are going to provide CAS or close air support, whether or not they're shot down is irrelevant. Tanks are getting blown up. Su-25s are getting shot out of the sky on the Ukrainian side. I just don't get this. It's almost like a snobby, like, no, we don't want the A-10s. We want F-16s. If we can provide you with some type of air platform to help you launch an offensive, and we have, like hundreds, if not thousands of them available. And if I told you that the Su-25 and the A-10s are similar as far as the throttle, they're very similar. It's a very basic airframe. Again, it can take off of a street. Mechanically, it's not that hard to logistically, repair and resupply. It's easier to train up, an A-10 pilot versus an F-16 pilot. I just don't see the downside. I don't see why people are pissing over the A-10, and I wish George Sathakis was here to speak to that because he's even more informed. So that was what I had to say. Thank you.
Can I just add shortly? I feel like people are romanticizing it. I think it's very easy to operate an A-10 if you're operating it under an Article 5 umbrella, where you have the entire American fleet firing cruise missiles. You have AVACs. You have all kind of systems backing it up. I just think that, I just think that as long as Ukraine are not asking for them, it makes no sense to really force them.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for forcing anything. As long as the Ukrainian, forces win, I'm for that. I just, this idea that somehow, the Russians going to shoot down anything. I mean, they're still flying Su-8s. The Ukrainians are. I mean, they're still flying Su-25s. the Ukrainians are. So there's no air superiority. And again, this is just another layer or tool to help in a counteroffensive. And if we have it, why not give it to the Ukrainians? And to me, and I'll just leave it at this, the Warthog embodies the Ukrainian spirit, and they seem to be able to do more with less. They seem to figure out a way to, take something and make it a force multiplier. So, yeah, I'm a staunch A10 supporter. Yeah, it's older technology, but HIMARS, right? And here we are.
And it looks like we have George up here now. So, he's been some.
Yeah, just really quick. I mean, so if you ever discuss it with an A10 pilot, they would tell you it's a platform that's a lot more capable than an Su-25. Remember, the Ukrainians are still flying Su-25s, right? And not many have been shot down. But let's face it, they still have most of their fleet operating. The A-10 is not the plane that people forget. The United States doesn't, and the companies don't sit on their butts at the design table. Just design something 30 years ago, and then that's it. The upgrades on the A-10s, every single A-10 that's in inventory right now in the United States is the C variant, and that's like night and day with the original A-10s that came out about 30 years ago. They have completely different avionics and capabilities, early warning systems. It's crazy what the thing can do. It can know when a radar or a missile's locked onto it. It can fire either chaff or flares. It tells a pilot. It actually can take over the plane for a couple of seconds. So it renders the missile unable to lock onto the plane once it detects it. It's a different system, and it's not only the gun, like everybody says, the brr, everybody loves that sound, but it's the weapons capabilities, the precision guided munitions that son of a bitch can carry. It would completely change the ability. All right, we're talking about everybody loves the HARM missile. Yeah, they were able to jerry rig it on a MiG-29. But the A-10 can carry everything that every other plane that the United States fields on its pylons. So, is it better than Su-25? Hell yeah! It's like telling me, just for reference, the Su-25's an F-4 Phantom, and the A-10s, like your top of the line fourth 4.5 generation fighter, if you're comparing those two. But the fact that we have tons of them lying around, and as been stated here, they're easier to learn to fly than an F-16. Fine. Would it be great if the United States would give Ukraine F-16s? Yes. The best plane for Ukraine, if you want an air superiority fighter, would be the F-15. There's nothing, I don't give a crap what they say on their propaganda BS. There's nothing the Russians have that's better than F-15 right now. That plane is just unprecedented. It's updated. The F-15E Strike Eagle is the Russians have nothing. They haven't even dreamt of the avionics and electronics on that plane. But yeah, getting some modern platform to the Ukrainians would be great. And anything we give them that we have in inventory now is better than what they're flying. Period.
Thank you very much, George. I believe Craig has returned, and I know he has some thoughts on the matter. Craig, please go ahead, my friend.
So let me give you some background about myself. to contextualize this conversation, I spent 3 years of my enlistment training naval pilots, both of the Indian Air Force and the British Royal Navy, and our different allies, especially the Canadians as well. I spent 3 years doing this. The truth is that I'm sorry, that is not possible under these conditions to fly A-10s, and I'll tell you why. As a former air traffic controller, part of our duty was to familiarize ourselves with the pilot ready room. We would go through flight physicals the same way the pilots would do. Sometimes we would actually fly in the pilots to understand the aeronautics that were involved. So if we asked them to do something, we would understand what that meant to them. That is how you are actually trained in the U.S. Navy. I'm not going to speak to the Air Force or the Army or anything like that. I'm just going to speak to the naval side. I'm trying. I don't want to be rude, but I'm just telling you guys, it's not like that. Okay, there are zero Ukrainian pilots that have combat experience in A-10 Warthogs. Zero. That means there is nobody to train them, guys. There's nobody to train them on what that airframe means when you have to do a left bank on a gun descent. I've spent time in MOAs. I've seen some of these runs before. To do a descent and then to bank out, the aeronautics are different. I understand when you look at a plane, you kind of think, well, a plane's a plane, a car's a car, right? I understand that. But an A-10 pilot is not an F-18 pilot. An A-10 pilot is not an F-16 pilot. They are specially trained to fly that airframe. And there are zero pilots in the Ukrainian Air Force that have flown in combat in an A-10 Warthog. And I'm not saying that to be petulant. I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm saying that because let's do the math. You have zero pilots trained in gun runs with A-10 Warthogs that understand the aeronautics, airspeed, stall rates, descent rates, elevation rates, high key, low key, ascent, then descent, and then to do close air support in combination. Those aeronautics and the physics, I'm telling you guys, I've seen this. I've seen F-16s bank out. I've seen F-18s bank out. I've seen in live color on the ground with my feet in the dirt. I've seen them bank out, and they all have different ascent, descent, force ratios to propellant. What I mean by propellant, what I should say is, like, not to get too tactical, the propellant is the gun run, right? So when you open up and you fire the cannon, the physics that are involved there slow the aircraft down. And if you don't know the proper airspeed to engage on that, you can stall. You can stall the aircraft because when you're going that.
Sorry, I understand exactly what you're saying. I agree with you. I'm not saying that there's any Russian. I didn't say there's any Ukrainian pilots that are trained that can fly with them right now. I'm saying obviously they would need training. That's a given.
But here's the rub though, George.
I'm just saying it's a better plane than what they have now, which is the Su-25.
How long does it take to train on an A-10 versus an F-16? Nobody's arguing that. It's that there's only so much. There's time you have to invest in both of these, and if you're going to invest that time anyway, because this is something that's months out, then why not train up to something will be go ahead.
Why not do both?
Real quick, because real quick, this is where I'm going with this, guys. Just give me a second, okay? This is what I went to school with. I went to school for a year and a half doing this, okay? I was trained by some of the best that were deployed by the U.S. Navy. They came to our air school in Pensacola, and then I was deployed in military operating areas, and I operated these. So just give me a second here, guys, okay? Here's where I'm getting at. When you go into these ready rooms and you are flying an F-16 airframe, let's just grab, right? So, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I should say F-18 because that's naval, right? So you have F-18s that are flying. The person who is training you in a ready room full of 10 to 15 trainees. Sometimes you would have Indians, sometimes you have Canadians, sometimes you have British that would kind of cross-train on these airframes, right? But these were experienced pilots. They'd have 10 years in. They'd had their wings. They've had hundreds and hundreds of hours flying. So here's where I'm going with this. The average time, so I'll give you the naval breakout without going too far down this road. The false multiplier of having multiple pilots and I'm talking O5s, O6s, O4s that have flown combat missions in Su-24s, Su-25s, they can train classes of 10 to 12 pilots at a time. Okay, so just do the math with me. They are a lot of instructors that can train a lot of pilots on Su-24s, Su-25s, which gives the Ukrainians the ability to put more aircraft aloft. The idea here is that if you conduct proper enemy air defense, so it's SEAD, so it's suppression of enemy air defenses, and you have freedom of movement. You want as much aircraft, you want as much iron, or we would call it tin, you want as much flying tin aloft as you possibly can. That's what you want. You don't want that. You want to gain your numbers once you've conducted SEAD. The reason you do that is because you want a lot of metal in the air with as much stuff that goes boom as you possibly can. By introducing the Warthog into the training process, you start at 0. Not at 0. You start at actually -1. So the coefficient there is -1 by your multiplier because there are nobody to train them in combat conditions. Because when we flew A-10s in Afghanistan, I'll tell you for sure, when we flew A-10s in Afghanistan, they were not flying worrying about enemy air defenses. They were not flying map of the earth operations. They had a complete freedom of movement. So even U.S. Army A-10 Warthog pilots will tell you that the experience they have in Afghanistan was, to quote an aircraft captain, was that they were spoiled because they could go wherever they wanted. They could fly however they wanted. They could do it. They could do barrel rolls. They could write their name in the sky, and all they have to worry about is an RPG on its arc of descent after it was fired in the air. That's all they'd have to worry about. There is nobody in the world, zero pilots in the world. Understand this, guys. There are no pilots on this sweet, gracious heaven of earth that God has given us that have experienced combat conditions of an A-10 Warthog with active enemy air defenses with S-300s, S-400s, man pads, AWACS in the air. Nothing has been trained like that. Nobody has that experience, guys. We can talk about gun runs. We can talk about going all we want. But it's different when you're an air traffic controller and you're in a MOA and you have complete freedom of the skies. Okay? Complete freedom of the skies.
Greg,
versus this. It's different, guys.
The point, though. Really quick, you just hit the point. You said there's no A-10 pilots that have ever flown in against an air defense like the Russians have, right? We're in agreement on that point, right?
Nobody has in 45 years.
Okay. Has there ever been an Su-25 pilot that has ever flown against an air defense like the Russians have?
Yes.
The answer is no.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Who?
There are 55 Ukrainian pilots that have flown against it. Yes.
Exactly. Up until this war, there was 0.
But those are 50. Somewhere. But those are 55 trainers that are active and can train up pilots.
I understand it. And Greg, the biggest problem with this whole war is we've been dragging our feet, training them.
No, there's no dragging of the feet, guys. We were training Ukrainians. Excuse me, I'm sorry. There's no dragging of the feet. We were training Ukrainians on M777s in March. This war started February 24th. We imported into the United States, into Arizona. If you want me to be specific, I'll say it. We brought Ukrainians in. We brought several hundred Ukrainians in to train in Arizona and New Mexico on M777s 5 days after this war started. There is no foot dragging here, guys.
I was talking about airframes.
But why are you going to introduce a new airframe when you have 100+ pilots that are trained on an airframe? Why are you going to do that, guys? Why are you going to do that? You have 100+ combat experienced pilots and Su-25s that have flown against enemy air defenses and radar and understand what map of the earth operations are, and understand that if you're so many miles away from an enemy air defense, you can only ascend at such a gradual speed before you are then targeted and you're lit up. They can then take that back to the ready room and say, listen, math, you can fly at 5,000. It's called high key. You can fly at 5,000 feet. Your descent ratio coming down onto a target is X. Y, gravity is the constant. You do the algorithm on that on an Su-24. It's easy to translate, guys. There's the foot dragging. I understand what you're saying, but I got to tell you guys, please, like, I'm just asking you, please, guys. I know the Warthog is an awesome system. I know the Warthog, everybody wants to see it. But there are hundreds of Ukrainian pilots that have flight time against enemy air defenses in that specific airframe. What you do is you start at a -1 coefficient because there are no Warthog pilots that have trained in combat against this, but there are hundreds. Excuse me, I shouldn't say hundreds. Excuse me, that's bad. There are over probably 100 Ukrainian pilots, 03 to 06, that have flown against these type of aircraft. Why are you going to introduce the variable to the coefficient of the learning experience as you start at a -1 coefficient to add on to this? Give them more Su-24s, give them more Su-25s so you can train more pilots and get more tin in the air and drop more things that kill more Russians, right? That's the goal.
How do we get the? So, Craig, my question is, okay, I'm not saying that I want the A-10 over the F-16 or any of that. I understand exactly what I understand exactly what you're saying. My point is, there's only a finite number of countries, let's put it this way, that are willing to give Ukraine airframes of the ones that they're familiar with. So eventually, we're going to need to get them upgraded on a particular airframe. Which one the United States and the Ukrainians want to pick that's up to them. Obviously, they're the guys who are going to have to fly it. So we have to get them started. Now, I understand that Congress passed starting now because the fiscal years in the United States start from September to next September, and they've put in funding in the new budget for Ukrainian pilots to be trained to fly, obviously, some airframes. So that's all I'm saying is I want them to start flying an airframe that is going to give them the upper hand.
Yeah, I would just follow up, George. Thanks for coming up.
If I briefly may, Liberal, go ahead, and then I'd like to round this out with a few points.
Hey, John. Sorry, I didn't mean to step over you. I just wanted to thank George for coming up. If every conversation revolves around, can the Ukrainians do it? Can they train? I mean, we had the same discussion with HIMARS, and they've proven themselves to be very efficient and judicious and effective. And of course, I would prefer F-16s over A-10s. But if we have A-10s, and I've said this again, and I'll say it again, it wouldn't hurt to have them in a counteroffensive.
Thank you, Liberal. If I may, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has released some high-level employees, officials within the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense have released some statements in regards to the A-10, and the position of the Ukrainian government is pretty clear. They are explicitly on the record stating they do not want A-10s. They want F-16s. And that they do not want A-10s because it would be, and this is an exact quote, a strategic mistake for them to divert the necessary time and human resources to train the pilots on A-10s when they can be trained on F-16s, which is obviously a multifunctional platform. It can carry out close air support, it can carry out air superiority missions, and it can also carry out SEAD, indeed, suppression and destruction of enemy air defense missions as well. So that's the position of the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian Air Force. They do not want A-10s, they want F-16s, and they don't really seem interested in accepting A-10s in any case, because they don't want to divert resources away from potential F-16 training. And based upon the reports that I've read, they don't really like their Su-25s either. And they don't, really want the A-10s either. They want to be able to standardize on, one or two multi-role platforms, ideally, the F-16 and maybe a few F-15 sprinkled in there as well.
Thanks, John. I think F-16 training and A-10 training are not mutually exclusive.
So they actually are. They are mutually exclusive because I'm sorry to say, an F-16 has a platform by which it can engage ground targets using different modes of interaction. It can also engage in enemy air defense. It can do two things. The A-10 Warthog is slow, it is lumbering, and if you want me to be frank, I'll say it out loud. It is extremely exposed to man pads at the rate of descent that it has to engage its guns. It slows considerably. All you have to do is Google it, guys. All you have to do is Google it, okay? When you engage an A-10 Warthog cannon, it slows the aircraft by up to 60 knots. So you have to understand that when you're in the environment, the air defense environment that you're in, the F-16 is mutually exclusive because it can fire at higher altitudes, at longer ranges. It can bug out a lot faster. It has considerably higher bank rates. Turn coefficients is what it's called. It has an extremely higher turn coefficient to be able to bug out, shoot flares, and get out of the range. The A-10 Warthog's rate of acceleration is nowhere near the rate of acceleration of an F-16. So an F-16 can do two jobs, can carry a good solid payload of bombs to make Russians go boom. It has a huge payload capacity, especially the upgraded F-16s. While the A-10, while it has been upgraded, I would have to, again, remind you that there is no pilot on this
Siren
planet,
alert update.
not a
Michael
single
Live.
pilot on this planet
Partial alert.
that is operated
This message
an
has
A-10
been
Warthog
generated with
in an
municipal
air
data.
defense. I should say, let me rephrase. I beg your pardon. I don't mean to be rude. It is not engaged in an air denial operation in the way that the Russians have when S-300 or S-400 or MANPADS or other things that they have, or even a MiG. And a Warthog against the MiG is toast. It's gone. It is scrap metal. It cannot compete in any way, shape, or form. But an F-16 can. So an F-16 can launch ground target operations. I've seen it. I've seen the things go boom. I've seen the big black targets where they launch something and I see a big old fat explosion and I can barely even see the F-16 because it's at double high key, which is at 10,000 feet. And so I would argue the F-16 is mutually exclusive in terms of its capability. Sorry, John. I just wanted to add that because I've seen it in real time. But John, yeah, you got an order of hands. We got a lot of hands up. I don't want to monopolize, but there's some aeronautics there. I just kind of want to put a pin on. Sorry.
Hey, Craig, just a quick follow-up. No one is advocating that the A-10 is superior to the F-16. What we're talking about is expediency and what we can do now. And I don't see how the A-10 added as a layer of offensive capability for the Ukrainians would be detrimental at all. So, but I get what you're saying, but yeah, we can agree to disagree.
Thank you very much, Liberal. There's a number of hands up. I believe, Major Drew, you briefly had your hand up. Was there something you want to add?
No, not that I want to add. It's just my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to have to drop off. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for inviting me up tonight onto the report, and I hope I was able to contribute to the any of the conversations this evening. And I always like to sign off now with for the first time listeners, if you've not heard, the Maria Report is linked to Maria Aid, and Maria Aid is an organization which delivers non-lethal equipment and supplies to the Ukrainian people. So if you feel so inclined, and if you want to divorce yourself from some dollars, please feel free to generate or to give and donate some funds to Maria Aid so that they can send much needed supplies over to the Ukrainian people. And if you do that, then we can help the Ukrainian people survive the terrible onslaught that they are receiving from the Russians. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me onto the show, and I had a great conversation tonight. I've actually been listening to the report every night for the past 3 or 4 weeks, but given this current conflict and the fact that there was mostly an artillery fight, I didn't really feel like I can contribute much, but tonight I felt like I think I've done some good tonight. So anyway, thank you very much for the evening, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That is Major
Siren alert
Giroux
update.
of Canadian Armed Forces. We
All
always
clear.
appreciate your
This
time with
message
us,
has
sir.
been generated with
Sorry to
municipal
overwhelm
data.
you with air power. I know you were an infantryman at your core and at your heart and training. So sorry to kind of overstep that and get into air power. But again, a big thank you to Major Giroux for joining us tonight. Always, you are welcome here to speak and to add your expertise and your knowledge. And hopefully, when we speak again, the Ukrainians will be that much closer to Kherson and liberating their city. So thank you again, sir.
Hey, the conversation flows and goes in ways that we can't expect. So I learned quite a few things tonight. And I was very fortunate to actually see an A-10 in action, live in person. We had 2 A-10s from the Maine National Guard come to Canadian Forces Base Gagetown in New Brunswick in Eastern Canada and do a couple live fire runs, and that was a very impressive machine.
Air siren alert update.
Anyway, thank you very much again.
Mykolaiv.
Thank
All
you,
clear.
Major.
This message has been generated with municipal
Slava
data.
Ukraini. Okay. So with Major Giroux stepping down, John, we got wrapped up in the A-10 conversation, but we do have quite a few hands and we have people requesting. So with due respect to Liberal and George, I see your hand is up, but John, if you have the order, I want to give people a chance to try to expand on the conversation if they like. But John, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Craig. I believe the order is... Let's
siren alert
fuzzy
update.
on this, so someone please correct me if I'm off.
All
but
clear.
I think it's,
This message has been generated with municipal
I
data.
think Jonathan and then Jens.
I have a question for Language Learner if he's still listening. Are you out there?
He's
Yeah,
here.
I'm still here.
Yeah, did they? You were mentioning that the Wagner Group were recruiting criminals in Russia, and that's been kind of going on for some time. Are the Ukrainians tracking the Wagner units carefully? I mean, I know that they know where the units are across from them as far as whether they're VDV this or this guards or that guards. The question I'm asking is, if they're that bad, I mean, if Wagner's that bad, I would think that the Ukrainians are making damn sure they know where they are, and if nothing else, targeting them, even if it's like it was that attack on Perozin with the missile, getting their command areas and really making an effort to go after them. Do you know if they're doing that?
The short answer is yes. The long answer is, this is going to sound dark, and I'm not trying to glorify death here, but there's good reports from the front lines just east of Bakhmut in Popasna that the Wagner guys, their real experience is in taking third-party nationals in Libya, Syria, Mali, and guys who are mercenaries or just, poor local nationals, giving them the bare minimum of training and then leading them. Okay, they like to make themselves out to be the Russian special forces, best of the best. They're not. All right. The exact quote from the DPR guys who are getting led by them, who were in Popasna, Wagner shows up, says, "Don't worry, we've got under control." Walk down the street, quote, "Turn to fucking hamburger," unquote. All right. The guy ragged on it because these guys showed up, took over everything, said, "We know what we're doing. We were in Syria. Watch us." And then they walked into artillery and got splattered into atoms, right? So this is a very different war than any of these folks have experienced. So their biggest force multiplier is the fact that they're used to dealing with crappy logistics. And frankly, now they're dealing with crappy logistics in the Russian army, so at least everybody speaks the same language. That's where they make a huge difference. The fact that they're being used as an assault force now, frankly, speaks to me that Russia is getting desperate, because these guys, I mean, they're not special forces. They're not nearly as good as they say they are. They're really good at leading poorly trained groups with minimal equipment, which, surprise, surprise, is now an ever larger part of the Russian military in this conflict. So the fact that they're going, maybe we just actually need you guys to carry a gun and run toward the front, that's not an upgrade for them. Let me put it that way. The Ukrainians
Can I ask another
targeting.
question then, real quick, because I hear what you're saying. I get it. The question is, so if they're not, are they not really better? I mean, they're not really like more effective. And the reason I'm asking this is that I had friends who were in Nam, okay, and they did a lot of search and destroy. And they weren't necessarily elite troops either, but they did very, very careful OPSEC to make sure that their units weren't identified, because they knew that they were going into villages that there were eyes that are watching them and recording everything, and the Viet Cong are paying very, very careful attention. Well, both the NVA and the Viet Cong, but the Viet Cong were sort of the partisan equivalent like we see in Ukraine, and then the NVA were the regular army. But they were paying very, very close attention to the units that were in front of them and the units that were there, and they were targeting certain units, not so much for revenge or whatever, but they thought that they had much better advantage against some units than others. And so I'm just asking because I hear what you're saying. It sounds like those are awful soldiers. They don't sound like they'd be effective at all if you're getting criminals and crazies.
Oh, I'm sorry. The criminals, yes. I apologize. Please, I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, well, the point is I'm trying to say is that I guess I'm trying to find out whether from you, because you kind of follow this closely, what units are where and what actions are going on in what sectors. And I would be thinking if I were in Bakhmut, I would be trying to, if they're the ones that they're pushing forward to try to make this thing go, I would be making their lives especially miserable. Yeah, all of them miserable, but their lives especially miserable. And I would want to know where they are. And I just was wondering if that's going on, or is that not necessary because they're really nothing special? I guess that's kind of what I was asking.
Yes, their locations are known. I mean, even before the hyper-specific building was known, like even John Q. Public, nobody, me, knew where, what town they were generally around, right? If I had access to a helicopter and a drone, I probably could have told you, right? The Ukrainians did, and then the Russians kind of short-circuited it because rather than using air defenses to shoot down the drone that kept looking for them to try and get closer to it, they just took a picture on Instagram or the Russian equivalent and posted it, and it literally had the address, the address block, 709 Main Street, sitting right behind it. So wars, it's a weird war. Don't use your phone. But as far as recruiting people, to touch on that real quick, because Wagner is, they do have a purpose. They have an air force, which is nuts, ludicrous, crazy to me. The fact that you have a mercenary group, big air quotes on mercenary group here, they're an extension of the Russian government and military, that's flying fighter jets. That's surreal, does not begin to describe it, right? But moving past that, they're using them as sort of a cutout because they're having such issues with this conscription setup. It's getting really bad in Russia. There's reports now that one of these volunteer groups essentially was given a week before they were sent into the Donbass. Originally, they were being told, we'll train you for a month, and after 3 months, then you get, all this pay that we're promising you that would frankly be life-changing amounts of cash in Russia. Now you're getting a week. I don't think I have to tell anybody. There's a reason why, if you join the military, if you want to be, God bless the cooks, you want to work in the galley in the Navy, right? You want to be a cook, frankly, not the most hard to qualify for rate. It takes months to go through boot camp. It's not because the government likes to pay for that stuff, right?
And you need to be able to scale up the instructors to train the person to do that rate. So forget about trainees. You need the trainers to be able to expand the trainers who know their job to increase the pool of trainees. You see what I'm getting at, language?
Yeah, it's that you need to have these people, and just the idea that you can come up with a month, because what we've seen is two very different perspectives on this. So when somebody asked Major Giroux about it earlier, about what's the Ukrainians training in urban warfare? Well, we have Severodonetsk, we have Popasna, we have Rubizhne, we have Hostomel, we have Irpin, we have all of these places, and this is delving a little more personally into it, that unit that's been most exposed to that has been hopping around for a lot. They've also been pulled back the line a couple times and said, hey, you guys have been in the eye of the hurricane. Tell us everything. Because the Ukrainians realize, yes, you guys are good at what you do. You keep coming back. But we'd like to tell other people how to survive this too. Because this is, we have, Colonel Spencer in the audience. I'm not going to put words in his mouth, certainly. But I imagine that every urban warfare fight, you learn something new. And survival is the best teacher, right? So being able to share that and spread that among your ranks, entirely opposite from what Russia's doing, where, oh, you can hold a rifle and you can drive, congratulations.
you're no longer on training duty. You're going to Izium. You know, they throw them in. And the fact that we are at the point where you can be in Russia, 62 years old, get recruited on a Monday, be sent to the Donbass next Tuesday, given a rifle, and just run into an artillery line, like it's bizarre. You're killing people. This is absolute suicidal. And I'm not going to sit here and lose sleep over Russian soldiers invading a foreign country, illegal war and committing war crimes, right, and their livelihoods. But if we can take a step back for a moment, it's tragic. You have a country that's taking its people and it is sending them to die. I cannot be more explicitly clear on that. They're taking poor people out of the East, out of Yakuts, ethnic minorities, press gang them into this stuff, saying, hey, you just have to last 3 months and you're going to get more money than your family has seen in years. And then 3 weeks later, they're dead, they're thrown in a ditch, and their commander says, oh, no, they were in AWOL, you're not getting anything. Like, it's just on the individual human level, it's absolutely despicable and tragic. So, but,
I want to thank you.
But go ahead.
I want to thank you for that answer, because that's kind of what I thought. I kind of thought that there wasn't anything special and that it didn't matter, but you keep hearing about these guys over and over again. I mean, the PR, precedes them, and it just sounded so nuts. And then I was thinking, if that's the case, then the Ukrainians got to know where they are and they've got to have bullseyes on them. But you kind of described the craziness of this thing. So I keep listening to you guys, and I thank you. I will drop off and let others speak.
Yeah. And just last quick thing on that, because I also don't want to monopolize it, and I know I have a tendency to do so. The last time that the Wagner group went up in Syria, an area that was not nearly as contested as what they're dealing with in Ukraine, where they went up against an enemy force that had combined arms, indirect fire capabilities, they got wiped. They attacked a base that U.S., I believe it was Special Forces, was assisting at. We did all the de-escalation procedures. Russia was like, oh, we don't know who these guys are. And they got, it was like 200 of them dead, 300 of them dead. They had to put the bodies in meat lockers in Damascus and send them back home, staggering it out, so they could claim that they were killed by terrorists and IEDs, because at that point they said, oh, we just lost 300 people in a day. It would have been nuts. And that's in an area much more, frankly, easy for them to deal with, a single base, out in the desert, rather than an entire front line filled with artillery in a force-on-force conflict. So you can, I guess, don't believe your own propaganda too much. That's all I can recommend to the Wagner guys. So they are a bunch of bastards. The things they get up to in Mali and Syria and Libya are horrific, horrific, horrific.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liberal. And Dryfly, the Battle of Kasham is something else entirely. I encourage anybody to go read the little info box on the Wikipedia page. It is extremely funny. In any case, let's go to Jonathan and then Jens.
Hi, good evening. I guess this question could be for Craig or for whoever, but I work in Washington, D.C. on military bases. I'm in IT, and I've done a bunch of, systems integration, with federal systems and military IT systems, and it gets pretty crazy, and the Ukrainians have basically, done some quite impressive things with the missiles and with integrating, as mentioned earlier, the harm onto an old MiG platform. What is up with all the MiGs that keep getting talked about and nothing ever happens in Slovakia and Poland? I have heard that they have some NATO spec MiGs. Well, I mean, they have had some capabilities to put NATO weapon systems onto these MiGs. But Slovakia keeps popping up and saying we want to give these MiGs, and it never happens. And we went through that with Poland earlier. Is there something preventing this?
Sure. Yeah. So I'll make it succinct. In war, the truth must be protected by a bodyguard of lies. And I'll tell you what that means. It means you don't know because you're not supposed to know. Neither am I. Neither is language. Neither is liberal. Neither is George. Neither is Dr. Paul. Neither is anybody here. We are not supposed to know that because you don't want to announce that you just added 50 airframes to Ukraine's Air Force. You don't want to know. Nobody needs to know that. Nobody on this planet needs to know that.
The Slovakians pop up all the time and have 15 planes send over.
Jonathan,
are they doing it to get F-16s?
Jonathan, with all due respect, they are lying. Okay? They're lying the same way that the United States lied when it said, "What? We're not training Ukrainians. We're not training anybody. We're not training." When they were training the Ukrainians on HIMARS and M777s the entire time, they are lying. They are lying to you. They are lying to me. They are lying to the world. They are not telling the truth. And if you want conclusive evidence of how much they're lying, okay, then ask yourself one question. Where did all these Su-24s and Su-25s come from? Where did all these MiGs come from? The Ukrainian Air Force, to my knowledge, John Ridge, correct me if I'm wrong, was not this big last time I checked. But it is, tripled, quadrupled in size in the span of 6 months, right? That's not because Ukraine has some secret factory of MiGs that they're able to produce these. That's because they were given without any notice. They are lying.
I've heard the Su-25s were chopped up and shipped over. I haven't heard that about the MiG-29s.
They are lying, Jonathan. Okay, and everybody in the world knows it. Everybody knows it. They are lying on purpose. They're not going to announce in an aid package that by the way, Russia, just to let you know, we're going to send over beautiful, new, retrofitted, repaired, clean MiG-29s, and Ukrainians have pilots to man these, and they have the arms to man these, and they have they have everything they need to man these. And here you go. Let me put this into a press release. Let me go before the Slovakian press and announce this great. They're lying. Okay, everybody knows it. And if you want an example of how effective that is, okay, I would refer you back to the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, 4-star general. Okay. He went before Congress 2 months ago, something like that. John, correct me if I'm wrong there on the timeline. And he said, he was asked by a congressman, you're before Congress, you're sworn, you have to answer truthfully. He said, by the way, we've been training Ukrainians on artillery, mechanized, and all kinds of other fun stuff 7 or 8 days after this war started, right? But the entire time, in that 4-month span before you heard about it, the United States was always like, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and, we might do this, and, who knows what we're going to do? I don't know what we're going to do.
Quick follow-up question on this. That these MiG-29s that are able to fire off the HARM missiles, do you think those were some of the planes that came over, or do you think the Ukrainians actually did the systems integration in 3 or 4 months?
I can talk on this without hitting the exact details because while it's out there, it's not public. It is not something that came with the planes. It is something that was developed afterwards in combination with a number of parties. Whether it can necessarily be applied to other missiles than the HARM missile remains to be seen, but some incredibly smart people found a way to do some incredibly smart things that actually had nothing to do with the vehicles that were sent.
So just to put a pin in it, Jonathan, we have seen time and again that the United States and our NATO allies have said that we don't know what's going on, we don't know what we're doing, we don't know this, we don't know that. And time again, we keep on seeing this stuff on the battlefield. Nobody knew that Ukraine was being trained on HIMARS until when, John? Until we actually saw HIMARS in Ukraine. And we're like, holy crap, the first HIMARS is in Ukraine. Did I get that wrong or no?
You're spot on. I think it was announced and then they appeared in theater like 2 days later.
Yeah, 2 days later. Like, don't tell me you conducted a training exercise in 2 months on a HIMARS system, right? Of course they've been training. Of course these things are happening. But again, I refer you back to Winston Churchill. The truth is so important in war, it must be protected by a bodyguard of lies. There are things that are happening that I shouldn't know, you shouldn't know, John shouldn't know, language shouldn't know, because this isn't like, with all due respect to the men that lost their lives in Mogadishu, to the Forest Service members we lost in Africa, to American servicemen across the world who have died without necessarily a huge press release and a banner across CNN. Things are happening so as to give us some measure of operational superiority that we can get these things done. I'm sure that there are things happening as we speak that we should not know. I don't want to know them. If somebody came along and said, "Hey, Craig, do you want to know this highly classified secret?" Hell no, I don't want to know, because I want Ukraine to win. Because you have to protect the truth with lies, and that's what gives you the advantage.
Also, kind of a felony in the U.S. if you start going around spreading that stuff.
Yeah, that too. Yes, you do get to go to prison.
You know, kind of. Everybody wants to get cute with it. Like, let's just kind of throw that one out there. FBI doesn't have a big sense of humor on that sort of thing.
Yeah, they tend to take that thing very, very seriously. But yeah, so hopefully, Jonathan, that helps answer your question from at least a geopolitical perspective.
That was a good answer. I really appreciate it. And as a guy with credentials, shall we say, I can support what you said.
It's just like when the Department of Defense said they had no idea what happened with Moskva, or had no idea what happened at Sochi, or had no idea what's happening right now in Kherson. They know exactly what is happening. It's plausible that there are some things that the Ukrainians have not shared with the United States government. That's plausible, but they're sharing quite a lot. I mean, we don't need to know specifics, and we don't know specifics, and we shouldn't know specifics. But, you can bet that the United States government has an extremely good sense of what's going on. A, because the Ukrainians are probably telling us 85 to 90% of what's going on, and the remaining, 5 to 10% we can figure out ourselves with our, reconnaissance satellites, ISR assets, signals intelligence, humans intelligence, etc. The list goes on.
The order's lost on me, John. I have no idea.
Jens.
I'm answering DMs. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think maybe one of the reasons why this is a bit confusing is because of the way this information war has been waged, where the U.S. has chosen a specific strategy when it comes to revealing intelligence, and Zelensky has, and Ukraine has another strategy. But we have to remember that even though they have used these somewhat open media strategies, they're not. They don't owe Russia full transparency over what, when, and how much they're sending. So I think I have been victim of building up a certain expectation that I want them to announce this and this, but I think it's better to make the announcements with a giant fireball instead.
Yeah, thanks, Vince. I appreciate that. We do have some hints to clear, so just a quick PSA, if I could, just very briefly, please retweet and share this space. This is a space dedicated to helping Ukraine. We are right now in the middle of, I think, is it D+5 or D+6, John? Correct me if I'm wrong there.
It is local time. It is currently D+5, and my time zone is currently D+4, but it's going to be midnight in like 20 minutes. But
there you go.
We're about to go into D+5, so day 6, in other words.
So we are day 6 of the Ukrainian counteroffensive into Kherson. We ask people to please retweet and share this space. We have experts. Major Giroux is a great example of that. Currently Armed Forces of Canada. He comes on this space to share his expertise. We have generals. We have nonprofits. We have charities. We have the head of the Ukrainian rail company who comes on and explains how the rail companies help benefit Ukraine as well. If you so choose, if I may just echo Major Giroux, if you want to retweet and share this space, that is free. Everybody can do that. If you have a Twitter account, you can certainly do that. But we would also ask that you please consider donating to Maria Aid. Maria Aid is a I want to even say non-for-profit, is a completely volunteer organization by which we would help that one tourniquet get from that one local clinic in North America or Europe or wherever you happen to may be and you're listening, get that one tourniquet to that one medic bag in Ukraine. That medic bag, when that medic reaches into that bag, he has something to help seal the wound of a Ukrainian wounded soldier that will help save his life, his or her life, excuse me. It'll help save his or her life, because there are women that are fighting on the front lines of Ukraine. There are women that are operating in artillery batteries. There are women that are operating in mobile artillery units. They're operating in combat, and they have lost their lives. So this is a national effort put forward by Ukraine. And if you want to join in on that, we just respectfully ask, if I could just echo Major Giroux, please consider donating $5, right? So we're D+5. So in honor of D+5, if you want to donate $5, please do, right? We try to convert that. Excuse me, I shouldn't say we, because I'm not a part of Maria Aid, but Maria Aid tries to convert that into useful equipment, whether it's 110 Mercedes trucks that was recently announced to help Ukrainians get around the battlefield, whether that is a drone, whether that is a tourniquet, whether that is a bandage, whether that's an IV bag, night vision goggles, optics, non-lethal equipment, body armor, helmets, boots. Winter is coming up. If you have the ability to reach out to somebody who has stuff that is quality equipment for winter gear, please reach out to Maria Aid. It is hyperlinked at the top. You just have to go to Maria Aid, spelled the exact same way at the top of the nest. Please send that in. Reach out to them. They will hear what you have to say. They will, of course, produce quality controls, make sure what you have is good to go, and then they will get that over to Ukraine. So quick PSA, just to get that out of the way. I know we have, 500 or so listeners. So if you know somebody, please just reach out to them very kindly, very gently. Nobody's trying to push anybody around, but we just want to do that. With that, I do want to get into some logistics with John and Language. Language, how much longer you got, brother?
I'm actually just kind of laying down with this next to me, so until I fall asleep. So
okay, fair enough. So I do want to get into some logistics with John and Language here soon, because we have been talking about that for at least a couple of days now, and there are a lot of people that are asking about these helos that are flying to Kherson Airport and what that means. And so we do want to give an overview of that. We want to try and do our best language learner impression in terms of a logistics update, if we could. We can't all be Language, but we can all hope to be Language. I want
to wish that on my worst day.
We do the best we can, brother. Okay, so here's what we want to do. If John's okay with it, we're going to go to Nick and then Tipton, and then from Nick to Tipton to George, and then we're going to pause there respectfully, provide a logistics update, maybe talk about a little bit what's going on with the maps. If John is ready, if he has his maps up and he's ready to go, we can kind of zoom in, like I said, into Kherson, and then we can kind of open it up from there. If everybody's okay with that, let's go to Nick, and then Tipton, and then George, and then we'll pause there. Nick, please go ahead.
Yeah, hey, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
All right, yeah, thanks, Craig. I've been listening in for a couple times, not really avidly, but tuning in here and there. Just want to make a couple comments with the whole A-10, F-16, Su-25 battle. I kind of agree with you, Craig. Go away, cat. In terms of like the A-10, Su-25 debate, my opinion is the Su-25 has the one thing that the A-10 doesn't, and that's speed. Speed to get the heck out of the battlefield or egress very quickly. I like the Su-25 quite a bit. Learned about it, certainly in documentaries on YouTube. There's a guy in one of the documentaries. He was a former, I believe, Air Force pilot, aviation writer. His name is Jeffrey Ethel. I guess after the Berlin Wall came down, Navy pilots came over there, and the Russians tried out their F-18s. The Navy pilots came over there, tried out the MiG-29s, maybe the Su-27. The Russian pilots were going to try the F-18s. And the interesting thing was that no one wanted to fly the Su-25. And here's this guy, Jeffrey Ethel, who, after had to be persuaded a little bit, gets in the damn thing, and he was impressed with it. He made a couple interesting comments in that documentary in the fact that the Su-25 is way faster than the A-10. The Su-25's got, two MiG-21 turbojet engines on it. His comment was literally, and this is probably from his experience since he was the first Western pilot to fly it, if you punch everything off the pylons in that plane, that thing will go over Mach 1. I think even with a clean A-10 with the turbofan engines on it, which are basically just, militarized CRJ engines, the thing slows down and stops at 400 knots. So that alone, I mean, you just have a huge advantage of just getting in and getting the heck out of there, and doing kind of quick maneuvers. I mean, you've seen how both Russians and Ukrainians have adapted with standoff firing of the rockets, and basically they're cranking and banking like hell, flinging decoy flares like crazy, and getting the heck out of the battle space in a hurry. I mean, it's amazing how fast these things can fly. You'll also notice that both sides are flying these planes relatively clean. For the Russians, at least I'm seeing that they have the jammers on either pod. They have the fuel tanks on 2 pods, and they basically have the big, I think S-125 or the big, the 5-piece rockets on 1 pod. They're only using, on any one wing, 3 of the 5 pods. They're keeping the aircraft as clean as possible for speed. They're not coming in fully loaded by any means. So in terms of that debate alone, the Su-25 has, in my opinion, it's got the one thing the A-10 doesn't, and that's, speed alone. The only advantage with the A-10 that I could think of over the Su-25 is it just serves as a NATO bus for standoff weapons. Standing off maybe with glide bombs, or standoff with GBUs, or standoff with Maverick, air-to-ground missiles. But then the debate comes in. It's like, well, if the A-10 can fire those platforms, well, so can the F-16. And someone commented earlier that Ukraine wants F-16s just for their more multi-role capability. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I'm just kind of echoing what you said, Craig. Wholeheartedly agree. I also agree, too, that we're probably going to be shocked and awed of what we don't know yet that we will know in the future. I kind of hope that the geniuses are finding a way to integrate the AIM-120 onto a Su-27 or MiG-29. Who knows? They could be doing that.
That would be an interesting aeronautical experiment, I can assure you.
Go for it. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how much you can say, but are the harms just being used in kind of like a fire and forget, program the coordinates and go mode and hope it hits something? Or are we dealing with kind of like semi-active homing ongoing with these missiles?
Let's move off from that, please. That's a little bit of option.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's just move off from that. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but there's actual answers to that. So before anybody who might know them says it, let's just move off of that, please.
Fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, I'll end it with this. It's amazing what we don't know yet and what we'll know in the future. Let's hope they're doing MRAMs next, and I'll yield my time.
All right, thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. And yes, we will occasionally stop people. No disrespect to you at all, Nick. We more than welcome your voice in the space. But from time to time, some including myself, I'll be the first to admit it. Sometimes you get a little over your skis and you kind of have to be checked. So it's not just you; it's everybody. Sometimes gets a little too far down range, if you will.
Yeah, no worries. Like I said, I don't want to compromise anything, or I don't know anything, and it's important that I don't know some things, and a lot of people don't know some things. So we'll leave it at that. No offense taken whatsoever.
It's a good question, but just one that maybe can get answered in a couple weeks or months, right?
Right.
All right, let's go to Tipton and then George. These guys have been very, very patient, so we really appreciate it. Tipton, you have had your hand up for forever. Tipton, please, the floor is yours.
Hey, thanks for having me. First, I just start out from the get-go is I think Nick's completely wrong. If we're fighting a land-based warfare, control a point, there's no aircraft I'd rather have than the A-10. You can talk about the upper capabilities of missiles, and we can get into the rocket science of things, but the A-10, bar none, provides no better ground cover, no better land control than any other platform. Yeah, other planes can fly faster, but there's a reason the A-10s have been around since the 60s, because they allow you to control the ground, control troop movements, and I'm fighting on the ground. That's who I want with me.
May I just do a real quick, Craig, before we jump in? So, good point. Ukraine has not asked for them. They've explicitly disavowed wanting them. They did it in Ukraine. They published it. There was a meeting in Colorado that was talked about by a couple industry professionals there. They don't want them. Russia has active air defenses. It's not a place that the A-10 will survive. Frankly, it's not a place that Ukrainian pilots have survived. Every time an AWACS goes up, a flight of Ukrainian pilots crashes into the ground. It happened around Belarus, first 2 weeks of the war. They went up against it. It's called Beyond Visual. I'm sure you know it. I'm not trying to talk down to you. It's for the audience. Beyond Visual Range, a flight of pilots got blown out of the sky because they couldn't range out to where the Russians were, and the AWACS saw them from a stupid distance. Something similar, except a number of Ukrainian pilots were actually able to get away, thankfully, happened over the Black Sea a couple months ago. Now, obviously, Russia's not flying AWACS craft over Ukraine because of air defenses and whatnot, but it is important to realize that there is a disparity here and that the A-10 would get murdered by it. Just to, throw that out.
Of course. It's kind of sinning the way you're coming across. If we were bringing the A-10s to battle against the Russians, we'd also have our F-16s. We'd also have our stealth bombers. But I'm saying everybody's shitting on the A-10s, acting like that they're nothing. No, they're an accompanying aircraft. If I'm trying to win the war in Ukraine, I would have my F-16s and my stealth bombers and the A-10s. The A-10s are more than a one-trick pony, but when it comes to taking over land and taking over an area, the A-10s are instrumental. I've been there in Afghanistan. I know how important they are.
Sir,
last thing I'll do, Craig, I promise. So the best argument for an A-10 here in the war that we're seeing is as a missile truck to carry NATO missiles, right? Assuming that we don't have an integrated air defense, suppression of enemy air defenses, we don't have the U.S. Air Force running missions for them, and so we're limited. That's the best use, and it's a good use, because they're not going to be doing gun runs. That's just not going to happen, right? Russia's never going to lose that level of air capabilities. However, if we're going to go that crazy, and this is admittedly, I'm being a little facetious here, but something that, a really smart guy on Twitter, Andrew Perpetua, a guy who I respect, puts out a lot of great maps. He and I have really disagreed on this. He said, why not use a Super Tucano, the same planes that we gave the Afghan Air Force, because those can use NATO missiles. That's a prop-driven aircraft, even slower, even more vulnerable, and that was where he and I butted heads, because I said, no, we would get killed. But if we're just going to look for a gun truck to fire NATO missiles, and we're going to assume that the current stuff that's being used to fire harms, for whatever reasons, cannot be applied, then I would say, as long as you're going to just put guys in the air to fire missiles from a long distance away, you might as well send them something that they can use within the next year. And then I would say Super Tucano, and that's very difficult for me to even say without, feeling sick inside, because there's very limited survivability for when the Russians do start to target areas, and admittedly around Kherson they're not, because of air defenses and a number of things. But if we just want a missile truck, there are other options, but the second that you start to trigger an enemy air defense, you're going to die, is the real takeaway from that. And go ahead.
Guys, please. I love the A-10 Warthog too. Okay, I love the teeth on the side of the plane. I love the way it looks. It's really sexy. Drops a lot of bombs. Everybody loves it. But remember what the gentleman just said. In coordination with suppression of air defenses, stealth bombers, quote-unquote wild weasel missions, knocking out enemy surface air defenses, the A-10 Warthog does not operate without suppression of enemy air defenses. He brought up the idea of Afghanistan. There is zero Zero enemy air defenses in Afghanistan, folks. There are no enemy air defenses. There's an RPG that can be shot that has an arc of descent past a certain range that is not going to hit a low-flying A-10 going 200 knots. It is not comparable to an enemy air defense that is as integrated, deep, and dense as the Russians are. We all recognize that they are stupid, that they can't defend the Moskva. We understand that. The languages point, I'll say what he said. Ukrainians lost a flight of 4 or 5 aircraft that tried to pull off the same stuff, and they all got shot down. The pilots, some probably ejected, some unfortunately died. Please, guys, the A-10, according to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, they don't want it, they don't need it, and the A-10 only works in conjunction with the different facets of the United States Air Force, Navy, and Army working in conjunction with each other. The A-10 was never designed. It was never designed to operate on its own as a low-flying gun runner to go shoot up enemy convoys. It was always designed in conjunction with other facets of enemy air power. To say that you can just put an A-10 aloft is completely detaching it from what its original mission integration is with other air forces and other air assets. It is not meant to be a standalone aircraft to go up and down Russian convoys. It is not what it was designed to do. It was designed to do that.
Full alert.
All enemy
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Destroyed and gone. With all due respect to our Ukrainian friends, that is not going to happen for a very long time. And especially as this battle gets closer to Russia, in the Donbass, the closer we get to Russian borders, the more the AWACS, excuse me, it's not an AWAC actually, it's the equivalent of the American AWAC, the more they will have an effect. Okay? Please, guys. It's not the way the aircraft was meant to function. Please, please, please. I did this for 6 years, guys. Help me out, okay? All right, so let's go to George. Okay, let's go to George Liberal. I see your hands up, but we did promise people we were going to take a quick programming break to go to logistics. And then John has a lot of map stuff that we need to get over because we do get a lot of DMs about. We are getting a lot of DMs. People are like, "What's going on in your son? What's going on? You know, on
this
the ground?"
Message has been generated with municipal data.
We do want to update that. So let's go to George. Let's take a strategic break, and then I'll let John do the maps because people want to hear more about maps than they want to do about logistics. And then I'll let John make the call about what he wants to do after that. So George, and then John, it's your show after that.
All right, so I think it was John that was discussing the site, this site, and we were talking about donating equipment and things like that. So I'm just going to take a turn here. With winter coming now, we're talking like it gets pretty damp and cold in the fall in Ukraine. I don't know if anybody's been there, but it's not pleasant. I know we've heard, I think Denmark and a bunch of other countries said they were going to donate winter uniforms. I don't know how many. I didn't hear any numbers.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal
the
data.
Ukrainians are going to need a lot of winter uniforms and especially socks. I know Constantine was on here earlier talking about it, and I don't know if anybody's ever been in a trench. When it's pouring rain and your feet are wet, it's not fun. You got to change your socks as often as you possibly can. Keeping things dry is a pain in the rear. So I was going to ask. I live in the Philadelphia area. There is 2 companies that manufacture uniforms, all types of uniforms for civilian law enforcement. They also used to do contracts for military clothing.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This
And
message has been
I'm
generated
going to
with
ask you
municipal
guys,
data.
who do I get in touch with? Because I know Myriad Aid sends stuff, but how would we be able, let's say, if we were able to get a contract with one of these companies to manufacture just basic winter uniforms, right? The ones that have the reinforced elbows and the knees. How would we get the uniforms from Philadelphia to Ukraine? Anybody have any ideas?
Yeah,
Shoot.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So number one, of course, we're going to say Maria Aid. Maria Aid will get that stuff there. I know the person. I'm not going to get into who that is or where they are or
Okay,
what they do.
no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine, Greg. So I'm gonna DM you tomorrow.
No. Don't DM me. DM the host of Maria Report. They have the actual
Okay,
contact. We deliberately keep those relationships at arm's length.
that's fine. That's fine. I understand
Yeah.
that. I
Cool.
understand that. And yeah, so like there's a couple of companies, and we could reach out, and I don't know, a contract for 15,000 uniforms, something. Whatever we can, and see what they would charge per set. Um, 3 different sizes, whatever, and move on from there. Because
I mean,
these,
like I lived in Philly for a while, so maybe we're talking about the same places. But like some of the cold weather stuff, like wool socks, are going to make a huge difference. And frankly, they're a lot more ubiquitous than size uniforms. But frankly, whatever you can get, you can get.
Yeah, language. I spent too many goddamn field training exercises in Germany when it was getting raining and your feet got soaked and the trenches and everything just got wet. And winter is bad, but people don't understand how cold your feet can get when it's like above freezing and they're wet. So these guys are gonna need like tons of these things, and remember,
100%.
each guy is gonna need at least 10 pairs of socks to
Like,
get
polypropylene. There's so much. Like, I mean, I have had some experience with the cold, to put it mildly. It's kind of a thing I get into, down to negative 20 degrees. I'm trying to go for negative 50 this year. Like, I'm not trying, like puff myself up here, but the cold is a different environment. For those of us who have been like, oh, it's been freezing, it's been snowing. Like, when we're talking about severe cold, it is, people use the word force of nature a lot, and we use it, oh, it's Superman, it's like a force of nature. It is something you cannot, it's not a place the human body is designed to survive, especially when it gets wet. And out of my own sheer stupidity, foolishness on my own, I've been, I've had to traipse around it, like, 20 degrees Fahrenheit with soaked boots because I fell in the river, right? And that was scary, like frightening, frankly.
Yeah.
I was worried, like that there was going to be lasting effects from that. Thankfully, there wasn't. I was close enough to civilization, but like that's just, you fell in the river, you got your feet a little bit wet. That's taking aside everything else. And winter in eastern Ukraine, northeastern Ukraine, by the coast is warmer. You can have cold snaps down to negative 20 degrees. And so like that's going to be a huge problem to deal with. So that way this doesn't frankly become a, no pun intended, frozen conflict during the winter where everybody just tries to stay warm. But go ahead.
And I'm going to say another thing that people don't realize. So, we heard about they've been fighting in the Donbass, but for all intents and purposes, those lines were pretty much stalemated, right? It's back and forth. But the trenches were there for years, so they had time to build up the trenches and outfit them as best as they possibly could, right? But now you're talking about especially if there's reports that the Ukrainians are going to try to push even in the winter. You're talking about things that you don't have time to really prepare, right? And it rains, they get wet. Trench foot is a son of a bitch. You're talking about guys like winding up with amputations if they can't get their feet dry and be able to change the socks and stuff like that. So I'm gonna DM Myriad Report once I get a response from some of these guys, some of these companies, and Yeah, that's what we have to concentrate on because we need to start now. You can't start when, in October and November when the rainy season and the cold sets in. And just an FYI, it gets cold in northern Ukraine, a lot colder than it does in the south. It's not Siberia, it's not Montreal, Canada, but it's not pleasant. Minus 10 degrees Celsius when your feet have gotten wet is not fun.
All right, thank you, George. I do appreciate that, and as a fellow former Yankee, I can double up on that. When it's cold, it's cold. When it's hot, that's fine, but when it's cold, it's a whole other different level of discomfort. It is not meant for the faint of heart. There's a reason why there are specific military units in the United States that train for cold weather because it is not a hospitable environment. Yep, because it's also cold, but then it gets wet because then the snow gets into your boots. The snow gets into your uniform, it then dries, then the snow kind of somewhat melts, and now your uniform is soaked to the gills while it's cold, right? So there's a double... Yeah.
And some of these guys are new to the Army, right? Some of these guys that are going to be fighting out there are new to the Army. Like, when we trained in...
They're not unique to the cold that's Ukraine, though. But I hear you,
But they're unique to living in a trench and things of that nature. That's what I'm trying to say. Like when we trained in Germany with the German Gebirgsjäger, that's our mountain troops. You learned a lot from them. These guys had the things down to a science. So, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
All right, thank you, George. John, are you back with us? I know you needed a quick. Okay. So here's what we're going to do, folks. I see that we have hands up, but again, as promised, we're going to do the quick strategic break. I know Liberal and Fens, your hands are up, but if you could just permit us some time to try to go through this, because we do have a lot of people who have been asking for this update for quite some time. So let's put that to the side. George, thank you for that. If you could, George, please reach out to the host of Maria Report. We keep some of these relationships, obviously, for reasons we don't need to get into, at arm's length. So please don't DM me, DM the host. They will get you in touch with the people that needs to go to, and then we will go from there. Dr. Paul, you're hot mic'd, just to let you know. Please mute yourself. You are very rude. Just kidding, Dr. Paul. I'll go ahead and mute your mic for you. Just kidding. All right, with that, John, the floor is yours. Please, if you could, I'm also getting some requests, John, if you could please share some of these maps in the nest. If you do have them, please share them. If you don't, not a big deal, but people kind of want to follow along. Follow the bouncing ball, so to speak, in Kherson.
Oh, I thought we were doing the logistical update first.
Oh, okay. I got my stickies here, so we can do the logistical update. Nothing like math at in the morning hours. Okay, so here's the deal with logistics, folks. When it comes to what we're seeing, I'm not going to get into Ukrainian logistics. Don't ask me. I'm not going to tell you. We're going to talk about Russian logistics. Okay, so here's the state of play, if you will. If you're a logistician in the Russian military, the bridges are blown, your pontoons are gone. You have a very wide river that you need to cross, and you have combat operations that you have to sustain on the western bank. I'm not going to say right because people get confused. I'm just going to say western for everybody who doesn't understand what right means when the river flows downriver, etc. We're not going to get into that. So the western bank, that is the Kherson city side of the Oblast. Okay, so here's the state of play. Your bridges are gone. Your pontoons are destroyed. HIMARS are raining down on you probably at the rate of 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, 10 a day, right? Who really knows how many are actually coming in? You don't have any way to really get across the river except for two ways. Number one is one that I've been fascinated with for a very long time, and that is ferry or barging. So they're using barges in a ferry operation where they're loading up on one side of the river, and then they float it across the river. They unload at Palata, which is on the southern side of Kherson. It does have some docking capability for large logistical operations. That has not worked out. I think Language pointed out, Language, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was 2 or 3 strikes, 4 strikes on ferry embarking points or disembarking points. I don't know if
Yeah, it seems like it's the embarking points because it takes time for them to load and unload, and I believe it's the embarking points on or the disembarking points, I should say, on the western side of the river that keep getting hit. There was the one just across from Kakovka. There's the one near Kherson. Kherson also has partisans that are crawling around there, so the Russians don't want to just drop things off in the middle of the city and in a way that takes a lot of time. But no, the barges, because the reports on them, it's unclear. It might just be the way that I'm reading it, but they're like, and 2 of these were destroyed, and then like later on they say, oh, but also like at the disembarkation point. So I don't know if they're blowing them up in the middle of the water. I haven't seen pictures of that, or if they're just waiting till they unload and then they drop a rocket on it because they say, oh, well, you guys unloaded everything. Thanks for making it easy. And then they drop a HIMARS on it. I don't know which is which. Maybe you guys know better.
Yeah. So so language is absolutely correct. The idea is to find the node that takes the longest, because that's where you're going to find the highest concentration. If you guys want to know what we mean, you guys want to see a real world example, I invite you to rewind your clocks all the way to when Russia tried to cross the Donetsk River in the Donbass. It lost 2 full BTGs from M777 fire, both when it tried to cross. Now, again, this is a little different because the river's not nearly as wide, but you can see where the main destruction was done. It was not done on the pontoon. The Ukrainians let them cross. They hit the bottlenecks at both the embarkation, de-embarkation point, if you will, for the pontoon bridges. So the entry and then exit, that's where the main damage was done, because that's where everybody has to kind of slow down, right? Imagine you traveling down the highway and you need to take an exit, right? When you take that exit, what do? You slow down because you have to exit onto the exit ramp and then engage with merging traffic. That's quite literally what you're talking about, right? That's what we're talking about here. So the bottleneck language is absolutely correct. The bottleneck usually happens on the embarkation because everybody needs to wait in a nice, neat line. You need to put so-and-so first because whatever you put on first is coming off last at the disembarkation point. Remember, it's kind of reversed, right? Because whatever you put on first comes off last. So depending on what you need to take off, what you have on the other side, forklifts, trucks, etc., etc. Now, again, this is professional logistics, not Russians who are just like, oh, put on the boat. Who cares? Put on boat and cross the river, right? You could be at that point right now, but who knows, okay? So they're ferrying it across. That is not efficient. That's not sustainable due to HIMARS. The second way they're doing this is via helo, and that's what we've gotten a lot of questions on, and what me and John and some other people have been doing some math over, right? We've actually just been quite honestly breaking out the calculator and just running some numbers on it. So here's how that breaks down. Let me get my little stickies here that I have. So we're going to do 2 components of any military force. That is artillery and that is fuel. So we're going to do the artillery first, okay? There was a graphic that was released that I think has been subsequently verified, right, in terms of the number of artillery. I'm just going to use artillery. I'm not going to get into mobile artillery. I'm not going to get into this. I'm just going to say straight artillery guns. They have about 100. Russians have about 100 on the western bank of the Dnipro. So you have 100 artillery guns. They're going to fire approximately 200 rounds a day, give or take, right? So you have 100 artillery guns. They fire 200 rounds a day. Let's just call it on average, right? Because in defensive warfare, you need to fire more than if you would if you're on the offense. So that's 100 guns firing 200 shells a day. That's 20,000 shells a day, if that's your real rate of fire, in order to be an effective defensive force, right? Because we're talking optimum conditions. This is what you need to do to sustain good fires to defend yourself. So that's 20,000 shells a day, right? The average weight of that shell with charge, because the charges have to come with them, right? Battery sold separately, but it's included in the weight in the shipping. So call that 90 pounds. So that's about 90 pounds. That's 1.8 million pounds of ammunition. Now divide that by tonnage, because we're talking about carrying capacity. Carrying capacity is not done in pounds, it's done in tons. Whether you're transporting kilograms or otherwise, it's done in tons. So divide that by, lost my little sticky here. Sorry about that. So you have, I beg your pardon, 200 times 100 times 90, you get 1.8 million pounds. Divide that by 2,000, that is 900 tons a day that needs to be fired by the Russian military in order to achieve optimum defensive fires. These are not my numbers. I take these numbers from those that know artillery. Okay, we've been talking about this for quite some time. So 200 shells a day, that is 900 tons. If what we're seeing, what we hear, because that's all we have to go on right now, are 2 helo flights of Mi-8. That is 8 tons, so 4 tons per bird, right? That come in. So 4 tons per bird, 2 flights, that is 8 tons, right? So figure they do 2 of those an hour. Let's say, unless they're in like, let's go, right? They're doing about an average of 2 flights. There might be some days where they're slow. There might be some days where they're fast. So let's cut an average of 2 flights per hour, 24 hours in a day. Okay, so remember that 900 ton number I used. Okay, 900 tons, you have 2 flights at 8, that's 16 tons per hour. Again, just artillery. Forget about everything else that they have to do, just artillery. So that's 16 tons per hour. Times that by 24. So you have 16 times 24. That is 384 tons of just artillery that is being landed. That is less than half, right? Just over a third of what you would need to do to sustain that kind of fires, to defend yourself and actually achieve. If you're the Russians, you're not trying to lose; you want to win, right? You're not in it to lose it. You're in it to win it. So you're at a third of the weight carrying of just artillery. So that means every bird, every 2 flights that are coming in, all they're dropping off is artillery shells. That's all they're doing. Nothing else. Okay? So that is a third of the shells that you need to do, which means that there's a remainder there. And the remainder is the focus. I'm not going to get into the equations and the extrapolations. Okay? So you have 600 tons of ammunition. So if all you're being replenished is a third, that means you're doing what? That means you're burning up 600 tons of artillery shells. So we have to do some reverse engineering on that math. What is 600 tons times 600, right? So that's 600 tons. You have 2,000 pounds per ton, right? Extrapolate the numbers out. You're looking at on the order of 12,000 shells, give or take a day. I'm balancing this out because you don't know how many are firing at a sustained rate. I'm not taking the high, I'm not taking the low. I'm just kind of putting it right in the middle. Right. That's 12,000 shells a day. So you would figure that Russia would have to have maybe 36,000 shells in Kherson as a reserve, right? That gives you only 3 days of sustained fires, right? Now, again, we're in D+5, okay? So we understand that the numbers are a little fuzzy here, but the point I'm trying to get at, the thrust of this argument is mathematical. The rate of sustainment is not equal to the coefficient of the replenishment needed. So you're 300 tons out of 900. There's 600 tons that you have to use up. Sooner or later, the math starts to add up. And what does that mean, folks? It means tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. There's only so much time you have, okay? Now, for those that are curious into the other side of things, you say, well, what about the fuel, Craig? What about the tanks? Let's say they don't need artillery. You know what, Craig? Artillery's for Napoleon. Who cares about artillery? You know, who cares? You know, fine. Okay, let's talk about tanks. All right. What do tanks need? Tanks need, besides ammunition, tanks need gas. They need fuel. They need lubricant. They need parts to function on a daily basis. And if you don't believe me, look at the first phase of this war when Russia invaded. What was the first thing they ran out of? It was gas. They ran out of fuel. Okay? So, let's do those math extrapolations. One T-72 tank is 302 gallons. There are 6 pounds per gallon. Okay, so that would be 302 times 6, right? Because we're talking about weights here, folks. Okay, we're talking about weight. So that's 1,812 pounds. Go ahead and round up and just call that a ton, just so that we can do the math, right? 200 pounds at this point, who really cares, right? So that is one bird can deliver 4 tons. One bird equals 4 tons. You have 2 flights coming in, right? So let's have fun and do that math. So you have 8 tons. Each can carry 4. One tank needs 1 ton. One tank needs 1 ton of fuel. So that means every time you land, you're refueling 8 tanks. Okay? So that's 2 birds, the flights, refill 1 tank. 1 helo can deliver enough gas to fill up 4 tanks. Okay, so when you extrapolate the numbers, you do the 8 combined, right? Divide out 1 ton per tank. That's 8 tanks, right? So that's 8 tanks that they can refuel. Great. And you say, well, that's a lot of gas, Craig. That sounds great. But all you have to do is just go back to the math I just said. They're not even getting a third or just over a third of the artillery that they need. We're giving credit that all they're dedicated
Siren alert update.
is just
Donetsk,
to one thing.
Full alert.
Forget about
this message
everything
has
else
been generated with municipal
ammunition,
data.
food, water, parts, tires, everything that they can't just drive over the bridge because that poor little bridge doesn't exist anymore. And whatever you float over is being struck by HIMARS. So you go from a 50% replenishment rate at a bridge when you had bridges, because remember, rewind all the way back, and this is where I'm going to end. I'm going to end at the beginning. When this offensive started, this offensive didn't start 5 days ago. This offensive started 3 weeks ago. Make no mistake. That's when this offensive really started going. Because they took 100% replenishment rate. They had bridges, they had rails, they had this, they had that, and then slowly it gets cut down. So they go from 100 down to 50. Now they're from 50 down to less than 10%. Because those 2 birds are not transporting all the artillery that they need. Those
this message
birds
has
are not
been
transporting all
generated
the
with
gas
municipal
they need.
data.
They're only getting in, if you extrapolate the numbers out and you do the tonnage and the weights, even if you give them credit for 4 flights an hour, it is nowhere near. Because as of right now, I think that according to the best estimates, there's about 150 tanks, T-72s, that are in Kherson, ignoring every other infantry fighting vehicle, every other person that's gassing up their car, civilian usage, the list just goes on and on. So when people sit there and they look at this map that John's about to get into, and this is the lead into John, when they look at this map and they say, oh, this offensive started 4 days ago. Where's the dash to
this
Baghdad?
message has
Where's
been
the
generated
Thunder
with
Run?
municipal
Where's the
data.
this? Where's the that? Where's the... You have to understand, folks, Ukraine doesn't need to do wild and woolly thunder runs and cut off Russian pockets and doing these sweeping maneuvers like this is World War II, right? Stop that, right? This isn't the History Channel, right? This is how modern combat is done with modern logistics and computations. And the Ukrainians are doing this right because they have logistical superiority. The Russians do not, which means time is on Ukraine's side, which means, again, to lead into John, this is where John's going to kind of extrapolate the map for you and kind of help you understand how these logistics translate to battlefield conditions. So with that, John, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Greg. As we speak, I'm working on getting these maps up into a series of 2 or 3 tweets, and I'll get those posted up into the nest momentarily. So just as a brief overview of kind of events on the ground in Kherson, there's been some interesting activity. The situation generally remains quite vague, given relatively strong Ukrainian OPSEC, as well as the fact that a number of these towns and settlements have repeatedly changed hands in a number of cases. There's still very active and very heavy fighting going on in many of these areas. So information is not only scarce to come by because of OPSEC, but because, up-to-date information changes in some cases by the hour. But we do know Ukrainians have made progress. There have been some interesting Russian maps that have come out detailing Ukrainian progress that they're interesting in a number of regards. Those will be included in the tweet I am currently composing. From a logistics standpoint, the most interesting map or geography aspect, if you will, is the Ukrainian spearhead that seems to be attempting to cut the T-1302, or excuse me, the T-1302, that is in Bakhmut. What am I talking about? The T-2207 running from Davidov Brid all the way down to Berislav, which is on the west bank of the Dnipro, just north of Kazatsky, directly opposite Novokhovka. So Berislav is upstream of the dam, the hydroelectric power plant on the western bank of the river. The T-2207 is the primary road that feeds into Davidov Brid. There's a number of roads that go in and out of the town. There's one that obviously heads northwest over the river that leads directly to Ukrainian lines, so that's obviously not applicable to the current situation. There's also another road that leads approximately southwest-ish, more so west, as opposed to directly south, like the T-2207, that leads over towards Snihorivka. Ukrainians have cut that road. They control Andriivka, Lazov, likely Bilohirka, as well as Suhy Stavok. So that road is cut as well. The only other road leads up to Mala.
Hey, John.
Yes.
John, I got two questions. Where are you in Kherson? Are you on the line? Are you at the midpoint, the upper point, lower point? Where are you? Because people are getting lost. They're trying to type it in.
Fair enough. I'll have the first two tweets are going live right now. I will get those shared up into the nest. I just posted them. Yep, Twitter. Okay, there we go. So
Yeah, you're talking about the V highways, right? If I'm remembering correctly, the ones that after you come across from Novokhovka, that might be easier for people just to like.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not trying to step on it. I promise.
No.
For those who
Air
have not been
siren
pulling
alert
up maps,
update.
A, shame on you. B,
Dnipropetrovsk.
if you
All
start in
clear.
Kherson, type it in
Zaporizhzhia.
KHERSON.
All clear. This
You
message
follow
has been
the
generated with
E47
municipal
highway
data.
to the east, where you just go up a little bit northeast. You will see right after you hit the town that I can't remember because it's late. You will see that there are two major highways. One that goes a little bit, that's sort of a V. We are talking about the left turn, sorry, it is very late. The left of these two highways, if I am understanding John correctly. But you want to look for the V of the two highways. Back to you, John.
Yeah, language, you're spot on.
Air siren
You'll
alert
notice
update.
that,
Dnipropetrovsk.
I
All
assume you're
clear.
referring to the
Zaporizhzhia.
shape,
All clear.
at Davidov
This
Brid, or are you
message
talking
has
about
been
there's another
generated
one at
with
Berislav?
municipal data.
Berislav.
Yeah, so there's a kind of like this diamond shape in Berislav where a bunch of highways kind of intersect. So just look at Novokhovka on a map, or actually look at Kakhovka, which is just north of Novokhovka, and look directly across the river. You will see Berislav, and then you should see like a little diamond-shaped intersection of roads. Then you should see the T-2207 heading north past Tomarine, heading up further north all the way up to Davidov Brid along the Inhalets River. I just put two tweets up in the nest. They have two interesting Russian maps and the ISW
Air siren
overview.
alert update.
Kind of trying to
Dnipropetrovsk.
give people
All
a
clear.
baseline of where we're at here.
Zaporizhzhia. All clear.
So
This message has been
the
generated
Russian
with
map
municipal
in that regard
data.
actually has a little bit more detail, as you can actually see the roads. The first one, which is the older Russian map from like 2 days ago, and the other newer Russian map from, I believe, today. They both, the second one's in English, the first one's in Russian, but they both have the roads I'm referencing out of Davidov Brid on there, so that may help. All the information that we would seem to have strongly indicates that that one road that's further to the west, the 2207, that has been cut by Ukrainian forces. The 2207 is likely not passable to some extent due to the presence of Ukrainian forces. It's not clear if they've actually secured
Air siren alert update.
would be the
Donetsk.
relevant
All
town
clear.
here that sits
This message
directly
has
on
been
the road,
generated
but
with
at the very
municipal
least,
data.
Ukrainian forces are up against the road, and they're able to interdict anything moving along it, with direct fire, from main battle tanks and other platforms. So that puts the Russians in a difficult supply and logistics situation, to say the least, for Russian forces north of Davidov-Brie. Well, in Davidov-Brie and in surrounding areas, the only real way that they could have to resupply via road would be to go up further to the north to the road to Mala Alexandriivka and then kind of loop around there. And it gets very complicated really quickly, and it dramatically extends your route time. I'm sure Craig can tell us all about what that does to your logistics if you're massively stretching out the distance that you have to travel down.
Yeah, I mean, what we're getting into is you can see that Ukraine is being deliberate about this, right? It's not just about trying to, right?
Air
This
siren
isn't
alert update.
a Bruce Lee
Donetsk,
movie where
all
everybody
clear.
just kind of
This
slices and
message has
dices.
been
This isn't
generated
like
with
Kill
municipal
Bill
data.
where you can do like several cuts in 5 seconds, right? That's a movie. It's not reality. But what you can see Ukraine, at least hypothetically speaking, right? Because nobody knows what these operational plans are. Nobody knows where they're really going. They could have wholly different intelligence than we do. But based on what we know, and I think that these maps have at least like a 12 or 24-hour lag to these, probably on purpose, as it should be. You can see that there's some form taking shape here where it's chopping off a foot, and then goes the knee, then goes the thigh, then goes the arm, and then goes this until it's fait accompli and it's mission complete, right? So what John is getting at is that road, that T-2207, if I can remember that number right, that T-27 is a straight shot. It is a straight shot right to where the heaviest formations of Ukrainians are. And so you have two Dividov-Brie, right? You have a Ukrainian force attacking there, and you also have a Ukrainian force to its southwest attacking there. So you can see that as the supporting force. One is the fixing force, if I can use terminology very quickly, if I'm able to. I see nobody here who has brash on their shoulders, so I'm going to be very liberal with this expressions. One is a fixing force. One is a supporting force. The supporting force.
Good morning, Craig.
Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. We got a military guy, so I got to watch my terminology. Okay, so Axel's here. So welcome, Axel.
Love
Thanks
you.
for joining.
Keep
Love
going.
you.
Yeah.
Love you too. So one is moving, the other one is fixing. One cuts off a road. And to John's point, again, just be like language. Open up a map and just go on Google, right? This isn't a state secret, right? Open Google and you're going to see how that trip, if you really want me to get into it, you add an hour and 35 minutes onto your trip. So what was a 50-minute drive is now a 2-hour drive, right? And you think, oh, well, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? The big deal is that they're already short on ammunition for their units. The sustainment, it just is not there. So for people that are like, I wish this was faster. I wish this was this. It's like, it's okay. Calm down, right? This isn't Iraq where you have the entire U.S. Air Force and the power of the U.S. military behind you. Ukraine is operating in the way that it can. It is operating the way that it must do to win. It's not getting over its skis. It's not trying to do something that's beyond its capability. It's playing within itself. That shows discipline. That shows a lot of restraint. These are soldiers that have been chomping at the bit to go for probably, what would you say, John? Probably 2 or 3 months. They've been chomping at the bit to do this, right? And now,
shaping operations have been going on for quite a while. They had been building up to this for a while.
Yeah, these guys are ready to go. These guys and girls are ready to go, right? But they're showing restraint, and they're doing it a little bit at a time, right? Cut off a road here, extend supply lines over there, and if you guys really want a quick, let me just kind of pull up because I saved this route. Hang on, because I saved this time route. Give me just a second. So I was a logistician. I helped move stuff a lot when I was in the Navy. So when you get into these time, distance, speed equations, it gets really fun if you're a Ukrainian. It doesn't get very fun if you're a Russian. Let me just pull this up really quick. Let me find my highway. Give me just a second here. Okay. So everything that language and John said is 100% correct. Spot on. So instead of taking the 1505 north, you can't support operations for those forces that are now defending Dividov-Brie. They can't do that anymore. The road's cut. So now, instead of going up to 2207, I beg your pardon, I misspoke. So instead of going up to 2207, they now have to take the 0403. The 0403 runs parallel to the Dnipro River, runs parallel, and then stops at Milov, Mylove. There's a hard right angle left turn there. Anybody who knows anything about geometry is that as soon as you involve right angles, you add time because you have to stop, turn, that adds distance. That adds about an hour and 30 minutes onto your drive, okay? That means that those units that need that kind of fire support have to wait an extra hour, 2 hours. Screw it, maybe an extra 6 hours because somebody might get lost. They don't know what this road is. You can look at Google Maps. You can look at that road. With all due respect to our Ukrainian friends, not exactly the best road to be traveling tanks and heavy equipment down. It's got some dirt. It's got some bridges. It's got some things. This is not, the 405 in Los Angeles, folks. All right? It adds time, and I'll do you one better. Makes a big old fat target as they make that left turn. There's a big old bridge, and somebody pointed this out to me today. It was on Twitter. It's kind of out there already. There is a bridge. TO403 crosses over a body of water. There is no other way. We just got a crash alert. Mic check. We're still on?
Yeah, I can hear
okay.
you. So to give everybody, folks, the brief crash PSA, there's a chance the space may crash. If it does crash, we will get the space back up and running within, probably tops 2 minutes. So if you don't follow the Maria Report account, please go follow the account. That will allow you to easily rejoin the space once it is rebooted in the event that we do crash. So fingers crossed that we don't. And Craig, please continue.
Yeah. So it's been put out there enough. People have said it enough. All I'm doing is echoing what 3,000 people have already said. There is a bridge over Nova Kari, Novokairy. There is a bridge there. We all know what Ukrainians have liked to done to poor little bridges that like to support Russian logistics. They don't tend to live very long. There are 2 bridges along the 0403 that if you put HIMARS on those, they cannot be transversed. So you cut off one route, then you slowly force logistics one way, then you cut off that route, and it's a done deal. It's over. It's not even about time anymore. It's over. The game's over. You can't even get a box of AK-47 ammunition up there unless you got a helo that is willing to fly frontline operations. Don't think they're going to be doing that in that type of environment. So you can see, to John's point, how the map, the way the Ukrainians are maneuvering, are to cut off one foot, then to cut off the knee, then to cut off the other leg, and then before you know it, it's done. The Ukrainians know what they're doing here, folks. This is their country. This isn't just diagrams on a map. This isn't a video game to them. They understand what roads are, and they understand what bridges mean. Bridges mean logistics. Logistics mean shells. Shells mean you're able to defend yourself. You cut off that 2207, that forces everything down to the 0403. Follow that down. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 bridges that the 0403 crosses that move parallel to the Dnipro. They know what they're doing, folks. Have some faith.
Thank you very much, Craig. So yeah, having the short version of that is having the 2207 cut, or at least impassable for the time being, is not a positive outcome for Russian forces operating in Davydiv Brid, or quite frankly any area to the north of the 2207. It seriously endangers their logistics situation. Moving slightly further to the north, there was, if take a look at the maps that I posted in the nest, specifically the last of the 3 tweets, this is a rather interesting Russian map for a couple of reasons. I would note that I do have some slight skepticism that this map is accurate because they've totally borked the placement of some of these labels, geographically speaking, i.e. the locations of the towns they're attempting to label for a few of these are nowhere near the labels. So I'm slightly concerned that this particular map was created by a geographically impaired Russian. It also doesn't help that they seemingly stole the map base layer and front lines directly from ISW, which is a nice little cherry on top. But if we will entertain that this map is accurate for the moment, or at least accurate to some extent, it would appear that the town of, how do I pronounce this? Arkhangelsk, which is up towards the north. Unfortunately, it's not labeled on the map, but if you go and look up the little tiny faded label that says Vysokopil Sky Ryan, just below that, where that you see that little tiny grayed out road and the little bend in the river. So this is going to be up in the kind of the center, the top center of the image. There's a town there that's directly on the bank of the Inhalet called Arkhangelsk. There's been video of Ukrainian forces operating in at least part of the town, engaging with Russian forces. Based upon the specific contours of this map, this seems, to potentially indicate that the bulk of the town has been potentially liberated. It's directly along the outlined front line here, so it's always possible that it could still be somewhat contested. But there's been a variety of sources that have indicated that most of the town is probably under UA control. And I believe there's also been some speculation that a significant number of Russian units may have actually ended up encircled there. So the situation, again, there's some error bars on it, but UA, or Ukraine, I should say, controls at least a portion of it, if not the entirety of the settlement. Moving a little bit further north to Vysokopilia, we have potentially another case of a Ukrainian settlement liberated by the Ukrainians and another potential Russian encirclement here. Vysokopilia is again not labeled on this one particular map, but it is the very, very top, like little pointy bit. If you look up at the very long yellow label along the front line in the north portion of the front, that little salient, that little bulge that's pointing out directly adjacent to those two big blue arrows, that is Vysokopilia at the very tip of that bulge in the Russian lines. That Russian units in that town have been on the verge of encirclement quite literally for weeks before the offensive began, and reports seem increasingly to indicate that they are either encircled or the town has been completely liberated by the Ukrainians at this point. I believe the Ukrainian General Staff, the specific wording that they've been using in their latest reports is that the Russians have been attempting counterattacks, quote, in the direction of Vysokopilia. And usually what that means is that they reference the direction of a, specific settlement that a Russian attack is directed towards. Usually not the settlement that it's originated from. So that would seem to indicate, kind of based upon the meaning of, previous statements they've released about other towns and other situations, that the Russians are launching an offensive towards Vysokopilia rather than from it, which would seem to imply that the settlement is either entirely or at least partially under Ukrainian control now. I believe it was estimated that a significant contingent of Russian naval infantry had been operating in the town. So they had potentially been encircled and eliminated. Again, there's some significant error bars there. The situation is still somewhat vague. We likely won't know for, days to weeks from now as to what the specific situation there is. But developments there do seem to be trending at least the reports that we're seeing seem to be trending in a positive direction.
Hey, John, what's in that city of Vysokopilia?
Oh, there's another road junction there.
And also what else? Oh, come on, man. I asked you.
Rail
You know what's
line.
there.
Rail
There
line.
you go. That's it. It's like, you know what's there. Yeah, there's a major rail line that actually runs through there. So that's it's also a switch yard, has tons of cargo, tons of space. So the Ukrainians take that. You can see how there's a domino effect here, right? I've been watching firms to kind of support what John's saying. How this kind of feeds into logistics. If I could give John just a break for a second, you can see how this kind of fits together, right? They're focusing on a node not because it's just kind of sticking out. It's a little bit of a bulge there, right? If you're a Russian, you're kind of bulging on Ukrainian lines, so you kind of expose yourself. But you can see how the Ukrainians are being like, you know what? We have to support operations because we know we're going to win. We know we're going to get there. The northern half is going to be cut off. But we also need to sustain urban combat, right? We need to sustain heavy operations because part of training, proper military discipline, is not just being like, oh, yeah, we're going to win. We got this in the bag. You plan for the worst. You make sure that you plan for the worst. That rail line will run down into that area. And if you don't think that Ukraine is running rail lines, I go back. If you don't think they're like, oh, the Ukrainians aren't running rail, they don't. All they do is go back to what language it said. It's been confirmed now through multiple media reports. The Ukrainians are still running trains into the Donbass for evacuations. Okay, those rails are still running, folks. You can watch the firm's data. I've been watching this like a hawk. I have two little things on my NASA firm's data that I zoom into every time it's updated. And only one time have the Russians hit these rail lines. And you know why? Number one, probably because they realize they don't have a whole lot of ammunition, so they can't waste it on supply. And number two, they got a little bit more to worry about because they have a Ukrainian mechanized brigade bleeding down their throat. And you have Ivan screaming on the radio saying, save my life, I need artillery fire, right? And so they need those supporting fires. The Russians don't have the shells or that's the whole point of an offensive, right? It's to take the initiative. The Russians don't have the initiative. They're on the defense, which means they have to react. Yes, they have to prepare, but they also have to react because that's the whole part of a defense. You're reacting to somebody's movement. And when you're reacting, you're on their schedule. You're on their clock. You're on their modus operandi, right? When you do that, you lose the ability to interdict. So the Russians have not been hitting rail lines very often. If the Ukrainians are running into the Donbass with rail, I think it's safe to say that somewhere in this, rail is playing a part. How far south is coming? Is it going into Mykolaiv? No, probably not. In all likelihood, they're probably not running into Mykolaiv, if you want me to be honest with you. But they are probably running fairly close, right? Probably maybe 50, 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers, however that may be. They're probably running fairly close to reduce the amount of time that it takes for a truck to get from there to a Ukrainian front line to sustain the fires that you need in order to win this, right? Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Time is the cruelest of all masters because it shows no forgiveness. And just like I would say, the Ukrainians are showing no forgiveness either. So I'll let John kind of focus in there, but I just wanted to kind of point that out. It's not just another town. There's certain things as to why you want these things. So John, if you want to wrap up, and then we can go to hands and then DMs, and then that'll kind of do it for us for the night.
Sure. So the last thing about the interesting Russian map that I wanted to discuss, and this is the part that makes it interesting, is to the southwest of Davydiv Brie. There's a number of settlements. Suhi, Stavok, Stromka, Bruskinsky, which I've already referenced. To get a general sense of where they are, I recommend you take a look at the one of those two Rybar maps. I believe they should be labeled on both of them, since the interesting Russian map has their locations all totally mislabeled. But the reason why that map is particularly interesting is, as far as we could tell based upon other reports, those three settlements had been kind of, and the areas immediately surrounding had been the maximum extent of the depth of Ukraine's penetration into Russian lines. However, what is interesting about this Russian map is that it shows the Ukrainian penetration 14 kilometers deeper to the southeast, all the way to the town of Maxima Horkoho, which, if you follow the what's the name of the road? I've already forgotten it. The 2207 down past Bruskinsky on Google Maps, you'll see over on the eastern side of the road there is a small town called Maxima Horkoho, and this map would seem to indicate that the Ukrainians have apparently advanced 15 kilometers deeper than we had initially estimated and crossed the T-2207 and reached that settlement, and fighting is occurring across that entire area, if this map is to be believed. Like I said, that is very interesting because previously we had estimated the Ukrainians as penetrating to a depth of around 10 to 15 kilometers. This would seem to indicate that if this is accurate, they've actually penetrated to a depth of 25 to 30 kilometers, which is quite a bit more. Yeah, sure, go ahead, Greg.
Can I ask you a question, John?
Yeah.
Does this like, and I remember asking you this in some of the DMs. Do you feel that Russians are publicizing that not because they're like, oh, the Ukrainians are kicking our ass? Do you think they're saying that because they're like, oh, look at the Ukrainians, they're advancing, but they're advancing too far and they're all going to die? Do you think because all these Russian soldiers have smartphones, right? I'm sure that they can read some of these things. Do you feel like that's somehow like propaganda? That like they're going to go too far and they're all going to die? Like, do you think that's a thing or no? Or do you think I'm just kind of guessing?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, one of the things that's notable, if you take a look at all of these maps, is that the Ukrainian penetration is displayed as relatively thin, relatively small in width, and if we assume that is true, just briefly, for the moment, as a thought experiment, that is potentially undesirable for the Ukrainians if they were to have penetration that narrow, because it leaves you more vulnerable to, ending up encircled yourself if the enemy is able to launch an effective counterattack at any point, along the depth of that penetration to essentially cut you off from your rear lines. It makes your flanks much more vulnerable, and, you are at a greater risk of becoming encircled yourself with a penetration that is narrow, and that problem becomes worse the deeper you advance behind enemy lines without widening without widening your control of the area you're advancing into. So I think that's probably part of it. To your point, I think it might also be possible that the Russians that are compiling this data, or these reports that they have from, their troops, compiling those into these maps, have no idea what they're doing. That's also a possibility. Because again, I would reiterate one of the reasons why I was slightly skeptical about including this map in this update, even though it's the most interesting thing I've seen all day, is because of how horrifically mislabeled some of the stuff is, as well as the fact they stole the front lines and the base layer from ISW. That makes me think the people who made this map do not necessarily know what they're doing, and so that makes me slightly skeptical of its validity. But yeah, to your Craig point, I think both are possibilities.
All right, fair enough. Robert, you got your hand up, brother. What you got, man?
I am going to Komelchak.
Yeah, you're loud and clear, brother. Go for it.
Great. I am going to firmly submit my position as the truly slow person in this space. Would somebody please walk me through how to get into the nest?
You just take your finger. I know you're on a cell phone. You got to be on a cell phone. Go ahead and just take your finger and just take it from the top of your phone and just swipe it down, and you're gonna see 5 little dots that are aligned horizontally. Do you see those
Okay,
five little
I've got
dots?
the 5 dots, but I can't see anything that's recent.
Right. So just real quick. So take the 5 little dots. Go to the top. You should see a tweet that John Ridge posted there. It says interesting additional RU map. Do you see that?
No, I see something about the interview with Mark Nelson, which was great, by the way.
Oh, then you got it. Then my best advice to you. So that happens to me sometimes. Best advice is crash the app, turn it all the way off, leave, and then come back. Don't leave and don't come back. Leave, crash everything out. Don't just leave the room. Leave Twitter altogether. Close the app,
Got it.
then
Got it.
reopen,
Okay,
and then it
great.
should refresh.
Okay, thanks. Thanks so much. I will catch up.
Yeah, sure, Robert. Talk to you soon, brother. So, John, I know we're focusing a lot on the north, and we're focusing a lot on this. I hesitate to call it a dive because it's not a dive, right? The Ukrainians are far more disciplined than that, and they've shown that time and time again. They don't overextend, they don't overreach. These aren't ill-trained commanders, officers, and NCOs. They know what they're doing. They know when they've gone too far. Do you mind if we could? Do you have anything that's on that's on the south side near the Gulf that is adjacent to the Black Sea? We are getting reports that there is engagements along the E58. To the left or to the right of it, or excuse me, I beg your pardon, to the north and the south of it. Do you have anything about that area, or is that more or less? I know they took Oblast Sandrika. The Ukrainians did take that city, correct?
Oh, saying someone took Oleksandrivka is an entirely meaningless statement in my humble opinion. It's changed hands like 40 times. But they did take, what's the name? Pravdine. I'm probably horrifically mispronouncing that. It's a town a little bit further to the north of Oleksandrivka. It's on the south side of that road, of that highway. I believe that town was liberated, and I believe there might have potentially been another small settlement in the area.
So not as much activity in the south as there is in the north. Is that a fair assumption?
So potentially yes, but there was also a report that Tomina Balka was liberated, and that's like extremely far behind Russian lines. It's 14 kilometers, I believe, from like the center of Kherson. So I don't know if there was some kind of mistranslation or miscommunication, but I believe it appeared in 2 separate reports. I hope that's true, because if it is, that means that the Ukrainians have suddenly become a lot closer to Kherson City.
Yeah, but remember too, this is the good news, right? So for people who are kind of worried that like, they're getting closer to Kherson or they're not getting closer to Kherson, John, what's the range of an M777?
Depending on the type of round you're firing, is it a standard shell, is it base bleed, or is it a rocket assisted? Let's see, for a generic M795 from an M777, its upper range is, let's see here, about, what is it, around 22 kilometers, I think.
22 kilometers. What does that translate to miles for my American friends?
Oh, Lord, let me do the conversion. See, this is the whole thing. Like, I use miles on a daily basis, but like for everything else, it's like kilometers, especially because I'm like, I study physics, etc. It's not a fun thing to have to deal with. About 13 and a half miles.
13 and a half miles, right? So the point I'm trying to get at is that, remember, with artillery, you don't have to be right on the outskirts to have an effect, right? I would invite everybody, and this is what I mean by this. This is where logistics and maps come into play. If everybody can go to, well, number one, if you actually want to see this in real time, I would advise you to go to Misfit. His handle is, and I gotta offer him a big shout out, because me and him did have to kind of do some extra work to get some older data. So it did take a while. So for those that aren't familiar, go to @AM, that is Alpha Mike _ Misfit, spelled how it sounds, 1T, @AM _ Misfit. He actually put together a great time lapse GIF. I don't want to hear it. It's pronounced GIF. All right, stop trying to correct me. If it was GIF, then it'd be with peanut butter, but it's GIF. All right, get over it. The GIF was a time delay of before this offensive started, and then as it progressed, right? You'll see how it goes from static, quiet, nothing much going on, status quo, to all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. On the north side, the south side, the central side, and then it goes quiet for a day. And then all hell breaks loose again. And then it kind of settles down. And then all hell breaks loose again the next day. Right? Because remember, this is on UTC. There's a lag here, so it's not up-to-date information. But the point is that you can see the effects of where the artillery is landing. Sam, welcome aboard. If you could please place yourself on mute. If you would like to raise your hand, please go to the heart with the plus symbol that's at the bottom of your phone. Go to the heart with that plus symbol there. Go ahead and click and raise your hand, just like I am now. I assure you I will be done with my model. Oh, never mind. Sam's gone. Sorry. Bye, Sam. You will see the firms light up, go quiet, light up, and go quiet. But here's the real key, right? For those of you that are militarily inclined, and I'm not saying everybody here is. There's nearly 500 of us here. And if you are here, please do retweet and share the space. We do have our European team to answer the one-person DMs. Yes, the European team will take over here soon. Us Americans will go to bed shortly, I assure you. And you will get the European delight here shortly. Our friend Axel is here. We are having Doman hopefully going to be coming up soon, and other Europeans will help join the space, Tim Senate, and everybody else that takes over on that side of the pond. But the point I'm trying to get at is that you can see where the Ukrainian artillery is landing versus where the Russian artillery is landing. The Russian artillery is landing along the line of contact, along exactly what John just described. It doesn't get much better than that, right? That line of contact is more or less accurate, right? Russian artillery is landing where the Ukrainian soldiers are, and you say, oh gosh, that's horrible, right? Why do you see that? But do yourself a favor. If you're being attacked, what are you going to do? You're going to shoot back at the person who's shooting at you, right? Makes sense. What the Ukrainians are doing is that they're thinking one step ahead, right? D-Day, H hour, all the line of contact with Russians were hit, I don't want to say simultaneously, but it was a flash of contact that was made across. Oh, Lewis, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Guten Tag. That line of contact was sprayed, and then what you saw firms data behind that line of contact start to get lit up like it's a Christmas tree with a Roman candle stuck up its butt. Okay, that's how saturated that fire got. So the Ukrainians are thinking one step ahead of this. The Russians are reacting. The Ukrainians are being proactive. Those behind the lines firms that you see, that's not a forest fire, folks. That's artillery fire, or HIMARS, or MLRS, or whatever you want to call it. That is fire. That is coming down on either logistics, command and control, reserve units that are standing by to try to fill a gap if a hole gets punched in a Russian unit falls back, as is their wont. They will fall back, and then that unit is then designed to then at least plug the gap or provide some kind of stopgap before the Ukrainians just go absolutely ape and wreck everything, right? Those fires are going behind the lines. That demonstrates one thing and one thing only. That demonstrates professionalism and discipline, right? That demonstrates that the Ukrainians are being proactive about setting the stage, not just for the next hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. They're setting the stage for the next 24 to 48 hours. Hence, cycle all the way back to what we described about this shaping operation. The Ukrainians are always one step ahead. And everybody's like, well, one ammo dump, one this, one bridge attack, one that, one this, one rail, let's get to the offensive, let's get to the action, let's start getting at these guys. No, you set the stage, you then engage when the conditions are set right, and now what you're left with of the Russians are two helo flights landing at an airport and them trying to build a Huckleberry Finn Tom Sawyer raft to try to cross the Mississippi River if it doesn't sink. That's where the Russians are at, right? That's where they are. And so by that measure, for those that are like, rapid, to quote Major Giroux, we live in a fast food society, the Ukrainians are doing it properly. What you've seen the Russians do over the past 6 months is how an army does not conduct itself, whether it be professionalism, whether it be the genocide in Irpin, in Bucha, in Hostomel, in Mariupol, Sumy, Chernihiv, Kharkiv, the list just goes on and on. In Kherson, the list just goes on and on and on. That is not how a professional... And so putting that to the side, but then focusing on the militarily success, right? Because you don't get to dictate politics unless you win the battle, right? You don't get to tell people something if you actually lose the fight, right? So imagine fighting somebody in a playground and you're like, oh yeah, fine, and then you lose and you're like, well, give me your lunch money. I'm not going to give you my lunch money because you just lost and you're bloodied and you're broken and I'm standing here and I have hardly a mark on me. You don't get to tell me anything, right? That's what you're seeing. You're seeing the Ukrainians slowly but deliberately putting the Russians in their place, okay? So I don't think, with all due respect, John, I don't give much credence to that Russian map only because I think that they're trying to offer some sort of zeitgeist, right? That the Ukrainians are overextending themselves, and sure, they punch through a line, but they're going too far, and it's only a matter of time before we reenact Stalingrad and we cut off the enemy at the river and we sweep them up, and they know how to stop, right? Stop it. Stop it. They're doing this properly, okay? They're not doing this in a slipshod manner. So I think that's a good way to kind of condense it. I want to welcome again Lewis to the panel. Thanks for coming up, my friend. And John, if you have anything else you wanted to add. I try to kind of intermix logistics with maps to try to kind of put that together and assemble it. And, make of that what you will, my friend.
Well, it was beautiful, Craig. Thank you very much. To your point about the quality of Russian maps, I think this is what you're kind of getting at. The criterion of embarrassment has its limits. For those who may be unaware, the criterion of embarrassment is the notion that something is more believable, a statement or admission is more believable from somebody if that statement, embarrasses them or reflects poorly upon them. And so we may be more inclined to believe Russian maps and Russian information that would not be considered positive news from the Russian perspective. And that's not an unreasonable assumption. We can assume that, if they admit something that's not good for them, that's more likely to be true than any other statement. That being said, it does have its limits. There may be some, PR or information warfare reason that they might want to, make a statement that reflects poorly upon them, or make some statement that the Ukrainians have actually advanced 20 kilometers instead of 10, as Craig, was, stating that, to say that, we're going to set up this massive, encirclement and blah, 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 blah. There is a limit to what we can extrapolate from their maps and data. Craig, is there anything further you wanted to add on to that?
No, I just wanted to add that it looks like firms, the last update we have yesterday, give me a second here. So today, so far today, give me 1 second. Whoa, that is a lot. Sorry, I'm looking at firms data right now, and I just did a compilation of firms data. Hey, on the northern half where the Russian lines are, it's it's quite humorous. At this hour in the morning, if you can't laugh, then you're not a real person. But if you so if everybody wants a good laugh, you don't need to listen to us drone on and on about this stuff. If you guys want a good laugh, if you enjoy watching Russians be obliterated and ejected out of Ukrainian territory, then go to firms So for those that don't know, who might have asked the question, just put into your Google bar, put in firms data. It is firms.mod APS. It is a nasa.gov website, so just put in firms data, right? You're going to get a little thing where you get a little map there. It's in red. You click on Fire Map. From Fire Map, you go to Global. If you want a quick tutorial for those that are curious that have asked, you go to Global, and then you zoom in on Kherson. It's easy to find Crimea and Ukraine. It sticks out right into the Black Sea, so easy to locate. Zoom on in. You're going to get a little menu, and your far right side, it says Current. You'll have 3 options there. It says Today. There's hardly anything there. 24 hours. Okay, now we're talking. All right, there's something there now. And then click 7 days. That, my friends, is the result of American aid. What you're seeing in real time is the product of what it means to have allies who show up and not just deliver crappy little drones from Tehran. We don't just deliver little winter boots from China. We don't give you a couple of trucks and say, good luck, I hope everything works out. That firm 7 day, that 7 day time lag is the result of American aid and Ukrainian ingenuity, bravery, and discipline. That is in real time. That is where your tax dollars are going, folks, is going to those red dots. I like to call them the little red dots of freedom. If I can coin a phrase, the little red dots of liberty are making themselves known throughout the Kherson Oblast, especially in the north. So you can see, so do yourself a favor. If I could be permitted to hold the air for just a second. Do yourself a favor. Go to John Ridge's maps. They're in the carousel of tweets at the top. So ISW. I think the other one was, give me just a second here. So John also tweeted in another one. It says maps of RU positions in Kherson. So that's the third tweet in the carousel nest, whatever you want to call it, right? Go up there, take that map, overlay that to the firm's data. What you're going to see is a sprinkling of fires around the line of contact. But where you see the real saturation, John, do you have firms up by chance?
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my computer.
Are you on the 7 day?
No, I'm on the 1 day. I was looking at some very nice fires at one of the ferry landing sites from yesterday. So
don't get me
laughing in the 7 day. Oh, this looks very nice. Oh, I really like this.
You see how it kind of arches up towards that little lake, right? That little, and then you're going to see it kind of takes a little bit of a southeast miss. Well, actually, this because firms doesn't have city names, so we have to overlay, folks. So just give us a second.
Is it the one directly below the 2207 in the north?
Exactly. You see that big kind of cluster in the south there? That is well behind Russian lines, is it not?
It is, best we can tell.
That is so beautiful, because what that demonstrates is that what that image shows is Ukraine thinking 1, 2, 3 days in the future. So that way, because again, this is all time, folks. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Eventually the 3rd day will come. The 4th day will come. The sun will rise. Thanks to the gracious Lord, the sun will rise each day. And by that 3rd day, instead of having reserves, ammunition, water, fuel, tanks, what have you, instead they turn around and they're like, it's all gone. There's nothing left. Like, you don't understand, like, it's all gone. We might have a few guys here or there, but it's pretty much all we got, because the Ukrainians destroyed it 3 days ago, right? Because if it gets to a point where you start to lose so many men, you start to lose ammunition, start to use shells, you start to do all these things. And by the time that 3rd, 4th, 5th day, 7th day turns around, and you're out, it's done. And Ukraine's already set the stage, right, for success on the 6th, 7th, and 8th day, right? So open up firms, have a good laugh. Me and John just had a good chuckle at the Russians' expense. Those are the little dots of Ukrainian liberty, is what I will call them.
Liberty dots.
Liberty dot. There you go. There you go. Hitting it on the nose. Those are liberty dots, right? Each one of those dots represents the Ukrainians' getting further and further towards success in Kherson and what we see within the Donbass. We got some hands up, John. You can add whatever you want. I'll be honest with you. I'm surviving right now on cranberry juice and water mixed together. So the floor is yours. I need a break for a second. I need to have a good laugh too. I'm going to try and pull up the next day, and then hopefully we might have another chuckle here soon.
Well, Craig goes and does that. If anybody wants to have a look at some other interesting maps related to this, I believe that Sentinel has just released some updated imagery from yesterday. Well, technically, depending on your time zone, for me it's now 2 days ago, on September 1st. And if you go look at Kherson specifically, if you pull up, I believe I would recommend the Sentinel 2 L1C rather than the default, which is L2A. And you pull up the SWIR shortwave infrared band, and you go to the northern portion of Kherson. You can see some really, really nice large fires in the infrared portion of the spectrum. It's very nice. Kind of gives you an idea of the scale of the shelling. Unfortunately, there's some solid cloud cover, like impenetrable cloud cover, over some portions of Kherson Oblast. So you can't really see, for example, I believe Novokhovka is completely covered by clouds. You can't see anything there whatsoever in any of the bands, I don't believe. I'm taking a look right now. I'm not sure if the shelling in these areas has been enough for you to is intense enough to be able to actually be viewable in the infrared band optimized for the observation of local vegetation. There's some portions of Donbass where the shelling has been so heavy that, by looking at, infrared portions of the spectrum usually used for, again, observing vegetation, you can just see just the shell craters. I think you can do that here to some extent. It also kind of gives you a way to visualize the damage, like Vasilophilia, for example. I'm looking at it right now. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the settlements, the town has been essentially leveled, as best I can tell. So if anybody wants to take a more detailed dive into any of this stuff that we're talking about in a more up-to-date sense, I would encourage everybody that's interested in this to go take a look at Sentinel. Now, there's a couple hands up, so let's go ahead and get to those. I believe it was Robert and then Dinjon. Robert, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I'm back. I saw the maps. I think I'm finally getting up to speed on the site. I'm just reading ISW, and it looks like the Russians are still pushing forces across the river and into what I kind of feel like is a trap. And I'm just wondering if this is what Ukraine wants, to get more and more Russians west of the river and into what will eventually become a giant POW camp. What do you think about that?
I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen the same images that I have. I can go ahead and post them, I believe. I'm not sure if ISW was specifically referencing these, but they're along the same lines. There was some open source satellite. Well, the imagery itself was not open source. This is definitely not free imagery, but somebody was kind enough to post it on Twitter. Has put a link up in the nest that shows the Russian pontoon ferries on the Dnipro River. It appears that as of August 31st, so as of about 3 days ago, they're still working, which is unfortunate. The Ukrainians had reported they had struck the ferry crossing, so potentially, just the embarkation and disembarkation points. So there's might potentially be, a few of these ferries, potentially two, still in operation. So they do appear to be attempting to reinforce their positions on the western bank. I believe they were also using one or more commandeered river barges, or stolen river barges, I should say, up in the northern part of the front near Novokhovka. They were loading the barges with equipment in Novokhovka, then shipping it across the river to be offloaded on the western bank in Kozatsky. So it definitely appears they are not abandoning as a whole, they're not abandoning their positions on the Western Bank. They are actively attempting to reinforce them. And I mean, the simple fact is that all the bridges are inoperable. Both rail and road, totally inoperable. Both of the bridges, again, rail and road at Milivka are inoperable. The Antonovsky Road Bridge is inoperable, and the Antonovsky Rail Bridge is inoperable. All Russian attempts to establish an actual true pontoon bridge have failed, as far as we can tell. They may have gotten a shorter one up in one portion that we didn't know about, but it was promptly destroyed by the Ukrainians on, I think, day 0. So
it was D+1.
Okay, understood. I'm drawing a blank on what the name of the town was, but it was in. There had been no public information about there being a pontoon crossing there, but in any case, there is no longer one there. So, the Russians have not been able to establish anything more substantial than these ferries and these barges, and now this potential helicopter airlift that they're attempting to pull off. And, all of those methods have their vulnerabilities, to put it mildly, and there's a limit to the logistical throughput in terms of mass and volume that they can achieve here. So in the long run, yes, they are kind of creating a larger and larger POW camp, in other words, to answer your question. That being said, additional Russian, reinforcements could potentially make, Ukraine's offensive operations even more difficult for them. But in the long term, they are moving troops across, that there is a significant chance they will not be able to move those troops back across to the East Bank ever again.
And as a result of this offensive, even though maybe it's moving slowly, maybe it's moving just on time or everything, but the Russians have to expose themselves and become more vulnerable to long-range fires just to respond to the Ukrainians. So whatever happens, the Russians are going to be exposed to far more destructive long-range fires, right?
Can you repeat that?
Just because they're attacking, the Russians have to respond. So they have to get out of their pillboxes, they have to move stuff around, and thereby become more vulnerable to HIMARS and whatever precision artillery that the Ukrainians have.
I mean, to your point, that's kind of, I would approach it maybe from a slightly different angle than that. Once the Ukrainians have, ideally, broken through the bulk of Russian defenses, the Russians, in theory would need to, be able to rapidly maneuver to, address that breach in their lines. And that creates all sorts of issues, especially given the state of Russian command and control and the fact that the Ukrainians are destroying, 10 Russian command and control nodes a day. That does not bode well for them. But to your point on artillery, I'm going to be honest, I'm not really qualified to answer that question. I'm not sure if Craig has some thoughts on it. It's a little bit outside my wheelhouse.
Same thing. I couldn't speak
only
to
CJ
that.
were here.
If only.
Thanks, guys.
Це є перехід Дерибасівська на розі Преображенської, Дерибаська-Преображенська, ТРЦ Афіна, ТРЦ.
Well, thank you for the question, Robert. With that, we go to Din John.
Thank you and good morning. So I have two things. First one is firms. You can actually put it in map mode, and by that you will see the roads and villages and towns. Like it's a map, so a little bit easier to use than the satellite. And then I have a question for John. You were mentioning another map with infrared maps. So how do I find that?
So I would recommend you go to Sentinel Hub. Just type in Sentinel Hub into Google, and that should bring it up. It's called Sentinel Playground specifically. So the full URL would be apps.sentinel-hub.com/Sentinel Playground, or Sentinel-Playground, I should say. That will take you to it. That's some open source, some free, openly accessible data collected by the Sentinel satellites. I believe those are operated by the European Union, by ESA specifically. I believe there's also some data from some NASA satellites on there. The default one is Sentinel, was it 2L? Yeah, Sentinel 2L2A. It's all right, but Sentinel 2L1C has some better data. The resolution's better. So I'd recommend you use that one. You can go from the top right, this little satellite-looking icon. Hit that, and you can flip between the different satellites. And on your left, you should have like a little display with different bands to view the data in. So, natural color, color infrared for vegetation, moisture index, SWIR, shortwave infrared, which is what I was referencing for the fires. And there's all kinds of different ones you can make your own if you know how to do that, etc.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Can I, if I could, we're gonna switch off here. We have some of our European teammates jump on very quickly, but before I go, I do have to recognize Ukran Zelenica. I don't know if I pronounced that right. It's 1:30 in the morning, but the CEO of the company has just posted a tweet about 15 minutes ago that I found to be absolutely beautiful. Go to the top of the nest, and you will see a tweet that he posted there. He said, "Preparing to evacuate Ukrainians from Crimea. It's getting hot there. We offer 3 points where they can catch our evacuation train. Hashtag Crimea is Ukraine." He offers you 3 points to go to. This is absolutely gorgeous. It says caring volunteers, free trains for safer regions, medical care, hot meals for everybody, social payments from the state. Gives you 3 options: Odessa, Kryvyi, and Zaporizhia. If that doesn't give you an idea of how forward-thinking the Ukrainians are, I don't know what does. And again, that is from the CEO of the Ukrainian rail company. I thought that was a beautiful way to sign off for the night. At least from the North American team. Remember, logistics run the world. You can't fire an artillery shell until it gets there. You can't run a doctrine unless your logistics support the capability of the doctrine you wish to impose. And the Ukrainian Railway Company has been doing that since day one. I cannot say again. I'll say it again. I'll say it 1,000 more times. The Ukrainian Railway Company has been, to borrow his words, not mine, has been the second army of Ukraine. Their people are in harm's way. Nearly 60 people from their company have died. They have had over 300 wounded. And the trains run on time. They run on time. No matter what, they will get the job done. So please, as a sign-off for me and as a transfer, as our European team comes on board, we're adding them on. At least for me, John can sign off as he wishes, but please, please, ride Ukrainian Railways, the best railway company in the world, bar none. Not a word to be spoken against them.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you very much, and for praising our friend Alexander Kamishin and his many, many thousand men and women in Ukra-Zaliznytsia, who, by the way, also, within 5 days, just have fixed the one rail station and yard which the Russians had bombed close to the Dnipro. Yet again, as he promised and as he said, that they will not let anything come in between Ukra-Zaliznytsia upholding service just because the Russians try to bomb and missile them. So thank you, Craig, and I'm sure we'll have Alexander back with us in the near future, and we'll get more updates on how the trains not only run on time, but bring the relevant cargo all across Ukraine to the front lines. All righty, go away, Craig. Go sleep. Do something sensible. Take the grapefruit juice, or whatever it was you were having. So, John, tell us just very briefly, what did we miss? Because our European friends who are coming online now, it's close to 9:30 in Eastern Europe, 8:30 in Central Europe. What did they miss in terms of kaboom?
Oh Lord. Well, it depends what time did you go to sleep. My Kherson feeds have been relatively quiet for the past few hours,
6 hours
unfortunately.
ago, mate. 6 hours ago.
Oh Lord. I think when was the most recent strike that I have on my feed? I think it was from Zinoleshki about 6 hours ago. So I don't think we have missed anything, unfortunately, in Kherson. On some on some good news that happened within the past few hours, Ukrainian air defense went 5 for 5 in Dnipro. 5 Russian cruise missiles were fired against the city. All 5 were intercepted. So 100% interception rate.
That sounds like an excellent start. Sounds a bit like NASAMS.
Could be. It's unknown that those first 2 systems, if they're already floating around in country, one can hope that they are.
So, and what else happened during the night? Did you and your colonial compatriots discuss the wonderful help package which has been brought out by the United States?
Oh, are you referring to the latest, what is it, $13 billion package? I think?
Yes, the 13.4 plus another 7.2 announced?
Something to that effect. So I saw some brief bullet points on it. I haven't dug into the whatever line items have been released, but I believe there's, in terms of the defense side of it, I think it's 4.9-ish billion. It's 4 something billion. Will go to replenishing U.S. stocks that have been sent to Ukraine, and another 2.7 billion will be spent on direct additional military assistance to Ukraine. Then I believe there's also a amount of direct financial assistance to Ukraine. I do not know the dollar figure on that, but I imagine it's substantial.
Well, one thing's evident. The United States of America says we're in it to win it, meaning Ukraine shall win, and they'll stay there and be there and tough it out with them, as are, by the way, the Europeans, who yesterday released 6 billion, meaning as in committed and therefore made available 6 billion, albeit that one nation was exempt from that. Who was that, John?
Oh, who could it possibly be out of all the members of the European Union? Who could it possibly be? It was Hungary. Big shocker there.
Aye. What could motivate a man? What could motivate a president of Hungary to not heed the lesson of 1956?
One does wonder. I was going to briefly comment that being a Texan living in Dallas, we were unfortunately cursed with Orban's presence a few weeks ago.
So what exactly happened? Did he try to solicit money from the Hungarian Emigre Committee, which evidently started in Dallas, Texas, in 1956?
I don't actually know how large of a Hungarian community there is in Dallas. That is actually a very interesting question. But anyways, he got up on stage. It was a U.S. domestic political event. I won't go into details other than he got up on stage and made some questionable remarks about that could be construed as referring to a certain group of people. And beyond that, I'll leave it at that. Just your typical Orban stuff.
What? Did he find Romanian migrants in Texas and he was against them? Did he find Syrian refugees in Texas and was against them? Or did he just find people he didn't like and was against them?
Oh, it was the globalists this time.
Oh, God. Should there be amongst them, say, emigres born into the Mosaic faith and having done a bet against the British pound once? Yeah, he has a thing for George.
We all have a thing for George. Love you, George.
Bonjour Ben, ça va?
It was an eventful wake up, but other than that, it was fantastic. I fell asleep with the fantastic voice of Yehuda, so I'm feeling privileged.
I thought you were falling. I thought you were falling asleep with the soothing voice of the little baby, actually, yapping and saying hi. But okay, now we know. Yehuda, it is.
I love that we've established this great tradition of now not only Axel but Ben as well being asleep up on the panel.
Yeah, I'm not snoring yet, but I'm planning to have one during the weekend. Hopefully, Ghost won't be there at that moment, and I won't
John,
be
please
recorded.
don't tease me. John, don't tease me. I did not snore. I just fell asleep on the panel this time.
Someone said snoring.
What is it with you people? Is this the Saturday morning comedy hour?
Someone would say.
All right, we have a war to win.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, you intend to win the war? So I'm off then. Bye-bye.
Восточнее населенного пункта Михайловка Донецкой Народной Республики уничтожен командный состав 56-й мотопехотной бригады. Ликвидировано 18
Well, then,
военных.
you can be consistent and still win. You just have to surrender all your energy to the cause.
Пункта Воскресенск Донецкой Народной Республики уничтожена пусковая установка Букм-1.
All right, yes, gentle people, and with that, we are starting what seems to be a very sunny morning here in the north of Eastern Europe, and belatedly we have recognized that we have both Louis and Ben here and our Swedish friend Dan John. What could possibly go wrong? Dan John, where are the archers?
I wish I knew, but I really wish they're on the way. It wouldn't surprise me, actually, if they were.
Yeah, the rumors have intensified in recent days that Sweden has given, say, significant more military aid than ever planned, right?
Yeah. And also, under direct question, the PM said that... there was a press conference where the Ukrainian foreign minister and the Swedish prime minister after their meeting. So the foreign minister was asked what he wants from Sweden, and the answer was Archer, RBS-70, and ammunition. And then the PM was asked what they're going to get. She said, I will not specify it now, it will come later, but we are satisfying the request from Ukraine. So, yeah.
It could be clearer, right?
Yeah, exactly. It will happen. I'm sure it will happen. So let's see.
Well, maybe we should highlight what this actually means, because the Archers are a very, very good piece of kit. Highly mobile, high frequency discharge. They are very precise. Their targeting system can be easily integrated into what the Ukrainians have at hand, and they've obviously upgraded since they managed to integrate the Panzerhaubitze, for example. All in, it's a system which, when in theater, will give the Ukrainians significantly more firepower to threaten the second echelon of the Russians along the front line. It will help them push holes into the defense lines of the Russians. I think it's a superb system, and please, the more the merrier, please.
And also, I think, without actually knowing that the mechanics, not of the howitzer, but the mechanics of the chassis, there's plenty of space because it's built on a commercial dump track chassis. So that's the way we tend to do it here. Make it simple, but useful.
Yeah, I think in terms of repairs and maintenance efforts required, the modularity of the design is exceptionally helpful, and this is exactly what has been called for. But then again, you could say, to an extent, you could say the same thing for the French Caesars, albeit that they come from a mercantilist, manufacturing setup, where obviously artisanal design leads to lower frequency of output. But then again, if we could have more Caesars, we would take them, right?
Obviously, yes.
Alrighty, I can see Dorman already is making some tea, so within a few minutes he'll be joining us up right here, trying to make sure that tomorrow we have a very interesting guest of ours, a Finnish military historian, Emil Kassahelmi. He will join us, as it seems, in the early evening. We'll put out an invitation card in a few hours from now. Emil has a large following of people. He co-authors a specific map which has been used in Northern Europe a lot and in the OSINT community. So we'll be very glad to have him with us for an hour and have a little chit-chat as to how he came to, from being a military historian, to go all in on Ukraine and reporting the strengths of the various armies and what, for example, the current media blackout means and how he judges the progress and the geolocation capacity available to the OSINT community. So I think that will be an interesting event. And in the meantime, let's see who else is joining us. There's a Goran. Goran, then John, that sounds from your neck of the woods. But before Goran Eriksson comes up, that definitely sounds from your neck of the woods. Ben, please.
Hello. I just want to clarify we haven't regarding the archers. We have an election in Sweden, and this is a hotspot. The opposition, they want to send archers right away. The sitting government, they say we can't send archers now because we depend on them ourselves. We have 24 archers. And we can't send any yet. We are building new ones all the time, but for the moment it will be only on ammunition. So that's what's all I wanted to say. A little bit sad, but I hope it will be better.
Well, then, John, I think the idea is that the Swedish government does things which they don't tell the public, right?
It can also be that. I hope so. We all hope that. But when you have an election and the opposition say send archers, and the defense minister of Sweden in the studio in television say we can't send them now because we're dependent on them. So we are looking into it, but we can't send them now. That's what he says. So.
Well, then, John, good question for you then. What do you think of that specific, slightly segregated Ministry of Defense?
I don't know where to begin. Not really trusted, I think. At least the head of it. The Minister of Defense, I don't think is much trusted. Maybe have stepped up a little bit since this whole shit began, but very strange man, I would say. So I don't know. I don't know what to take. And Johan, I didn't see that interview that you talked about, but it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but that was on TV the other night here, and I was pretty sad. I hope they could send half of the archers at least, so we could try them and see if they can make an impact.
Yeah, but then again, the same man said not that long ago that to apply for NATO membership would be always dead body. So he's not very persistent in his decisions.
No, but I mean now when we have the election, it would be a a good catch to get votes to say we will send archers. So that's why I'm a little bit pessimistic. So that's all from me.
Well, let's follow that, and Goran, if you have any news or any updates, please always feel free to come up and share. And in the meantime, we have Ben.
I'm so flabbergasted that the Vikings are using elections. I thought they had more advanced ways of choosing a chieftain, like, I don't know, axe throwing or something along those lines.
The election result is based on who has the biggest axe. That's you get the more votes. That's how it works.
Then it makes sense. Thank you. No, I was wondering along the lines of the information blackout. I don't know if you spotted it, but when was it? 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, something along those lines. The Russian Telegram channels, the official ones, suddenly started begging for information. And but I didn't hear anything more about it. But it seems that they're, on top of being a bit silly and incapable of mounting a decent military operation, they're also blind. Has anything else come to this? Has anyone else heard about this? Luis, for instance?
Sorry, wasn't listening. Can you read the question?
Luis, you didn't listen to Ben.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
How shall he survive this on a Saturday morning without his baguette?
Je te mets le pardon, Ben.
Où ça? No, the question was, did you pick up on the fact that the Russian official Telegram channels 48 hours ago went around begging for information regarding the Kherson offensive?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They were going crazy because they had nothing to share. Telegram channels use a lot of images, videos that are recorded by Ukrainians. When it comes to positions and stuff like that, and there was, but on all Telegram channels that I'm in, and I'm in a lot, I can assure you that they were really going crazy because there was no information to how was it going.
And you didn't jump in and just tell them, it's not going well, guys, I'm sorry to tell you.
Yeah, sometimes I have to tell you, we talked about it yesterday also with Dimitri. I would like, at the beginning, as I was starting to get into some Telegram channels, I would just simply 3-4 hours just comment on every video or on every image I would see, just going on a rant to Russians, but then I got blocked. So now I'm just reading and seeing and not commenting at all because I don't want to get blocked. You are
Siegfried, hot mic.
Are you shaving? So if you comment something that goes towards positivity to Ukraine, you get a permanent ban, and you are not able to see anything again.
That would be bad. Oh, but okay, so what you're telling me is that actually the calls emanated from regular Telegram channels that were looking for just content, so as not to go dark. It wasn't like the military trying to find information.
No. It was. I mean, I'm in the Wagner group. I'm in a lot of stuff that Dmitry is also in. They were just asking what is going on. We do not have information. We don't know how it really is at the front. Yeah, I think it was not having information to post, but also not knowing what was really going on the ground.
Well, talking about the Wagner group, Wagner, what's going on with them? I haven't heard about them in quite a while. Did I miss some information, or did the latest strike sort of convince them to take a step back?
I can tell you from the Telegram channel that they are quite active. They are not doing that kind of stuff from a few weeks ago or months ago, where they were absolute serious about the victory, because I mean it was shown otherwise on the ground. But they are posting some kind of stuff like advances here, took this one down, and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm just waiting for those guys to go like, yeah, no, the pay is not good enough. We're heading home.
Honestly, I'm waiting when the Telegram channel goes silent, because then maybe the admins are gone. If you understand.
Yeah, they've lost a few recently, right? There was the what was their name? I don't remember. I don't recall. But they had a couple of famous press offices of sorts, and sort of 2.0 press offices, and they went kaboom. They became the news, which it's a good way to go.
Yeah. Do you remember I think 3 months ago or 4 months ago, where they were openly criticizing the Russian military, how they were conducting the war, and openly also criticizing Putin? Do you remember that? That is something that has really changed. You don't see that anymore. I don't know if there was some kind of order from above, or I don't know. But that statements that were made a few months ago, they are no more.
Really? Because I sort of remember just a couple of weeks ago there were your friend Igor Gherkin calling yet again for a deep strike on quote-unquote commanding nodes of the Ukrainian both army and regime. There was this. They seem to be under the impression that the Russian army is being soft on the Ukrainians, and that they just need to go hard. If they want to win, they just need to go harder. And with them going harder is basically bombing directly the presidential palace, because that would change everything. I have no idea why they think it would, but surely there's so much redundancy in there, that it probably would have absolutely no impact. But there were when was it? Very early on, there was this attack on the local Kharkiv governorate building, and they went yeah, that's what we want. We want that again. I have no clue why.
It was on Russian television also. Soloviev, I don't know how the others are named, but they were calling for it on normal television. Hit the command centers. Kiev in its heart, and I mean, Gherkin is not in the Wagner group. From the Wagner group itself, I like I said, I'm seeing videos of drones dropping bombs where I absolutely cannot tell if it's a Ukraine video, maybe, and they are using for themselves, or they are just making up that they took someone out or stuff like that.
Never underestimate their capability for stealing and thieving and copying and pasting.
Yeah, do you know why? Because do you know why I am? Warum ich daran zweifle? How do you say it in English?
Why you doubt it?
Yeah, do you know why I doubt it? Because many of those grenades that are being dropped from the drones are, I can swear, it's Ukrainian made. So I'm absolutely sure they are using the videos that we have a lot from Ukraine side, with those drones equipped with grenades launching into tanks and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure they are using that for themselves.
Wait, Luis, you mean to say that after 6 months of war, you're able to distinguish between Russian-made and Ukrainian-made grenades?
Yes, of course. I'm a military expert now, Ben. Thanks to the Maria report.
O grande esperto
Yeah, sou muito esperto. Tu sabes falar em português? How come?
Falo todas as línguas. You wouldn't believe how much it helps with the ladies.
Absolutely, and we have nice ladies, right?
You mean Brazilian imports?
Ooh, shot fired.
What? What?
Shots fired.
Where is the block button here?
No, more importantly, how do you say notice step in German?
What?
Notice step.
Notice step?
Yeah, you know, the thing you send children, unruly children to.
You mean to my grandfather's house? On the farm, where unruly children learn how to treat animals with care, do their daily chores, get up early, help, see why things matter if you do them right on day one, so that they can grow, say 3 months later. That kind of unruly children, incentivize them to understand how life actually works in a nice way, in a positive way, without shouting at them. That place for unruly children, or what did you mean?
Wait a moment. You don't hit your kids?
No, I'm not a Viking, you know.
Oh.
But they supposedly stop that too.
Please, don't send me DMs. I do not hit my kids, please.
Oh, Luis, I'm so glad. Of course not. Why on earth? It's like this is what people need to understand. You can be firm and assertive by being caring without any of corporal punishment and shouting. The little tricks of life are so easily learned.
Yeah, all you need is a grandfather with a large farm and to send your children to. And who doesn't have that?
Oh, there are many more ways of doing this. This is just one example.
Yeah, I usually use money.
No, you can also, if someone, for example, I'm saying this, if you have someone who's a carpenter, they can teach people how to actually apply themselves to work with a piece of wood and see how hard it is to make things. If you have a different
So
job, you
corporal
can explain
punishments. You're getting there with a piece of wood as well. You're a monster.
No, but by the way, this is an interesting thing I saw in Ukraine, in Zhytomyr, where people were still working very, very caringly with wood carvings and the likes, and both artistry as well as furniture construction. Absolutely stunning stuff. Good old tradition, very delicate work. And they were teaching this to their, next generation and to children. And it's something which imbues a sense of, mental discipline. On the one hand, you get better at doing haptic things. It gives you a sense of time, gives you a need for planning as to what should actually happen with that piece of wood and how you do it now, and that you have to be caring and meticulous about it. All good things to learn.
There's actually toys like this on the internet for those of us who are less able with their hands, and it's little cubes of wood, and you've got engraved on it. You've got the Ukrainian alphabet, and on each side, so there's one with the letter, and the other 5 sides are words that start by that letter, which is fairly nice. It's fairly expensive coming from the US, but it's if you've got a birthday coming, it's a fairly decent present, I think.
Wait a moment. You don't give as a present a smartphone or an iPad or some tech thing?
Oh no, this she steals herself.
See, Louis? One of the best export articles from Germany is a set of wooden toys for children, for little children, of course, and even the children of Yehuda have had the pleasure of being treated to them, meaning as in play with them. And they're very finely made, very nicely colored, very, very suitably assembled. And it's just one version of, say, discovering the world. Wooden toys are great. And
Air siren alert update.
Some of them.
Donetsk, full alert.
So,
This
these
message
people
has
go
been
onto the
generated
internet,
with
look out for
municipal
things
data.
made in Ukraine, whether it's via eBay, Etsy, Amazon, it doesn't really matter. If you look for something to buy as a present in the near future, do consider looking out for those who actually build and sell from Ukraine.
Axel, are you? I 100% agree with you. There's quite a lot of things that come from Ukraine that you can get. There's a nice publishing. It's small. Let's not mince words. It is small, but there's quite a few books for children. I got one myself. Animals in the Forest, which is very pleasant, and there's quite a few others word books that you can offer your children, and I'm sure they'd be delighted to learn the alphabet. That's always useful to realize that there are other alphabets for them. And from child play to
Air siren alert update. Donetsk, full
more
alert.
child play.
This message has been generated with municipal
I know
data.
you're going to treat me. You're going to call me an awful commie, but did you see that the reverse OPEC has started?
No, tell me.
Oh yeah, no, you saw it. The price cap for the all purchase has started, and initially I thought it was going to be a sort of reversed OPEC, that it was going to be all the European and Japanese, well, the G7 buyers basically, getting together and saying we're enough of a block, of a purchase block, that we can set a price, or at least set a maximum price for some for some purchases on the old market, and I thought, well, that's going to be nice and what can I say, parallel. You're going to have a block of sellers and a block of buyers. After all, why not? But it turns out that's not at all what it is. It's not reverse OPEC. It's just another monopoly. I always forget which one of the two. Where basically, since the EU and UK sell 95% of the necessary financial services for the transport of oil, they use this as a bottleneck. And if any Russian oil is transiting through those on boats that are receiving those financial services, and if the price is above a certain level, they will not allow it to be shipped. So they found that bottleneck, and that's how they're trying to regulate to limit the price of Russian oil that is exported by boat. So I was a bit annoyed because I thought there was going to be a purchasing block. I thought that was nice, but nice. I thought that was I like the parallel with the selling block, but no, it's just sellers of financial services getting together and saying we don't want price to be above that level, and if they are above that level, we will not ship them. If I understood what the American Undersecretary to Economic Affairs wrote, that's how it's going to work.
There's always people who believe that market barriers and regulation, and especially price regulation, does work. Well, normally they find out that the grass splits the tarmac and finds a way, and that there's unintended consequences of cap regulations. Same here, but we'll see.
Yeah, because that's the main difference between financial services and oil, is that it's naturally quite easy for the producer of oil to get together and say, well, we want to sell at that price. We're regulating our own production so as to manipulate the price. And the reason for that is that there's a limited number of oil producers, and it's regardless of the price. There will never be an oil producer in Paris because there's just no oil. You can dig as much as you want. You won't find it. But it's not the same with financial services. I wouldn't say it's easy, but it's possible to set up an underwriter and an insurance company in one of the countries that is not part to the agreement, and then voila. I have no idea how they intend to go around that limitation.
Alrighty, we have Dormanbach.
Morning. Hello.
Bon dia. Guys, can I make a question, because I'm a little bit I'm wondering something. I just saw the tweet from Alexander Kamishin, the CEO of the railway company in Ukraine, that they are preparing to evacuate Ukrainians from Crimea. But how are they driving through occupied territory? I don't understand that. There is still a connection.
So I can try to explain this. So the same way that people from, say, the city of Kherson, or maybe from Leshki, or from Nova Kakhovka, or from Melitopol, can cross into free Ukraine at Vasilivka, which is on the Dnipro, just south of Zaporizhia, south of the city of Zaporizhia. So can the people from Crimea go up into, from occupied Crimea into occupied Kherson Oblast, into occupied Zaporizhia Oblast into Vasilivka. That's basically the simplest way to explain this. How easy it is for them to get through there. Those left points on the left, Odessa and Kryvyi Rih, a little bit more difficult. Point in Zaporizhia, a little bit easier. But notably, that checkpoint is very busy right now because apparently there's a lot of people from, say, the city of Kherson who didn't think they should evacuate when they were told to in June or July or August, and are now trying really hard to get out. Better late than never, absolutely. They're still just on time before the war moves to the city of Kherson. But that's basically what he's suggesting.
Okay.
There are also ways to get through the line of contact on the right bank of the Dnipro. Now, obviously, there are a lot fewer of those ways now than there were a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, because the war is a lot hotter there than it was a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. But nevertheless, there are probably still ways to get through there. There certainly were ways 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Do we have some estimates how many Ukrainians are getting out of Crimea?
Oh, again, there's ways to get in and out of Crimea. When we had our conversation with Special Kherson Cat, probably a month and a half ago now, he was saying, yeah, there's people who transit in and out of Crimea quite regularly because they go buy cigarettes in Crimea and then bring them into the other occupied territories and the like. Different people have different levels of ease of transit. But yeah, that happens quite a lot. There were actually people evacuating from occupied Kherson Oblast by going into Crimea, across the Kerch Bridge, down the Russian part of the Russian occupied Kuban, I'll start saying, and then the North Caucasus and into Georgia and finding the Ukrainian embassy there. Five-ish?
Hey, how's it going? Since we're on the subject of Crimea, like, I have a friend that has family in Crimea, and there's lots of propaganda in Crimea, and they're very scared, just on what's around the corner and following this offensive in the south. Is there anticipation that there's just this Crimea is going to turn into a battleground at some point? I know it's like a rallying cry, and it's kind of it's with the impetus of the war to begin with, but it's like they're so poor over there. They're just villages with just incredibly impoverished people, and I know there's been evacuation warnings in Kherson, and they're just poor and have nowhere to go. And I've heard stories that, and this is a little contentious, but that people in like Lviv and in Western Ukraine are upcharging refugees from the south price of an apartment like going up 3 times normal rates. And so
no, that's not true. No, that's not true.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
well,
You can say what you like. No, you don't know.
Yes, I do.
I
know people that are there. I know people.
Well, you may know people there. What I'm telling you, we have 6 people in Lviv who are currently working in the real estate brokerage market. And I've spoken to them specifically on this topic during this week for various good reasons, because we're engaged, unfortunately, on a completely different level in our financial services business with taking in data from real estate markets in Europe. So I had exactly this discussion with them, and they've been speaking with the people who left, because Savills, as you may know, has left the market a long time ago, as have other large brokerages. So these are local Ukrainian real estate brokers, respectively real estate developers who also broker apartments. And they've been saying that there is an uptrend currently in availability of stock again, because people have migrated out of Lviv for different reasons. And that in the last 4 weeks, more than 300 units came to the inventory. However, they are of higher quality, significantly higher quality. And any blip in prices is not an upcharge, it's a reflection of what the quality of the stock is. So this is exactly the counter move to this, and I wanted to highlight this because I was about to bring this up on the weekend. But thank you for raising it, because it's a different move. It's not upcharging. It has been reported already on various online sources. Oh God, the prices are rising, and they're rising manyfold. That's not true. It's about the location where these are, whether it's close to a hospital, very important. Some people want to be close to those of their families who are being treated. Some are closer to the old town and the center, but it's larger, multi-bathroom apartments coming available, which were not available before. And there's 2 new developments which have come online closer to a logistics center where people are currently working. This is different. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes the markets are different than what is the reflection in the media. Thank you.
Okay, irrespective of the impetus for higher rates, there are just empirically just more expensive than housing facilities in the South, where they're just impoverished villages. So there was just an article released. I'm trying to see which outlet, but it was just basically talking about, it was the Wall Street Journal, talking about just the incredibly challenging decision that Ukrainians have faced elsewhere in the war so far, but are now reaching the South, of whether that some Ukrainians fear homelessness. Their fear of homelessness outweighs their fear of death, and you have these expenses, and they're myriad. I can't even begin to consider the consideration that these people would have to make. So in any case, I just wanted to get back to Crimea.
Good point. Can I interject there very quickly? Did you listen a few nights ago to our regular voice of Odessa, Ola, who is in the economics environment of a relatively well-known university in Odessa and has reasonably good data? Did you listen to what she has been saying?
No, I haven't been in these spaces in a little while.
Okay, not a problem.
A little tied up.
I would invite you to stick around, and if you like, I can send you a DM when she's on, because from time to time she not only brings anecdotal evidence and anecdotal backup to what is being discussed, but she has also brought forward a lot of the data as to how, for example, in recent weeks, the apartments, respectively, the accommodation, which has usually been predominantly been available for tourists, has been more and more converted. Yes, there are currently people who are doing, so to say, R&R, not tourism, but R&R in Odessa. But a lot of the accommodation which has not been shelled to bits and pieces by the Russians, albeit that they tried, and they have hit at least 3 of the resort towns for exactly that reason, by the way. They sent their Caliber missiles in order to attack the southern resort, for example, in order to kill refugees, displaced persons, in order to create exactly this. However, the other resort parts, I mean, the other more, city proximity, like accommodations, which have been used in the past for hotel accommodation, are now being converted more and more into apartments to assist those people who otherwise, in winter times, or if that were the case, so to say, during the autumn period and then into winter, would not have a home as easily. And Odessa is, fortunately, a very welcoming and not ice-cold city in winter. So I think that there is a lot of flexibility, a lot of resilience in that sector, and you will see a lot of additional temporary housing being erected in and around Odessa, and therefore benefiting from Odessa's massive capacity for water, electricity, sewage, and therefore municipal services, which are absolutely necessary. And where only, for example, in terms of the wastewater treatment plant, only Odessa currently has the excess capacity to deal with, say, another 100,000 people. These things need to be taken into account, because the civil services, as you quite rightly say, if people are impoverished and if people face difficult decisions, they won't go back to the Russian sector. That won't happen. That's not going to happen. And by the way, there's significant facilities, including the funding, which was yesterday approved by the European Union and discussed here earlier on the space for 6 billion, which include lots and lots of specific designated funding and support services, including people from various technical support servers all across Europe where these exist. Luis knows this. In Germany, we call it THW. That's, so to say, a civil version of the Army Corps of Engineers in the US, who are supporting these kind of efforts. So you will see that there's a significant capacity being built up for Ukraine to have assistance to build temporary housing all across the line, from Poltava to Dnipro and back to the center, as well as be it Cherkasy and the likes, and then down to Odessa, where the municipal service capacity is at hand. This will not solve everything, of course not, and it can't. The only thing which solves everything, providing Ukraine with a sufficient amount of ammunition, weapons, and continuous funding to kill the Russian offensive and push the Russians out of the country.
So thrilled to hear, and please do, if you can remember to DM me if
I will,
that subject
I'll make an effort.
is brought up. I will say I do think, I mean, I'm thrilled to hear that there, these resources are being made available through foreign aid, etc. That I really feel like this message needs to be disseminated better, because I just know for a fact that there are people making life and death decisions. Do I stay or do I leave? And who are convinced, I would say the majority, at least among the people that I know in the South, that they're just convinced that that they don't have the means to get out. I mean, there's all the psychological reasons, of like how life is here, and so forth. But just in terms of the prospects and the resources that that are available to them, I don't think that's widely known or appreciated for those people who desperately could could use that information. So any information on that sort, I'd love to be privy to, just so I can pass it on. But getting back to Crimea, do we anticipate? Like, I know it's kind of like I guess after Kherson, and there's only a few entrances and just a few means of getting into and out of Crimea. Just curious, how dangerous is it to be living in Crimea, in the near future?
Very.
Ready?
So let's also define near. Next 2 weeks, probably not. In a few months, in a month, 2 months, much more so.
And it's such a small region, and they're all so many of the military bases are like really very close to a lot of these villages, so it's really concerning. But yeah, thanks for letting me know.
Ben, since we're talking about the South, shall we talk a little bit about grain? For grain grows in the South, grain is also exported from the South. Or was my mic not working?
Your mic's working.
Thank you. We don't have Ben, I guess. We have a mic. How'd you make?
Hi, I was just listening about that information about Crimea, and I think the Ukraine trying to take Crimea would be a big mistake.
Okay, we will take that under advisement, Mick. Thank you very much. I find it difficult to see how taking part of your, rightfully, legally your territory would be a big mistake. But anyway, Ben,
I'd like to stay in the same mood and say that for Ukraine to collect its own grain next year would be a big mistake. And I've got evidence to back up the fact that the Ukrainian silos and grain storage capacities are full. They will never be able to bring in the next harvest, so they should let it rot in the fields. What do you think about that, Domin?
I think that there is no need for talk like that, and I'll tell you why. And then you'll tell me why.
I'm sure you know all about it.
Okay, so let's get into what the export numbers of grain have looked like over the month of August. Right, they were on the 3rd of September, early September. Yesterday, there were some statistics published about Ukrainian grain exports and just agricultural goods exports generally in the month of August. 1.7 million tons left through the maritime ports. Those are the ports that were newly reopened, under the Istanbul Initiative, Odessa, Chornomorsk, and Pivdeni. 1.7 million tons. 1.6 million tons through the Danubian ports, the riverine ports, such as Reni, Ismail. That might also include Galatz, but I don't think it does. I think Galatz is included in the 1 million tons by rail and 0.6 million tons by road, because I think the way they're doing the statistics is stuff going directly from Ukraine and stuff going out of Ukraine for other means. But that's 4.9 million tons of agricultural goods in total. An average month last year saw total exports of about 4.5 million tons of agricultural goods. So in the month of August, Ukraine exported slightly more agricultural goods than it did in an average month in 2021. Notably, 3.2 million tons of agricultural goods have been exported through means other than the 3 maritime ports included in the Istanbul Initiative. I think that's very significant as well. And there's some capacity to increase that. And how do we know there's some capacity to increase that, Ben? Because we're super smart and because we have a very good grasp of exactly what transport links lead to what port, what capacities there are, how many grain hopper rail carriages there are available, how many locomotives, how quick the turnaround times are. Ben, is that why we know this? No, it's a rhetorical question. Of course, that's not why. That's not why. We know it because people who are far better informed than us have told us that they have more capacity. Specifically, Ukraine intends to export 8 million tons. 8 million tons, up from 4.9 million tons in August, up to 8 million tons in the month of September. 3 million tons of that should be coming through maritime ports. Okay, so that's 1.3 million tons of an increase on the 1.7. However, the other, the rest of the difference, make up the 4.9, is going to come through other means. In other words, Ukraine intends to export 5 million tons of agricultural products through means other than its maritime ports in the month of September. I think that's very significant because that means that Ukraine would have the capacity and expects to have the capacity and the capability to export more agricultural goods through alternate means, bypassing the maritime ports of Odessa, Chornomorsk, and Yuzhny, including in that Istanbul Initiative. More exports through those alternate means than total exports in an average month in 2021. In other words, there is a lot of capacity. There's a lot of capacity and capability because of the hard work of the good people of Ukrzaliznytsia and their counterparts in Moldova, their counterparts in Romania, their counterparts in Poland, various road transfer firms, the people administering the port of Galatz who have reopened the broad gauge railway that leads from Moldova into the port of Galatz, to be able to export as much as Ukraine needs through those alternate means. And really what is going to be exported out of the maritime ports will be the backlog, things that were stored in these maritime ports from the harvest of 2021 in the grain silos there that needs to be sent out. Now, the reason why this is the way this is going to be working in broad terms is the following. When you are a farmer, say somewhere in western Mykolaiv Oblast, it makes very little difference to you when you load up your trucks or train full of grain. It makes very little difference to you where that train is headed. If that train is headed down south to Odessa, or that train is headed a little bit north first to Mohilev-Podilsky, down south through Moldova and into the port of, say, Ismail, using that new railway section that Ukrzaliznytsia reopened between Basara-Beaska in the south of Moldova and Berezina in southern Bessarabia. Right? That's how it makes very little difference to you. The logistics cost of that is very comparable because, well, it's slightly further by train. Fine, it's going to cost a little bit more. Yes, it has to cross some borders, but they figured out the border crossing questions. And it's the same amount of loading and unloading that needs to go into it, right? Whereas stuff that's already in the port of Odessa, somebody already had to spend the money to get it to the port of Odessa because, Ben, where are there no grain fields in Ukraine? There's a few places there where there are no grain fields in Ukraine. But what would one of them be? The port of Odessa. There are no grain fields in the actual port of Odessa. So any grain that's in the port of Odessa had to get into the port of Odessa from somewhere already, right? So all the grain there already had to go through this process of being loaded onto a train and offloaded from a train to be in the storages in the port of Odessa. Reloading it onto trains and then offloading that again, that costs you more money. That costs you extra money, right? Because and it requires labor and it requires energy to move it. However, all the new harvests they can quite happily go to these alternate means. And 8 million tons, if they manage to actually export 8 million tons of agricultural goods, most of this is grain. Not only grain, those are things like sunflower oil, sunflower seeds, sunflower cake, which is basically pressed seeds after they've already been pressed, and they're used for animal feed, for example. Just like much of corn that's grown in Ukraine is used for animal feed. So all of these agricultural exports altogether, but the dominant are, of course, corn and wheat. All of these agricultural exports altogether, if they actually manage to get to 8 million tons in September, that will be absolutely huge. It will thoroughly assuage the last people in the world who think that, oh no, nothing's getting out of Ukraine. It's a big problem. It's not actually a problem because there is actually enough food supply in the world. It's just this distribution is somewhat suboptimal. But it will really assuage the last of those fears and the last of the fear-mongering around food and around food supply from Ukraine that has been done by various people around the Western world at the beckoning, I would argue, of the Kremlin as well. So I just wanted to highlight this. It's excellent news indeed. There is plenty of export capacity. Ben, is there anything further upstream that you would like to break?
Противник потерял 15 танков, 19 боевых машин пехоты, 12 других боевых бронированных машин, 11 пикапов с крупнокалиберными пулеметами и более 330 военнослужащих. Взято в плен 2 боевика. В районе населенного пункта Андреевка Херсонской области сбиты 2 украинских штурмовика Су-25
Ben is sad
и один
because
истребитель
I
МиГ-29
spoke over him and I went a different direction from what he expected. Where I expected to be going. But now I'm finally going the direction he expected me to go. And this is a new announcement.
It's September.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Early for the SADs.
I'm sorry, Axel. You're going to have to fill me in.
The SADs is what people get when there is light impairment during winter,
Oh, right. Okay, sorry.
And how would that be possible in the City of Light?
Saving on electricity by not having as many streetlights on in the night. Anyway,
you remember the guy who was charging who out of dedication was charging his iPhone on a municipal USB charging component plug, municipal charging plug next to a bus station, right?
I mean, if anybody was ever wondering what dedication and what all some people go through just to be able to help out and host the Maria Report, Ben has done some of the most. And not wake up the baby. And Ben has done some of the more imaginative things and more unexpected things to be able to do so. In the middle of the night, it's 2 a.m. in the park across the street by the bus stop, charging his phone to make sure that he could continue hosting. Right, Axel, would you like to hear some good news?
Wait, did I just hear Axel praising public equipment?
Public equipment? You mean things which have been built by the municipal government with massive loads of tax money, which could have been built by a private supplier donating it out of pure charity or out of proper interest and therefore better maintained on a regular basis? Well, I'll take it as it's there because I can't change the French government, but I would do it better.
No one would do it better because no one would do it at all. I've never seen anyone but me using those stuff.
Well, then the French government shall be praised for the fact that it provided for it. But do you actually have free Wi-Fi in the city of Paris? Everywhere?
Nope.
Really? Oh, just imagine, come to a capitalist country, come to Estonia, Tallinn has free Wi-Fi everywhere.
I'm in the next train.
How many times do you have to change if you go from Paris to Tallinn by train?
I don't know.
Can you do it with just 2 changes, or do you need 3?
That should be 2,900 kilometers, roughly.
And 38 meters. No, can you go from Tallinn to Berlin by train?
Not at this point in time, because the Baltic countries, after having been after having been liberated by the Soviets and having been given Soviet re-education and help for such a long time, have been left alone to their vices since the beginning of the 90s and have not yet invested into the heavy-duty full integration of Rail Baltica as imagined into a long train going for passengers to Berlin, where everybody could fly properly within short order. So no, it makes no sense at the moment. You don't need a high-speed train from Tallinn to Berlin. What you need is proper air travel, air cargo, and the rest being trains for shorter distances. But that's a different thing. Completely different ballgame. Cargo is important. If you want to be on a cargo train, you can actually be on a cargo train. It will have just to change a couple of locals from time to time and shunt around a bit. But you don't want to go on a cargo train ride, right? We're not back to the 1920s atmosphere of the United States.
I got a hobo in me, so I'm happy with cargo trains. But for the day I'll go to Crimea, I might take the Orient Express to Vienna. And then from Vienna, whatever Ukra has to propose to us.
Well, Dovan, you had some good news, right, whilst we're discussing trains?
Well, no, Ben had some good news, and it's related to trains, but it's related to things that don't have to go on a train quite yet. Ben?
Not on a train. I'm sorry, I'm completely. You mean the cargoes? The harvest?
Yes, that.
Oh no, I sent you the article, but I didn't read it.
Oh, okay, fine. Then I will tell you what has been announced. The Minister of Agrarian Policy and Food, Mykola Sulsky, of Ukraine, as Minister of Ukraine for Agriculture, has said, Ukraine may have taken all single-use systems for crop storage that are currently available on the world market, that is to say, disposable crop storage systems available on the world market, most of them are going to Ukraine. Most of these were bought by private entrepreneurs, and it's enough to store about 15 to 19 million tons of grain and other crops that can be stored for a year or more after harvest without having to build new grain elevators. So that's the other good news. Is yes,
and where
the logistics.
Did you hear about those? Domen, where
from
did you hear
Dryfly
about those
here.
first? From Dryfly.
Yes, these are slightly different from the ones Dryfly was proposing. Actually, these are even simpler, even more straightforward to use, is my understanding. They're basically like long bags, if I understand correctly, that make it even easier and even quicker to do this. But yes, it's very similar to what Dryfly was proposing. It's even simpler, even more straightforward, even less effort to install, and they're single use as opposed to the ones Dryfly was saying that you can reuse and reuse and reuse. Because Ukraine is minded to win this, before the harvest after next, so it wouldn't need it for harvest after next. So yes, that's what that's the other bit of good news. So the logistics capacity of getting stuff out of Ukraine has massively increased. We know this. We have been told this by people who understand this even far better than any of us do, because they work in, say, the Ukrainian Ministry of Agriculture and have all the statistics. We also know that Ukraine, with the upcoming harvest, even if the rate of exports might not be high enough because of whatever might happen, there is storage capacity in Ukraine, plenty of storage capacity in Ukraine to be able to store all of these agricultural products safely, keeping them from spoilage, keeping them from anything else happening to them, despite the potential unavailability in certain grain elevators. So there you go. Good news all around. Most excellent good news. And yeah, that's I don't know. I don't know how much better you can how much of better news you can have. Apparently, also in other news, Orban has traveled to Moscow this morning to take part in Gorbachev's funeral. So Putin isn't going, but Orban is, because Putin's busy. Because Gorbachev was not, inconvenienced him greatly by dying out of schedule, so that his funeral is clashing with a pre-arranged appointment. But Orban's going just a day after he left from a holiday.
Люди, которые сегодня подписывают контракт, у них нет страха в глазах. Это долг защищать свою родину. Мы станем намного сильнее, сплоченнее.
Действительно, ситуация стрессовая. И она показывает, что из себя представляет человек, чего он стоит. Наш русский дух, он непобедим.
За нами правда, и Бог с нами.
Что ты сказала, президент? Я сказала, здравствуйте, как ваше настроение? Он говорит, отлично.
Domen,
Я говорю,
can we have a quick talk about the 13 billion?
About the what?
The 13 billions?
13 billions what? I don't know anything about 13 billions. Oh, do you mean the 13 billion that the US government has additionally allocated for helping Ukraine win this war?
Yeah, the one they wrongly did not send to me first. Well, the 13 billions that the US government sent. Do you know if it's part of the original 40 billion package, or is it something entirely new?
I think it's probably part of the original 40 billion package, because there's some 20 billion of that still to be spent, and they only have about a month to do it. So I would presume that it's a part of that. And I was wondering, how they're going to fit all of that spending into such a short period of time. But apparently, it seems they figured out a way, which is great, because Ukraine needs the stuff that is represented by these numbers. The other thing that's really important to remember here is that the vast majority of this money isn't being spent as money. Vast majority of this quote unquote money is just an accounting line in some accountant's spreadsheet, because what's really being sent are things that are already in the possession of the US government, that the US government has already spent money on years, possibly often decades prior. And all of these things have a certain bookkeeping value, and when they're being sent, the money merely represents the bookkeeping value of things that the US government has bought years and even decades prior to use in case Russia ever invades Europe. And now Russia has invaded Europe, and now the US government is transferring the bookkeeping line for those things, that accounting values, from one spreadsheet to another. And that's transition. What really that money is describing largely is the moving from one spreadsheet to another of the bookkeeping value of the equipment that the US government has procured years or even decades ago to be used in case of need, such as a Russian invasion of Europe. And now Russia has invaded a European country on a very much full-scale basis. Now is the time to use that equipment. Now is the time for accountants to move that line in the spreadsheet from one spreadsheet to another to be able to facilitate that appropriately and according to all the rules. So that's really what's going on.
I'm afraid you're right, but it's not the most amusing way of presenting it. Because considering that President Zelensky was recently on the front page of Vogue, I'm sure he has, insights on how to spend a lot of money, and 13 billion is just enough for the sort of girl he is. Okay, it's Saturday morning. I'm trying. I am trying. Give me a break.
I would be very curious to know what exactly and what all exactly the US government is representing with those money figures. I'd be very curious to know that indeed. It would be great to see exactly what all is going to go Ukraine's way. Hopefully some of those things start with an A. Hopefully some other of those things start with a B. I can't think of anything appropriate starting with a C. But I can think of two appropriate things starting with an A.
Challenges?
That's not American.
They can still buy it.
They can, that's true. But I don't think that's going to be a part of it. Because, I was going to say they should send ABC, Abrams, the Radleys. I don't know what a C would be. But I can think of two A's. With the ATACMS being another. CRAMs. Oh, yeah, that'd be good. That'd be very useful.
Isn't there one of the bigger version of the A10? Doesn't it start with a C, like the C-140, something like that?
C-130 is a transport plane. I know that one.
Yeah, it looks like a transport plane, but it has more machine gun than the Atlantic Wall. It's a monster. It's an absolute monster.
Air siren alert update. Donetsk.
Interesting.
All
I
clear.
have not heard of that.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
And beside that, I need to confess that I missed both guests yesterday, both Dimitri and Mark Nelson. I'm sure Mark Nelson was very worried of what was going on, but what was going on in Zaporizhia, and at the end of it, we were all paranoid.
Right, so, shall we start with Mark? Anybody else who's missed Mark's appearance? Well, I will re-nest this because it's got
Air siren alert update. Donetsk, all
Okay.
clear.
Currently, the
This
first link in
message
the
has
nest
been generated
is
with
about,
municipal data.
Is the link to our podcast with Mark Nelson, recorded last night, about 3 hours after the press conference of Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the IAEA, had begun. So if you're interested in that, if you're interested in what Mark had to say, it includes a very good summary, a very cogent summary of what Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, had to say, as well as the requisite interpretations and what does this actually mean kind of answers. So it was very good, very, very interesting, very in-depth, and rather mollifying, I think, as well. We were also joined by Luis, not our regular Luis, who lives in Germany, but another Luis who is likewise Portuguese, but I believe lives in Portugal, who is another nuclear expert, much like Mark, unlike our regular Luis, and he answered a few questions as well. I don't know if that's actually included in the podcast section. He jumped up right as Mark was leaving. The key point was, unless you live within 20 to 30 kilometers of the nuclear power plant, do not worry about things associated with the nuclear power plant in its way as a nuclear power plant, only as any other industrial site. If you do live within 20 or 30 kilometers of the nuclear power plant, yes, you should probably treat it as though you live within 20 or 30 kilometers of the nuclear power plant currently under occupation. But critically, the biggest problem with the nuclear power plant right now is the fact of the occupation and the fact that the nuclear power plant is being shelled by these occupying troops, regardless of the fact that they are actually indeed occupying it. So don't worry, is the point. The IAEA is establishing a permanent presence in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They have left 6 of their inspectors behind. 6 inspectors are staying at least until Monday, and then from after that there should be 2 inspectors from the IAEA at the nuclear power plant at all times, monitoring what's going on, making sure that nothing untoward occurs. There's going to be a report by the Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, to the United Nations Security Council on Tuesday. And there will be additional details, I believe, detailed on Tuesday to the general public as well. Our Security Council meetings recorded and televised somehow? I believe they might be. I'm not entirely sure. But so that's the current situation, and hopefully it will help with improving the safety of the nuclear power plant going forward. Grossi has not yet said that there should be a demilitarized zone established around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and that has led to some criticism within Ukraine for having not to do so. But at the same time, this is still something that I, for one, am expecting to be at least mentioned in a proposal to the United Nations Security Council, because it does seem like a very easy, very straightforward kind of request to be making. So hopefully that's something that could occur. What else? We spoke briefly about the magical 180-degree turning rocket. We spoke briefly about that. That was quite interesting. Mark didn't provide too much commentary on it, but did note that that does make it quite obvious to most people as to what that is. Oh, somebody's letting me know that Ben, what you're referring to is an AC-130 gunship. So it's not a C-140, but it's an AC-130. That's what you were looking for earlier. So what else were we talking about? Right, the magic 180-degree turning rocket. That makes it quite clear who's actually shelling the nuclear power plant, even if the Russians refuse to admit it and instead insist that it's magic. Now we know that Russians do operate some 180-degree turning rockets. One was, or missiles rather, one was launched out of a Buk anti-air defense system somewhere in the east of Ukraine some months ago. You probably remember that one. It returned to sender immediately. But other than that, there aren't that many, and certainly not after they've been flying for a very long time. So whatever the Rosatom sociologist was saying, well, he was clearly full of something. Ben? Ben?
Yeah, sorry. I had a question for you. Militarily, how helpful would a rocket that does a 180 before landing would be? Like, being serious, do you think it would be effective against a tank or something like this, like attacking the back of the tank?
No, I think it would be kind of silly, because what they were showing was something along the lines of an MRO rocket, right? So multiple launch rocket system type rocket, and not the sort of rocket that you would natively imagine. It was like an anti-tank missile that they saw. Now, notably, a lot of these anti-tank missiles and the like do feature the bump, and that does include the 180-degree turn in air, right? So it flies, then it goes upwards, then it pops down more or less vertically to be able to hit the tank from above, where there's less armor. So they do exist, but not the sort of missiles that he was showing, and not at attacking ground targets. So no, not really. I see where you're going. Of course, but no, not really. So right, that was to do with what we talked about with Mark. There's a lot more details in the recording. If you want to listen to the podcast, just click above and you will find it on Spotify. Mr. M.
Good morning, Doman. Good morning, Axel, Ben, and Louise. Doman. Goedemorgen. Doman, do you think that the Russians are born wrong? Because
if they're born wrong?
Yeah, because what we normally leave behind in the toilet is now occupying the skulls of the Russians and is mostly coming out of their mouth.
Right, I see where you're getting, Mr. M. I will not comment in greater detail on any of their biologies specifically, but what it does make one wonder. What comes out does make one wonder, indeed. Thank you, Mr. M. Right, and Ben, before that, we spoke to Dmitry for about 2.5 hours, almost 2.5 hours. Dmitry from Word Translated, of course. Dmitry is a translator of all of those wonderful things that the SBU intercepts, and by wonderful I mean horrifying, the various schools home from Russian soldiers that the SBU, the Ukrainian security services, who have intercepted these schools, publish on their website. And Dmitry has been valiantly translating those, as well as a number of other things, including the semi-regular broadcasts that Fagin and Arestovich have, etc., for many months now, indeed, since the very start of the war. And we talked to him about how he got around to starting it in the first place, how he found it important that people who do not speak Russian or Ukrainian are able to see these things that are usually just in writing, right? Just in audio. The vast majority of things he translates are not already typed somewhere and written and be able to be machine translated trivially by means of Google Translate or some such. But instead, their audio recordings are a little bit more difficult to parse, especially when they're not the best quality. And if you don't have a particular ear for that specific language, it can be quite difficult to intuit it. and to be able to understand and translate it. So he's been doing a wonderful job doing so. A lot of people have been able to understand a lot better how and what is going on in the minds of Russian soldiers as well as other. And it's very interesting, and it's great that we were able to have him with us. We talked about a number of things as well. You know, what his most interesting bits of translation were. He's saying that he's so much better at translating now than he was at the start, both because he kind of got a workflow better, but also because even though he's lived in the UK for a very long time, he says his English is actually markedly improved because of all this translating work he's been doing, because he's been thinking about the language in a very different way to how he thought about it before. But nevertheless, what he does is, of course, invaluable, truly invaluable work for everyone who doesn't understand Russian or Ukrainian. He's not alone. There's a number of people helping him, and if you yourself speak both English and at least one of Russian and Ukrainian and wish to translate some intercepts or some things in Telegram, then please go ahead and talk to Dmitry at War Translated, also wartranslated.com, because I'm sure that he could use a little bit more help with more people, because there's always things that he says that he decides against translating, for the simple reason that he doesn't have enough time to translate it all, nor do the rest of the people who help out with translations. So if you're wanting to donate some of your time to translating awful things Russians say, talk to Dmitry, and I'm sure that he'll be able to find something very good for you to go ahead and do. Speaking of guests, do you know, Ben, who's coming tomorrow?
I think a friend is going to visit my place, but I have no idea.
That's not what I was referring to. What I was referring to is that tomorrow at noon Eastern time, that's 5 p.m. in London, 6 p.m. in Central Europe, 7 p.m. in Kiev, that's tomorrow on Sunday, we'll be joined by Emil Kastehelmi. He's a Finnish military historian, also OSINT analyst, who works on the so-called War in Ukraine situation map, one of the co-authors of the War in Ukraine situation map, and he'll be joining us tomorrow, depending on where you are, but let's say broadly speaking, afternoon. And he's a very interesting chap who's been doing wonderful work summarizing what all is going on, and he's been one of the more useful sources on the internet, keeping track of what's going on the battlefield, and making it easier for people to understand and predict what's going to happen in the future as well. I am somewhat dismayed he's not coming on Monday instead, because we really should be continuing with the almost established tradition of Finnish Monday that we've ended after 3 guests, Jukka Kopra, General Pekka Toveri, and then Minna Olander. But alas, I'm perfectly happy having a Finnish guest on Sunday instead.
Yeah, you're being lucky. I've got I think 4th guest in a row who tells me that he won't be able to attend. I think I'm going to give up trying to invite people.
No, at this point, you have to persevere, because you can't end on the low like this, can you?
Oh, I can. But no, we will persevere. I will persevere, trying my best, failing, getting back up, failing, getting back up. It's nothing. I can't take a no.
Oh my. Mr. M.
Yes, I read some. Kremlin bots keep whining about Russia phobia. Let's remind them of a book they keep ignoring, the dictionary. Phobia essentially means fear of something, and nobody is afraid of the Ruskies and their crumbling army. So they are still whining, and we should call it Rosso go home, yeah.
I hope that makes the new edition of the Oxford English Dictionary that's coming out this year.
Yes, me too. So if anybody has a question or likes to speak, please push that button in the lower left corner. It's the microphone. If you don't like to speak and you have a question, you can send them to the co-host. They will try to bring it into the panel and we will try to answer it. Please retweet this space, Mariah Report, and please donate to Mariah 8. If you can't, it would be a great help. Did there anything else happen at the night, Doman? Do you know?
See, I don't know because I was talking to Mark and then to Luis until today, and then went to sleep and didn't. And after I woke up, I jumped straight on, and I have no idea what happened overnight. My understanding is that Oleshki got hit quite badly yesterday. Oleshki is the town across the river from the city of Kherson, and my understanding is that was a very large. There were some very large blasts that occurred in Oleshki yesterday. There's at least one Pantsir that got destroyed. Pantsirs are Russian, highly mobile air defense systems. It's basically a truck with a whole bunch of missile launchers and cannons and the like mounted to the back of it, as well as supposedly very good radars. Now, they touted it as a Bayraktar killer for a long time, until several were taken out by Bayraktars quite early on after Russia invaded Ukraine on a wholesale basis. But at least one seems to have suffered in one of the strikes on Oleshki yesterday. What we also know is some people have been analyzing, and I think this was Tim Erhardt, have been analyzing the satellite pictures that have been released of the area around Kherson for the 31st of August. That is Wednesday, so day 3 of the Ukrainian counteroffensive in Kherson Oblast, and they've been tracking military vehicles trying to cross the Dnipro River. So there were quite a number of them apparently in various locations at various times, trying to. But apparently there were also quite a few that were trying to cross the other way, which I think is very interesting. Trying to cross from Kherson across to Oleshki, so from the city of Kherson to the left bank to Oleshki as well. So I'd be very interested to know a whole lot more about that. But my understanding is that at least in part, they have started to be destroyed yesterday, or was that the day before? Time is an illusion. As the areas around the pontoon ferry landings, either side of the Altanivsky railway bridge, have started to be struck. Or at least were struck to quite a great degree. A few, yesterday I think, and that must have destroyed quite a good chunk of the various columns of presumably primarily resupply trucks in that area. But I think that is something that's very interesting, that they are still very much trying to resupply the right bank of the Dnipro rather than just leave the people on the right bank to the Ukrainian counteroffensive. But we will see. I guess we will see how it goes. Anyway, that's the news as far as I know them. Not that that's a whole lot. Lisa.
Where Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, last night when we were talking about the Kherson, well, let's see, what would you call it? We had Major Jason Giroux and Colonel John Spencer was listening in the background, but we had some pretty interesting conversation about what would happen with if it comes to kind of like urban warfare, and they were also talking about how, according to Russia, which we cannot rely on their numbers, but they have kind of, I guess, Ukraine has checked it out, that they kind of outnumber the Ukrainian soldiers who've been fighting all this time, but I believe that they will persevere, and that was the general consensus. I don't know, there was a lot of people I see here that were there last night, but it was really quite an interesting conversation, and we learned a lot about airplanes and their uses and things. But yeah, it was really good, and I would tell anybody that if they missed it, if they can re-listen to it. Will it be available on Spotify? Does anyone know will be able to
Probably, I suspect probably not, because it's very difficult to do all of this all at the same time. Because anything, of course, that goes on Spotify requires quite a lot of editing and the like, and simply don't have the bandwidth to put everything on Spotify. But I will ask if that particular section can be, and I'm sure they know what section that is.
Because it was really, really good, and despite the odds or what they think, that what it might look from the outside, that the Ukrainians would be outnumbered and overcome, we all know their, what would you call it, the
Did we lose Lisa?
I think she must have lost audio, because that was a very abrupt ending there. I'm sure she'll come back when she realizes she got Twitter box. Axel, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't some pontoon at Lvovsky maybe hit as well across the Dnipro?
Yes.
I'm just coming to think of it right now. Sorry, trying to recall what all happened. We really should have somebody write all of this stuff up. That'd be great. I'm sure somebody already is. I just can't think of who it might be.
John Ridge had a long list of things already, and he, Craig, and the chaps went through it from our early morning hours until about 9:30, when I think you started listening as well. So I think we pretty much covered that. But why don't we return to that when we do the MOD update in a little while?
Oh, absolutely. Hi, Lisa. Sorry, your audio cut out there.
What was the last thing I was saying?
Oh, just what you learned overnight from Major Giroux was very, very exciting, very interesting, and that you learned a lot. And it'd be great if you listen to it again later.
Yeah. If at all possible, if it can be edited and put up, that would be
see.
awesome.
We will see what can be done. We will absolutely see what can be done. Okay. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you.
Tyler did 6 additional updates to Spotify during the night, by the way. It is worthwhile having a look at the longer and longer growing list of recordings edited so that you have full audio.
Oh, absolutely. He's done a wonderful job over the last 12 hours or so, putting up podcast after podcast after podcast. Vixen, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Doman, Axel, Mr. M, Lisa, Ben, Ed Arles, doing an amazing job as usual. And Tim, good morning, if you're lurking somewhere. Greetings from Northeast London. I would just like to circle back to your riff on A is for apple, B is for banana, Doman. And I don't know if you saw, there was a video clip posted by, I think it was a liberal woke monster, of a gathering of folks at Fort Wayne, Indiana, which is the spiritual home of the warthog of the A-10, of a flight of 4 warthogs parading past cheering people. Now, I don't know if this is a current video and whether the pilots were Ukrainian. I'm really hoping so. And I just wonder if you had any comments on that. Maybe, just maybe I'm
siren alert update.
The way that the
Mykolaiv,
our Ukrainian
full alert.
friends have
Kherson,
been degrading.
Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Component. I wonder if the Americans feel now might be the time to introduce that monster into the battlefield. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
I think it'd be fantastic. I'm sure that the Ukrainians would be able to put it to excellent use, especially as we see these news of various armored columns and the like in Kherson Oblast. I'm sure that the Ukrainians would be able to put an A-10 to most excellent use. Beyond that, I have to admit, I don't know all that much about military planes. Well, transport planes, yes, but not the sort of faster, more exciting,
alert
more
update.
more
Mykolaiv,
battle-ready
full
ones,
alert.
that you were
Kherson,
describing.
Full alert. This message
But
has been
to the best
generated
of my
with municipal
understanding, I think
data.
it'd be a fantastic idea. Limit the Russian ability to move around their armored columns, their tanks, their APCs and whatnot as much as possible, and at the same time, provide close air support for advancing Ukrainian soldiers as well. I think that would be a most excellent state of affairs. Now, I should note, I think this is quite interesting, but Ukraine has come out with another report of, as they do every day, of estimated Russian casualties over the past 24 hours. So both the aggregate as well as the changes. And for yesterday,
Siren alert
the report
update.
taking out
Mykolaiv,
25
full
Russian
alert.
tanks,
Kherson, full
37
alert.
armored
This message
personnel
has been generated
vehicles,
with
and mostly
municipal
IFVs,
data.
I presume. 12 tubed and rocket artillery systems, and 21 vehicles and fuel trucks and other trucks. So altogether, they report having taken out almost 100 vehicles, almost 100 Russian vehicles yesterday alone. I think that in itself is very significant. So they report liquidating 350 Russian troops, but on top of that, 100 vehicles. So if you think 25 tanks, if all the people in those tanks were liquidated, that's 75. 37 armored personnel carriers, if you assume 3 again per armored personnel carrier on average, that's another 111, so we're almost at 200 just between the tanks and the armored personnel carriers. In other words, one would presume that the vast majority of these Russians that were liquidated were indeed liquidated in vehicles as opposed to dismounted infantry. It's just the back of the envelope sort of argument here, or at least that many were indeed within the vehicles when they were destroyed. But in almost 100 vehicles in a single day, that is an immense number, especially if you think that this isn't very highly mobile warfare in the sense that you don't have Russian columns advancing down roads into Ukrainian-controlled territory, where it's very easy for Ukrainian small units to hide out on the sides of the roads and then take them out with RPG-7s and javelins and Endors and the like. Instead, this is done in a much more frontal fight. However, I would presume that quite a lot of those other vehicles and the like were actually taken out in airstrikes and HIMARS strikes. Now, one thing that I find particularly interesting is we have seen that video from Oleshki with the destroyed Pantsir, but there are 0 anti-aircraft warfare systems registered on this list, which means that again we have an example of Ukraine effectively undercounting, or at least not counting all of the things that they've destroyed necessarily in real time, because maybe they weren't able to observe it directly as they destroyed it, and the video only came out of it afterwards, as some civilian passed by the destroyed Panzer. I think that is very interesting in itself, actually. You have people accusing Ukraine of inflating the numbers, and then you actually find very good, very clear, specific examples of when some things simply weren't taken into account. Despite, a Panzer is worth well over $10 million, right? It's a very high value target, and it's also the sort of target that makes the life of Ukrainian drones and especially fixed-wing pilots a little bit more difficult. So taking out another one of those before it could even make its way to the front, as it was waiting eventually to be transferred across the Dnipro to the right bank, presumably anyway, that in itself makes quite a bit of a difference, I think. 100 vehicles, right? That is a ridiculous number to be destroyed in a single day.
Oh, hey, Dermot, can I just jump in there?
Absolutely.
My uncle was involved in Operation Goodwood after Normandy, and the Germans got caught in a pocket in Falaise, and I'm just thinking, that the Ukrainians are just brilliantly creating a kill box for all these Russian raggle-taggle BTGs. The A-10 would be
Air siren alert update. Kirovorov, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Pretty secure airspace above the battlefield. So, let's hope that all this prep work that the Ukrainians have done, taking out Pantsirs and all those anti-air systems, creates the space, and which has triggered this possible delivery of Warthogs, which would be, a massive bat to hit the Russians with. Listen, once again, thank you guys for the space. It's just phenomenal. I have to dash, and just want to wish you all the best. And Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Herojem slava.
Slava nací.
Smrt ворогам. So almost 100 vehicles destroyed in one day.
Air siren alert update.
How significant is that? How significant would
this
you say
message has been generated with municipal data.
It's the single highest loss, or number of losses the Russians have sustained since they started this specific invasion in one day. And it showcases also how much they have moved themselves into a logistical deadlock. They by themselves created the opportunities for these salients for the cutoff, or shall we say as one of our friends called it, the boa constrictor. The various parts, because there's at least 3, if not 4, different created and so either do or highly likely. So I'd say this is more than just significant. It's a direct consequence of all the planning and preparation. It's very well done.
По этой причине можно говорить о том, что это 155 миллиметров, который повышенной кучности. Одно из попаданий прямо в улицу Артема. Нарушено движение троллейбусов, оборваны троллеи. Несколько снарядов попали прямо непосредственно на бульвар Пушкина, около драмтеатра. И один из снарядов ближе к Университетской, прямо в жилой дом. Живу буквально за этим домом и передвигался домой. И буквально свист такой очень сильный, мощный и сильный взрыв.
No, you're fine. The other thing I found very interesting actually was yesterday, I think it's Forbes that published a very detailed breakdown of Russian forces based on OSINT, based on various open source sources. Very detailed breakdown of the Russian forces in theater, that is to say, on the right bank of the Dnipro. Somehow I cannot find it anymore, which is very frustrating. But basically they have a detailed list of all the units that they presume are on the right bank of the Dnipro, and all the equipment that they have there with them on the right bank of the Dnipro. Do you think that is that's a believable breakdown, Axel, or do you think it's kind of off?
I would just say that if somebody puts a stick whilst somebody blindfolded with one arm behind his back puts a stick into the fog, he'll have equally good cover to find out what's in there. Do we know a lot about the build-up prior? Absolutely. We do know pretty much and very well what had been identified in the 1-2 weeks prior to the counteroffensive. So we know a little bit about what's in the fog, but we can't see all the tripwires, we can't see the stones. We don't need to know also. That's another thing. We want to know, we're all curious, and certain things we get to know by means of Russian telegram exploding. But then again, even that may just be a chimera. Even that may just be a Fata Morgana. Even that may just contain a lot of specifically released disinformation. So we should be utterly bloody careful. Are the numbers there generally? Yes. Are the attrition rates believable? Difficult to assess. Just because you see 100 pieces of kit being bombed out, you do not know how many soldiers died. The Ukrainian armed forces have published a bit of data, but very little. The same thing other intelligence agencies in the West. Again, very little. Are these scenarios, and that's what I would call them, possible? Sure. We should stick to what John and Craig and others did in the last, say, 16, 18 hours together with CJ, and that is pinpoint individual components which can be identified by means of cross-referencing data from both the West, official releases from the Ukrainian armed forces, and whatever kind of excited statements come out of Russian sources. Then we can make judgment calls as to what happened in one certain area, and we can even go after firms data, which is always delayed, to then relevantly, let's say, assess as to what kind of preparations have been done. So if you take, for example, in the northeast, close to Visokobili, the fact that they took out, according to what firms data supports, that they took out at least 2 very large ammunition dumps and supply posts, as well as one concentration of anti-air defense systems, which we knew was in that area. And you can see what we call here in the title of our space, the Liberty dots, meaning those neat little agglomerations of red dots on the firm's data. And if you condense them and take the 7-day view, you can see high concentrations in various locations. This is where HIMARS, artillery, and UA Air Force have struck. And they've taken out a number of those supply points, which are absolutely crucial for the Russian troops to fall back to, because that's what most people fail to grasp, that this remains still a logistics game. Russian forces are without continuous access and continuous provisioning of shells for their artillery. They have 3 artillery groups on the West Bank. They do not have enough supply for that, which is why they have been racing, and that is visible, and there are satellite images which we have cross-referenced and which are verified, that they have been pushing material across whatever pontoons and barges they could get hold of, and whenever there was a bridge not too far, they've been pushing equipment with, well, in this case, cargo trucks with shells and material across in order to support their troops. But the numbers don't add up. The numbers are not sufficient to support whatever level of troops are on the West Bank, and I think as soon as our friend Yehuda is back online, he may be able to share a few more interpretations and deeper understanding as to the planning of this. But it seems very, very likely that the Ukrainians have attrited Russian troops on the front line, and that they have taken out key logistic spots in order for the Russians to be unable to sustain themselves on the West Bank, which leads either to total annihilation of certain pockets or mass surrenders. As someone called it a little earlier today, we're seeing the build-up of 4 of the largest prisoner of war camps the Russians ever had.
Actually, there was some talk as well of Russians resupplying by helicopter. Apparently, no more than 2 helicopters at any one time, but actually resupplying at, I can hardly contain myself and not laugh at this, at Chernobyevka airport.
Yeah, right.
If this is true, I mean, if this is true, they say no more than 2 helicopters at a time on the ground. Do you know what I would prescribe as treatment for this?
They should just stay home, have a drink, and say, you know what, we're going to go back to Kazan.
No. I would prescribe as treatment. I would prescribe it's a smart treatment. Specifically, some very smart artillery rounds. Because what is a smart artillery round?
A proper Excalibur can take it, but then again, you have a target which is highly mobile. What you really want is a proper missile.
No. See, a smart artillery round. You have helicopters on the ground, close to one another. One of those smart rounds that deploy 2 submunitions that then descend by parachute, each one meant to take out a tank. I think each can also manage a helicopter, especially one heavily loaded with ammunition.
Of course it can, but you have to really, that requires good precision, and who would have that? That would require good, say, spotting, and who would have that? That would require proper kit and really, really smart troops to direct that, and who would have that? Oh, Jesus. Ukrainian armed forces. You said it.
You know, actually, those river joints doing racetracks up and down the right bank of the Prut. Do you reckon they can tell when there's some helicopters flying around? Because I reckon they can.
Of course. No question. People underestimate what is actually feasible, I think. But there you go. And boy, would I like to see some Sidewinders crash into these dang helicopters quick.
I mean, I find it very daring if they indeed are flying to Chernobyevka. It's very impressive from every thought. Oh yes, let's fly to Chernobyevka, a place that's never ever been hit before. It's perfectly safe. Definitely not within range of every single piece of artillery Ukraine has in its possession, let alone many more longer range and more precise things still.
Yeah, and the other discussion which people have had is that why wouldn't the Russians be able to take, say, 4 squadrons of Hind helicopters and cargo helicopters, go in, say, 48 helicopters and send them into the northeast? Well, first and foremost, they don't have them anymore in that number. And second, because they were taken out, second, their reach is not as good. And they are too far behind lines so far. So they would have to stop somewhere. And whenever they have to stop, resupply or rearrange, they are liable to get hit. The Ukrainians have taken out key positions and they've prepared and shaped the enemy so effectively in recent weeks. It's exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. I mean, we're learning every day. They are superbly smart, and they are very resilient and very adaptive from what you can see. No matter what the Russians are trying, no matter what move they are making, the Ukrainians seem to have anticipated 4 or 5 different ways of dealing with it and scenarios as to how to process it. It's exceptional. If you deal with scarcity, and the Ukrainians still do face scarcity, they don't have anything like air supremacy. They don't have the luxury the United States Armed Forces or their allies together would have. And they are prosecuting this with great battlefield intelligence. Absolutely stunning stuff.
Ben.
I've got 2 questions. The first one regards the possibility that the Ukrainians are actually killing all the Russians that ever step foot on Chernobyl. So the next round just doesn't know what happened to the previous one, and so the institution never learns. That's my go-through theory. And the second one is what's going on in Kharkiv? Because once in a while we hear like, oh yeah, there's a second offensive up north, and then we don't hear anything anymore. So is it just a way of keeping the Russian amused, or is it actually happening?
Okay, fine. I'll comment on the first one, then somebody better placed can comment on the latter. Because I have no idea what's going on around Kharkiv. But I will note this much: I love the theory that's why they keep flying things to Chernobyl, because somebody once wrote it down on a piece of paper, and then every time somebody goes there, they never return, and the piece of paper never gets updated, and it's still stuck to the to the fridge in the breakout room at the helicopter base somewhere in Crimea. So they keep just flying things there. I would be very impressed if that's indeed what's going on. But hey, what else is there? I don't know. I think it'd be very impressive indeed if that's what happened.
There's other theories, of course. One of them is that it's a bit sad. It's an old helicopter breeding ground. Most of them are born there, actually, so they just return to the place where they were born to find a suitable mate. And these awful Ukrainian hunters are waiting for them there, and they're destroying the breeds. It's it's not Amnesty International that's required anymore. It's WWF.
Да потому что Путин молодец. Во. А что сделал Владимир Путин для... Он все сделал. Для России он все сделал. Для Российской Федерации сделал что?
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting theory. Or could it just be that there's just such a degree of sheer bloody-mindedness that among the higher-ranking officers, they think, oh no, they'll never think. They'll never think we'd do it the 45th time. In a very Blackaddery fashion. It's the last thing they'll expect. Or perhaps that eventually there will be so many destroyed helicopters up in so many destroyed helicopters at Chernobyl that there will be no more capacity for anyone to actually hit the helicopter, because they'll just hit the already destroyed helicopter instead. Could that be it?
В нашей стране наступает рассвет. Люди, которые сегодня подписывают контракт, у них нет страха в глазах. Это долг защищать свою родину. Мы станем намного сильнее.
I like Wendy. What do you think?
Morning, Doman. Dobre rano. Dzień dobry.
Доброго ранку.
Dobre rano. Guten Morgen. And good morning to all of our diverse range of listeners here. Yes, my theory on that latter point is that helicopters in that from that particular part of the world are designed around the brain of a carrier pigeon, and they all seem to just flock back to one particular location. But that's just my location. That's just my idea about why they end up at that particular location. I thought I missed a little bit of the news of the last 24 hours. But I think we've seen some important changes. We've seen, as you really wonderfully highlighted, the evidence of a steadfast, methodical approach that Ukraine has taken towards the elimination of the invading army of its country. We've also seen the Muscovy relinquish one of its most consistent rhetorical trends, and this concerns the recent news regarding Nord Stream 2, because one of the features of some of the conversations about Ukraine I've had with some people in everyday life, people who are not engaged enough in this invasion, and really should be, both this year and over the last 8 years, is the inference that they say things like, humans usually prioritize resources. So we should continue doing business with the war criminal state. This decision to stop Nord Stream 2 means that particular weak vector of rhetoric in conversations about Ukraine can be decisively answered with, well, this isn't a factor anymore. Energy independence from the thugs and the war criminals who decided to cross the border back in 2014 and to do so en masse in February this year to genocide Ukrainians. It's now possible just for this particular conversation to be drawn to a swift conclusion. For the cause of progress for all Europeans and their future generations, not to mention Ukrainians, this is good news. There is now no excuse to use being afraid as a reason not to stop a genocide in Ukraine by sufficiently arming and training its warriors. So this, the removal of this threat, maybe this is the straw that breaks the camel's back, the sociologist camel's back, the sociologist who greeted the physics degree holding, clipboard wielding IAEA inspectors at Zaporizhzhia recently. So I think for me that's quite a big change, because it's a feature of conversations that we are currently energy dependent, and we do not yet have an alternative, which is of course not true. But this point of debate can be decisively shut down and answered with, well, the Muscovy have decided this anyway. So let's find a progressive route forward which benefits the people of Europe as well as the people of Ukraine. So, in a sense, they've made energy independence absolutely inevitable. So, Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava.
Heroim Slava.
Met Voraham.
Wendy, what I would suggest here is the following. I would suggest we can start talking and thinking about this as though Russians have cashed in all their chips, or at least they've gone all in on European energy source dependence on Russia. Right? That's basically what they've done for decades. And I mean decades. I mean at least since the 1960s. They have been building up the dependency of Europe. They have been promoting the dependency of Europe on Russian natural resources to an ever greater degree. And with invading Ukraine, they basically said, okay, all of this investment we've done over the past 60 years or so in making sure that people to our west are dependent on and fairly dependent anyway, not entirely, but we're very dependent on the energy that we supply for their ability to proceed with their lives as broadly similarly to how they have done thus far. And we shall now take advantage of this because we've done enough. Nothing can happen. There's no way that they'll do anything. And they went all in, and they were mistaken. And what they've done is they have made sure that Europe, but also other countries, will never again consider energy as something separate from strategic independence, as something separate from a strategic position, right? But instead consider energy as something very much in line and very much a part of your strategic national posture. And make it impossible for Russia to gain this sort of advantage again. Make it indeed impossible for Russia to, maybe with respect to some other countries, maybe say with respect to Kyrgyzstan, but not with respect to Germany and Italy and the Netherlands and whatever other country in Europe you may think of. Because as you say, energy independence from Russia at the very least will become, it has become clear that is something necessary, not something optional. And that simply Europe needs that to be able to proceed. Europe needs that to be able to go forward as a reasonably independent, not just democratic and prosperous, but reasonably independent set of countries, and indeed the European Union as a union, from future ability of Russia to influence them negatively in this way, and to restrict their ability to proceed and to be prosperous and free, and also to behave appropriately with respect to other countries who wish to be prosperous and free, such as Ukraine, that wish nothing more but to be prosperous and free from Russian influence.
Yeah, well said, Doman. Well put. I mean, every country has its own analogy for this. But for my particular country, it's like buying firewood from the Vikings. Yeah. If we bought firewood from the Vikings back in the 10th century, this would involve paying Danegeld, as we called it. And a similar comparison can be made today. Like you said, it is the relinquishing of values and human rights and accepting the encroachment of Russian interference and murder and human rights violations in exchange for buying Russian liquefied natural gas. All of these things, human rights, accepting the encroachments of Russian influence, accepting the encroachment of an invading force upon a sovereign territory, first, most notably back in 2014, but in other ways, there was during the Color Revolution, it wasn't just election interference that there was attempted by Russians. It was full-scale murder and the poisoning of a head of state. This was all absolutely fine, according to certain leaders of certain European democracies, because this exchange of human rights values for gas, this was necessary. I'll be there in a second, darling. Yeah, so well said, Doman. Thank you. And thank you for this wonderful space. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Alec Wendy.
Slava Nazi.
Met
Voraham. Stefan, good morning.
Stefan?
I suspect Stefan might either be busy making coffee, or perhaps busy making lunch, or perhaps requested accidentally, which is fine.
No,
Which does happen occasionally.
He was reaching deep into his pocket to check whether he has done a gold.
If Alec Wendy has paid his share recently or not, or he's late.
So, Doman, what is the wine pairing? What is the wine pairing for 100 Russian vehicles going up in flames in one day?
I think it should be something quite fiery,
Could it be
quite
something
appropriate.
spicy?
Well, I was thinking something that goes well with a barbecue, because that's what those that's really what those scope cages up there on those tanks are for. So it depends on. It could be. Depends on what kind of barbecue you're having. If you're having more of an American-style barbecue with, lots of javelins, you might want something quite rich and heavy, maybe a Zinfandel or a Zinfandel-based blend. For example, Lightning Springs would go very well with a high-quality Arkansas-administered barbecue. Javelins are made there, right? Or where are javelins made?
Lockheed Martin, right?
So in Arkansas or somewhere else? Because they have several different production facilities. That's what I'm asking.
I would have to check. I do not know.
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
So anyway, Lightning Springs, I think, would go very well with something like that. Now, if they're using some other sort of anti-tank systems, for example, the Panzerfaust, I think Panzerfaust. If you have a nice Spätburgunder from the A, that goes shockingly well with barbecue, especially in the summer. It's quite warm. You're outside. You don't want something too heavy, but you want something red. Very good acidity, quite a bit of spice in there. I think that will go very well as well. It's only a shame that Spain doesn't make any anti-tank systems, or do they? Then John, good morning.
Good morning, sir. So for that barbecue, excuse me.
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
That's my understanding. Maybe javelin as well, but it doesn't matter. They both have a fiery aftertaste, so both good, I think.
Oh, exactly, and I think a good number of these vehicles on the 100 odd destroyed list were actually taken out by HIMARS. I would suspect that.
Troy, Alabama.
Alabama barbecue. What's the characteristics of an Alabama barbecue?
Pretty saucy and heavy. Alabama.
Yeah, I think
great barbecue.
I think Lightning Springs will stay as my suggestion for that.
I can see we have the ambassador to the Czech Republic with us.
Yeah, in person but incognito.
Eccolo qua.
How's it going?
How are you doing?
I am fine. I'm fine. I am preparing for Doomsday on the 25th of September, but other than that, I'm doing great.
So, Papi, let us all know. What did a former Prime Minister of Italy say yesterday, 2 days ago?
He's saying stuff every day, man. So you need to be more specific because I read stuff that Berlusconi. You're referring to Berlusconi comments about the fact that
yes,
it's essentially he during a rally in Veneto he mentioned Ukraine, saying that Putin was forced to take action in Ukraine because. The exact wording was Yeltsin's Ukraine, make what you want out of that, was threatening the Donbas republics. So he had, meaning Putin, to take action. There was some speculation on whether he simply misspoke and meant Zelensky instead of Yeltsin, or he was making some, snarky rhetorical reference.
I think he was saying. Yeah. I think he was saying that, Yeltsin allowed Ukraine to go free. I think that was his suggestion there. It was under Yeltsin that the Soviet Union dissoluted this way.
That would be also my interpretation, which is the least charitable, but also the most realistic interpretation, that he did not misspoke, but just made that particular reference in context, meaning that yes, it's just an artificial creature, essentially echoing the Kremlin's propaganda, right? Soviet Union was weak, Yeltsin was, Yeltsin, so the West took advantage of the situation, and therefore we end up with this, situation where Mother Russia has to regain all the territories that were lost because of Yeltsin weakness. I think that is the most likely interpretation, frankly.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Berlusconi's comments, the crucial bit of Berlusconi's comments there were truly insane. Saying that Putin was forced into doing this because how dare Ukrainians have Ukraine, all of it. It's just the worst. Please do.
No, just adding one thing here. I mean, Berlusconi is Berlusconi, and I am shocked but not surprised, as the old saying goes, by what he's saying. What is more infuriating from my personal point of view is that he is not being internally and internationally, especially, isolated, because if you look at the current timeline of Mr. Manfred Weber, he's for whoever doesn't know in the audience, he's the leader of the European People's Party, right? The largest European group in the European Parliament. His timeline at the moment, it's a sequence of posts that are promoting Berlusconi in Italy, with photo ops with Berlusconi, with he's also of course having a few posts that are very much welcome, that are showing solidarity with Ukraine, but those are the minority. And I am very disappointed because the European People's Party has a history of Atlanticism that goes back many years, and the fact that I don't know what to make out of this. It looks like he might not be completely grasping what is going on. The Berlusconi line is essentially Putin is not only based on this particular speech yesterday, but based on all his actions. Berlusconi's line is Putin is the best leader that we have in the world.
Alert update.
He toned down a bit this rhetoric in 5 minutes ago in front of Bucha,
this
perhaps.
message has been generated
But
with municipal
this has
data.
been consistently his line for decades now. And he's saying in the middle of a genocide, while the enemy, frankly, let's call a spade, is invading Europe, he is siding with the enemy. I don't know what to say. It's just mind-boggling that prestigious institutions in Europe are allowing this to happen without showing a red line and a stop sign. That is something that I am the most puzzled with,
Alert
frankly.
update.
Well, it's
Michael
simple.
Live.
I mean, Manfred
All
Weber
clear.
just needs to be
This
called
message
out
has
for
been
the
generated with
inconsistency
municipal
of
data.
his social media idiots dealing with his account. Because if he is actually doing this by himself, well, nobody in Brussels actually does do their Twittering themselves, right? They have these wonderfully high-paid, completely listless, absolutely useless charge d'affaires and adjutants who receive high salaries, nice presents, and all of that tax-free, doing their bidding in the mountain of whatever can be described as Kafka's castle. Please, somebody needs to tag Mr. Weber and add Friedrich Merz to it, because Friedrich Merz is still technically the leader of the party Mr. Weber once entered into.
Here siren alert update.
the
Michael
conservatives
All
in
clear.
Germany. So
This message has been generated with municipal
Mr.
data.
Merz should update Mr. Weber as to, not only what the party line is, more importantly, what ethics, morals, and transatlantic cohesion calls for.
Yeah, I would love to, believe the charitable interpretation. Someone is manning his account and is not doing a good job. I don't think it is very realistic because, he's been in Italy meeting with Berlusconi and having a photo ops at the same time, and those are not the fault of someone who's manning his account. Again, I'm disappointed, Axel, but just reality. He's actively campaigning for Putin's friend in Italy. We have to accept when we see evidence of something happening, don't we?
I do. I didn't say I wasn't. I'm just highlighting that I cannot believe that Mr. Weber actually by himself tweets it. So he has even instructed his staff to be as inconsistent and stupid, which is even worse. Because that's my point. What is being tweeted out there makes absolutely bloody well no sense. As such, it should be called out for.
Yeah, the thing is, I frankly don't think that the problem is just limited to the social media account managed by his staff. But if it turns out that this is the case and, the staff that is manning the account is fired and all of a sudden the line changes, I would be happy to learn that, frankly. However, it does not look like it's just the social media presence that is, guilty of this. It's just the line that he's pushing. Otherwise, he would not choose to appear together with Berlusconi in photo ops the same day that Berlusconi is saying those things. He may be misinformed. Again, this is does not excuse, because if he's in this position, he cannot be misinformed. But it is still probably a bit more charitable than any other explanation that I could think of.
Yeah, I think he's a complete tosser, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, let's see what happens. By the way, next week in Italy, polls will go dark, so we will, because by law, so we will not know until the 25th of September.
Already next week?
I think the date is the 8th, if I'm not wrong. I can Google it in real time. I think the 8th of September. Wow. It's much sooner than other countries, France and the like. So they're going dark. So we will have to basically wait and see.
Oh wow, that is very early. I thought, 24 hours, 48 hours, some such. But wow. Yonade.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that it's so early they stopped the polls. But I wanted to say, basically Berlusconi, Gerhard Schröder, it's the same generation, it's the same kind of people, it's the same kind of style, so the old womanizer guy, I don't know what I have to think about it, but I know how my grandpa was, and it's absolutely this generation. So I think the problem basically is we tend to give too much weight to ex-chancellors, ex-presidents, and the people they surround them, and everyone wants to grab the attention. And we see what's happening.
Well, the thing is, Berlusconi still runs Forza Italia, right, Papi?
That is exactly the point. Nobody would care about decrepit Berlusconi rambling in his own living room about his man-love affair with Putin. The fact that is that he's leading one of the parties that is in the coalition going to win the next election in Italy, according to all the polls, which I googled in the meanwhile, and yes, I confirmed the 8th is the last day that we are going to have the polls.
So there was this joke with which two guys or which three guys I would invite to dinner, and absolutely, Schröder, Berlusconi, Mike Tyson.
Oh, well done. Ypsilon Kappa, go ahead.
So, sorry, does that mean you want to have pig's ears then after?
No, he would have had them already.
Hello, I just wanted to, first of all, good morning to all, buongiorno papi. I just wanted to reiterate that, yes, Berlusconi, it's always been like this through its political history. He was one of the first allies of Putin, Russia, and yes, the fact that probably the right is going to take power in Italy, it's going to be really sad, but we will keep trying to stay sane and try to help however we can, probably more in a personal way. Just a consideration, nothing, no questions.
And one could be flippant and say Putin bought him off with the tours of Massandra and the 100-year-old wines in there that Putin seized as Russia occupied Crimea in 2014. But of course we know that Berlusconi was Putin's buddy well before that, and he would be saying that regardless of the wine tasting or not. Brian.
Buongiorno. From Nashville, Tennessee. How's everybody doing? Jesus Christ. Are you I'm trying to follow the conversation here. And Italian accents can be a bit tricky.
I can give you a rundown if you want me to.
Okay, I just would like to ask a question. Are you telling me that you're going to have an election soon and that you are terrified that Silvio Berlusconi is going to win? Is that his party is going to win, in the parliament there?
So
is that what you're saying?
His party isn't going to win, but his party will be a part of the winning coalition of Lega, run by Salvini, Fratelli d'Italia, run by Giorgia Meloni, and his own party, Forza Italia, run by Berlusconi. So all three parties together have a distinct pro-Russian bent of various flavors, but fundamentally a pro-Russian bent. And specifically yesterday, Berlusconi said that Putin was forced into invading Ukraine because
I heard all that.
Something.
That doesn't surprise me at all about Berlusconi. Okay, but the thing that does surprise me is that that Berlusconi is not in prison. That surprises me a little bit. And it's a bit disheartening to hear from an American who is hoping that Trump will soon be indicted. His oh god damn it. So you're saying that his surrogate /surrogate parties will achieve at least too large a coalition for comfort in the Italian parliament, as the polls would indicate. Am I reading that correctly? Too close. It's going to be too close for comfort.
Brian, you are perfectly right. This is exactly what is likely going to happen if the polls are correct, and they are
excellent. Can I just say 3 words about that?
I can imagine what one of them is going to be.
God fucking damn it!
It was the second one. Good.
I am totally in line with this, Brian. Yeah. I sympathize across the
country. I had no idea this. By the way, over here in America, we have a little bit of hope over here. The Democrats are going to take the Senate. That's going to happen. And it looks like we might hold on to the House. There's a chance we're going to hold on to the House. So it looks like the guys I like to call the Putin fuckers are not going to. It appears that we all have a similar problem, and I'm very sorry.
I would argue that Italy is in much more dire straits in this respect.
It would seem so.
Simply because if you look at the voting in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate when it came to supporting Ukraine, right? If you just in this space, we look everything through a single issue prism, because otherwise things get too complicated having people from dozens of countries and all manner of political backgrounds, right? So from the single issue perspective, in the U.S. Senate and U.S. House, there were always vast majorities for decisive and decided help to Ukraine, sort of war-winning levels of help to Ukraine, right? Whereas in Italy, the prime minister of the technical government, Mario Draghi, Super Mario, was basically kicked out over help for Ukraine. Already in the previous parliament, that was probably more inclined to help Ukraine in aggregate than the one that is going to be incoming on the 25th of September at the next election will be. So, honestly, for once, the good people of the United States of America, at least from the perspective of this single issue, have really nothing to complain about compared to our friends in Italy, because the US just signed, or is alleged to sign, another 13 billion, is it, for Ukraine? Now that is game changing, so to speak.
The Republicans have not, despite it's a complicated. Of course, politics is complicated in every country, but it was a relief that at least the Republicans have had the decency to support Ukraine, even after it's been a. It's hard to explain how Trump, and I'm sure you guys are much more familiar with American politics than I am with the politics in various countries, and I suppose I don't have to explain it too much in detail. So
if there's one country's politics that everybody else understands, it's the US one, because it's so pervasive, especially anybody who speaks English, right?
Right.
Because the US is such a big country, it's such a big media market. We all get all the American news together with all of our local news. So yeah, I think we're well aware. But really, I mean, I'll just stress the voting records, right? At the end of the day, when you see, what was it, 98-2 and the like in the Senate, you can see that there is far more consensus, that there is difference on the stuff that is truly, truly, truly important when it comes to matter of life and death of hundreds of thousands, and the perseverance of democracy in Europe, right? When it comes to really those crucial things. There still is. Priorities are set appropriately.
Correct. It worries me though how the Republicans. Anyway, I could be worried all I want, but as you say, at the end of the day, it's 98-2, and I was as just about every American I know. Very heartened by that, and it's. I mean, in an era of just insane divisiveness in this country, like at least we could agree on that. And so yeah. And as an American, I will say that does make me proud to be an American. But you're saying so. What are we saying about Italy? We're actually worried that they will not.
They're going to win. It's very likely that the coalition of parties that are more or less pro-Putin, in so much that one of the leaders of the parties wore Putin on his T-shirt, saying, how great the leader he is. That's a separate guy from Berlusconi, who's a longtime Putin buddy. And then the third one, likewise. Yeah. So that's the worry, and that it seems to be likely to be the outcome, right, Papi?
Yeah, that is correct. And I might add something, Brian. Despite the geography suggesting otherwise, Italy right now is much more distant than Ukraine than the US is. So I might mention a couple of data points to support this statement. One is the medium.
That's an amazing statement.
Yeah, I'm afraid that it is also not far from the truth. Also, a couple of data points. The media. If you look at the largest Italian news outlets, you don't see Ukraine on the front page right now. And if you look at the New York Times, the Washington Post, there is always something there. And
at least they have a section that is up top. Yeah, sure, I get it.
Yeah. It's a part of the debate in the U.S. At least, and
it's an undercurrent. At the very least, there have been, segments about Ukraine at the end of the hour in prime time in the last week or two. Right? They've not completely ignored it. They've been talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the first data point. The second data point that I might add is that these days there is something in Italy called Cernobbio, which is how do I describe it? Think Davos for Italy, right? One of those annual meetings of all the business leaders, politicians that have conventions and the like. And it is, I'm reading the transcripts, and frankly, Ukraine is not mentioned almost anywhere. So the main topic is energy prices. And the economic crisis for Europe, and only as a subset of energy policy and energy crisis, Ukraine is mentioned tangentially. And often, I have to say, it is mentioned in a not the way that we would love it to be mentioned, meaning that the line of several of the high-profile people that have been in the Chernobyl meeting are along the lines, yeah, we should find a solution because those sanctions are really hurting us, and maybe they are hurting us.
I get it. They're not coming from the right place. Yeah, they're like, oh, why are we hurting Russia so much? Maybe we should. That kind of asshat. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but you get my point.
You're just making good points. I hasten to add that the opening message to the Chernobyl meeting, which is Davos-like type of event, was delivered by Zelensky himself, who, as usual, hit all the right chords. His staff is doing a really, really excellent job. I don't know who is doing that, but he really was speaking in the right way to these people with the right balance of words. So I was like really impressed. Anyways, but if you go past the initial Zelensky statement, it was essentially largely absent. The meeting is still ongoing, so the convention is still ongoing. It will end tomorrow. Today, the president of Italy, which is largely a ceremonial role, but a highly respected role and person, has delivered the message. And to his credit, he was the one who actually put Ukraine, I wouldn't say front and center, but certainly prominently in his speech. But he has a ceremonial role. He can influence somehow the mood, but not really do much.
So he's a bit like maybe Queen Elizabeth would be in Britain, sort of a figurehead, but
a little more than that in the sense of practical stuff, and a little bit less stronger figurehead, but yes, you could say similar. A lot of countries in Europe have a similar system where the head of state is a largely ceremonial role. However, in Italy, there's one important thing that the president does, right, Papi?
Yeah, the one important thing is he selects the next prime minister, who has then, however, in order to become the actual prime minister, he has to receive a majority of the votes in both houses, in the Senate and in the lower house. So essentially, he can select the next prime minister, but he will select the one that has a chance to become, confirmed by the parliament. And in this sense,
but in theory, the president could be a kind of a stubborn kind of president, and he could or she could continue. I mean, of course, at the risk of the government being paralyzed, but still, if they don't like, if they just don't like the, I mean, they could sort of use a bit of their influence to just so. I'm sorry, I'm assuming a bit too much.
It's okay. Can I respond to this particular point, which is an interesting one? There are historical precedents for this. So there are precedents that found the most likely candidate for the post of prime minister so unpalatable that they tried to resist. However, realistically, this is somewhat possible when there is no large majority in parliament for this. So if there are a number of different coalitions possible and there is, some behind the scenes wiggling, it is possible that the president can play a role here. A little bit more than a ceremonial role because of this specific constitutional power. However, this role becomes negligible to non-existent when there is actually a large majority, an obvious large majority in parliament. So he will have basically no chance to,
Right. So I guess what I was saying is, of course, it's a parliamentary system, and they have to, nominate a prime minister that's going to be a viable, prime minister, right? Of course, in theory. But let's say they nominate a prime minister that isn't just a weak, some unknown sort of backbencher, as they might say in Britain or something like that. They nominate somebody that's semi-viable, and then they get stubborn about it. And can they renominate that person even if they're voted down? In other words, do they have the power to
grind everything to a halt, just nominating the same guy, and even though he's not voted
right? That's my question. Correct.
So what's more likely to happen is basically, say you have three parties in coalition, right? Is that he would nominate, say, the leader of the second largest party instead of the leader of the largest party if the larger of the three parties in coalition.
Thank you. You're getting my point. Yes.
Exactly. So that's more likely to happen rather than someone, just some random parliamentarian, right? Some random MP from one of these parties. But it's more likely to be one of the leader of a smaller party rather than the leader of the larger party, because of the leader of the
Can they kind of force this sort of thing? Yeah.
Papi, how much can it be forced? That's kind of what happened last time around, really, right? Not last time around, but after the last election.
Yeah, we can run down the list. So let's say that President Mattarella says, okay, I will, Meloni, who is currently leading the polls, is not unacceptable for whatever reasons, difficult to justify politically, but let's say they find a way to sell this. And then he goes to the next largest party leader. And the second largest party leader, according to the current polls, is Mr. Salvini, the guy with the Putin T-shirt. The third one is Berlusconi, the guy that is a decrepit, the decrepit person that is rambling about Putin's being forced to invade Ukraine because reasons, Kremlin reasons, insert random Kremlin reasons. So that is, I hate to bring bad news, but...
Right. Who's the first guy again? Was he any better than the last two
Salvini.
guys?
No, Salvini was the first guy. Salvini is the guy who went to the European Parliament wearing a T-shirt of Putin on it, saying how great the leader Putin is.
So you're saying you're fucked if you get a coalition, you're fucked. All right. Holy shit! Why is this? Can I just ask? Okay. All right. I'm actually feeling a lot better about being an American right now. But why is this happening in Italy? Why is this happening?
Brian, I'm gonna pass it off to Ypsilon Kappa to try to give you an explanation, and then to Bionade, who's been waiting for a really long time for a more German perspective, and then let's turn back for more sub questions from you in like 2-3 minutes. Okay, Brian, that's right. Ypsilon.
So I guess, long story short, it's historically the right parties of Italy always try to find a simple solution for complex problems, and so the electorate probably feels for the lies of all the parties, and in this case we have the three main of the right coalition, that is our Giorgia Meloni, that is probably the most far-right woman in European politics after Marine Le Pen. Then we have Salvini, that you all know his stance with also allegedly received funds directly from Russia and has ties with Putin. And then we have Berlusconi, that, yes, it's a distant third at this moment, but these are the three main options. There is still hope that the left coalition could get more votes than Lega or Forza Italia, that's the Salvini and Berlusconi parties. But again, not alone, and will not go over probably what is the right coalition. So, yeah. not really fun and games here, but we will try to do what we can.
Thank you, Ypsilon. Bionade?
So I wanted to ask a general question.
Sorry, you're on the other end of the stadium, Bionade. There's a...
Oh, that's bad. You hear me now better?
Yes, we do.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to ask a general question and make a general statement. So if someone wants to talk about Italy, please take my time.
No, go ahead, Bionade.
Okay, so I wanted to propose maybe we add something like a fact of the day, something like this to about Ukraine here on a daily basis, if you like, if you find it interesting. Because why I asked for this, I have a good friend. It's actually my best friend. He's living here in Germany, and